You are listening to Dimensional Hotel by Yuan Tong, novel from Novelfire. Chapter 201, The U-Type Fixed Door Experiment. It took longer than expected for the Special Affairs Bureau to finish the sample extraction from the umbilical cord and share their findings. By the time Yu Sheng returned to his home, darkness had fully cloaked the sky. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by a scene so horrifying it nearly caused a cardiac arrest. Foxy and Irene were huddled at the kitchen doorway, enthusiastically debating what to make for dinner. Irene proposed deep-fried stuffed eggplants, along with stewing the half-chicken left in the fridge. Foxy's suggestion: stew everything left in the fridge, including 2 newly purchased jars of chili sauce. Yu Sheng entered just as they were voting on it. Irene, clearly not bound by any notions of fairness, raised 6 hands. Foxy countered with 2 hands and 9 tails. Thankfully, Yu Sheng arrived just in time to avert yet another fox in the kitchen catastrophe, sparing the borderland a culinary explosion on this peaceful winter evening. "Didn't I tell you both not to go into the kitchen when I'm not home?" Yu Sheng said with exasperation, tying on an apron. "Did you forget the iron pot stew Irene incident, or the time that warped frying pan almost melted the ceiling?" As he climbed onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, Irene tried to sound casual. "You look like something turned up at the Special Affairs Bureau. We found out Squirrel's original name and confirmed the exact time the Dark Angels, Enka Ayla, first descended," Yu Sheng replied without looking up. "There's a piece of paper in my pants pocket. Take a look." Irene swiftly leapt down, rummaging through Yu Sheng's pocket while hanging from his leg. Yu Sheng glanced down at the nimble little doll and thought she really does resemble a squirrel more than the real one. "Zhaolala, 8.5 years old, went missing 86 years ago," Irene mumbled after finding and unfolding the paper, her tone skewed with disbelief. "From the photo, you wouldn't guess that thing now chain-smokes and curses like a sailor." 86 years, Yu Sheng murmured with a sigh. "She's long ceased to be that child." "Who knows what she's become now?" Irene muttered, folding the A4 sheet and slipping it back into Yu Sheng's pocket. Seeing that dinner was nearly done, she climbed back onto his shoulder and flipped off the range hood. "What's the plan after dinner? Straight to the orphanage to brief Little Red Riding Hood and the other guardians. Better think through your wording. The Dark Angels are seriously scary." Yu Sheng shook his head while plating the stir-fry. "No, lights out at the orphanage is 10:30. I plan to speak with them after they sleep, once I enter the sheltering wasteland. If the blessed shelter mechanism activates as expected, it'll give everyone some peace of mind before I break the Dark Angel news. Before that, you and Foxy are coming with me to the valley." "The valley, what for?" "To finish an experiment we previously postponed. There should be enough time," Yu Sheng said offhandedly, heading toward the door with the plates. "Foxy, dinner's ready." After dinner, Yu Sheng did a quick cleanup, then led Irene and Foxy down to the basement. Wudong Road number 66 had a spacious basement mirroring the oversized attic at the top of the house. With nearly half the ground floor's area, the space was accessed via a staircase from the living room. Most of one wall was stacked with clutter, but the other half lay empty. Yu Sheng rarely visited the basement, even less than the attic. Flipping on the light, he began rummaging through the junk heap near the wall. Irene watched curiously, eyes wide. "Hey, weren't we going to the valley?" "Just doing some prep work," Yu Sheng replied without pausing. "I remember seeing it around here. Found it." Grinning, he bent down and lifted a large object with effort. Irene stared, stunned and confused, as Yu Sheng emerged from the dust and debris with a full-sized, weathered wooden door still attached to its frame. Irene stared in stunned disbelief. "What do you even want that thing for?" Yu Sheng hoisted the old, battered door from a pile of junk as he spoke casually. "Figured I'd see if I could construct a fixed door. Didn't I mention it before? Right now, getting in and out of the valley relies entirely on me opening a door, which isn't exactly convenient. I've got time now. Might as well test if my earlier theory holds." As he spoke, he propped the door against the blank wall at the far end of the basement. Then, grabbing a rag, he gave it a quick dust-off before pulling out a pen and beginning to sketch on the nearby floor. Irene instantly recognized it. A simple soul imbuement right in the form of an alchemy formation, the only alchemy pattern Yu Sheng had ever shown familiarity with. The little doll instantly caught on. "You're trying to use a physical door as a medium, and treat the teleportation door you create as an alchemy effect, to solidify it." Yu Sheng nodded. "That's the plan." The little doll opened her mouth, at a temporary loss for words. Reflexively, she turned to glance at Foxy, curious about the reaction from the so-called silly fox. As expected, the fox girl did not disappoint. Upon hearing Yu Sheng's idea, her eyes lit up and she clapped excitedly. Benefactor's path of artifact crafting is one of following the heart, simplifying complexity and tracing things back to their essence. Irene eyed her suspiciously. You don't even understand alchemy, do you? Foxy shot back with a grin. Do you understand Benefactor's path through the underworld? The little doll was left speechless by the fox girl's counter, finally sighing and stepping forward as she noticed Yu Sheng still scribbling on the ground. Fine, let me help you. Drawing it like this won't cut it. This size of alchemy array is already considered medium scale. You can't just upscale the small formation I taught you. Each node needs extra augmentation, I'll show you. Yu Sheng hesitated, but handed over the pen. He watched her start adjusting the rough sketch with additional nodes while mumbling to herself. Just drawing it isn't enough, you know. Proper alchemy requires special ink for larger formations. But since we're using your blood as material, that step might not make much difference. See these runes? They're augmentation nodes. When the complexity doubles, you need to add symbols like this at every line intersection. Yu Sheng listened, wide-eyed, watching Irene clutch the pen, clearly oversized for her, while continuing to sketch furiously. Then came the sound of rapid footsteps from the stairwell. The other two Irenes had arrived. Each held a pen, and without a word, joined in to help. Three little dolls dashed about Yu Sheng's feet, the massive, intricate alchemy array quickly taking shape. He couldn't help but feel she seemed genuinely happy. Eventually, Irene extended part of the runic pattern onto the frame of the old door, and finally stepped back. Done, she turned with a smug grin, still holding her pen like a banner. That's the base formation. Memorize it. For anything over a meter in radius, you must use augmentation like this. Why are you looking at me like that? Yu Sheng, ever blunt, replied, just thinking you suddenly seem pretty reliable, like an alchemy expert. I am an alchemy expert, and I'm always reliable, Irene snapped, crimson eyes glaring. Anyway, the array's done, but I'm not promising it'll work. No one's ever tried something like this before. I don't even understand the true nature of your teleportation door. Just don't blow up the place. Yu Sheng quickly waved it off. Relax, relax, I know what I'm doing. I can feel every part of the door opening process clearly. If anything feels off, I'll stop right away. Even as he spoke, he was already pulling out his phone. First on his frequent contacts, Bai Li Qing. Yu Sheng curled his lip at the name, hesitated for a couple of seconds, then tapped to call. The line picked up immediately. Director Bai Li, he began with an awkward cough. But before he could finish, a cool, calm voice came from the other end. Experiment. Yeah. How long? 2, maybe 3 hours. All right, I've cleared the schedule. Tell me when you're done. Yu Sheng blinked, caught off guard. Oh, thanks, wait, how'd you know I was? Polite honorifics. Never heard you be this formal when you open a door. Yu Sheng. Chapter 202, one of the myriad doors. The call ended, but Yu Sheng stared at his phone in a daze. A couple seconds passed before he lowered his gaze to look at Irene, the host, sitting by his feet. How come I can't tell if she's angry or not? She didn't go off on you this time, but I think that's just because she's used to it now, Irene analyzed with a serious face. Look on the bright side. At least this time you didn't get a midnight itch to do something weird. Yu Sheng coughed dryly, pressing down the guilt rising in his chest and turning his attention back to the door before him. A time-worn, mottled wooden door leaned askew against the white wall of the basement. Strange and intricate lines and symbols sprawled across the frame and the ground around it. A few ritual candles flickered nearby, releasing a faint scent of spice into the air, still the batch he got for 5 yuan at the discount store. Whether the spirit imbuement rite would work was still uncertain, but at least the atmosphere felt right. Yu Sheng inhaled deeply, steadying the nervous flutter in his heart, then began the process he'd previously modified, slicing open his palm and channeling his blood into the door. Spirit imbuement, infusing one's spirituality into lifeless matter. If clay could become the flesh of a doll and rebar could serve as its bones, then a door, too, could become a vessel for this rite. The candles crackled, their flames rising higher. Blood seeped silently into the ancient wood, and the one-synced lines on the floor began to darken with a reddish hue, as though the blood was replacing every structure of the alchemy formation. Yu Sheng could even hear faint, corrosive sounds, like something being etched away. His eyes widened in surprise. What is it? Irene caught his reaction immediately. Something feel wrong? No, it feels too smooth, Yu Sheng said, astonished. He could clearly sense his spirituality reshaping the door, something he'd never experienced even while molding your body, Irene. Could it be your augmentation node technique at work? Maybe it's because you're forging a bond with a door itself, something that's inherently part of your power, Irene pondered, then puffed up with pride. But obviously the main reason is my perfectly configured nodes. Yu Sheng ignored the little doll's smugness, focusing more intently on controlling the rite. He placed his hand on the door handle, continuing the transformation. Just as he had reshaped clay and lotus roots into a doll's body, the door's structure began to shift. A faint creaking echoed as the frame softened and twisted like living flesh. The wooden surface started to merge into the wall behind it, forming an organic-seeming adhesion. Vein-like patterns appeared, then smoothed into metallic, thorn-like lines with a faint sheen. Yu Sheng slowly turned the handle, and in that moment the link to the valley was forged. But unlike before, he didn't open the door right away. Instead, he held it on the brink, carefully sensing what lay on the other side. He needed to shape the corresponding connection point in the valley as well. This part was difficult. He had to split his focus, forming a tangible, stable door device on the valley's side, even while only controlling it remotely. Although he could mold the dirt and stone in the valley into any shape, maintaining accuracy, placement, and a stable connection all at once was a formidable challenge. He failed 3 times in a row. By the 4th attempt, the flames of the ritual candles were already flickering with instability. But this time he succeeded. He felt the bond take root. A real door now stood in the valley at the matching spot, one that didn't require him to maintain it for it to stay open. A few minutes later, after confirming the connection's stability, Yu Sheng exhaled and finally let go of the handle. Foxy, who had been anxiously watching the whole time, blinked and asked, "Benefactor, did you succeed?" "Looks like I did," Yu Sheng smiled and nodded. He glanced at the door, now seamlessly fused into the wall. "Irene, try it out. In theory, this door should function just like the one at Wudong Road number 66. Anyone like you and Foxy who has received my blood can open it directly, and it should lead stably to the valley." Irene was still a bit wary of the thing, but trusting Yu Sheng, she nodded and stepped forward. The doll lady stood silently at the threshold. And in that silence resounded a roar measured at precisely 66.6 centimeters. "Yu Sheng, should I leave a spot down here for you to step on?" "Shut up, no need, I can reach it." Irene whipped her head around, raised her hand, and shouted at Yu Sheng in a rapid-fire tirade, flipping him off in the process. Then the other 2 versions of Irene strolled over. Right in front of Yu Sheng, the 3 little dolls agilely stacked themselves into a pyramid. At last, they managed to grab the door handle. With a forceful twist, the door creaked open. A broad, pleasant view of the valley spread before everyone. Still clinging to the door handle, the little doll trio instantly forgot the annoyance from a moment ago. Their 3 voices exclaimed in unison, eyes wide in wonder. "Wah, Yu Sheng, you actually pulled it off. Not bad." The topmost Irene sprang down in excitement and darted across to the other side. "I'll scout ahead." But Yu Sheng suddenly frowned. Something seemed off on the far side of the view. "Wait, hold on, I think I messed up the orientation." But he was a second too late. The little doll had already leapt through the door. A beat later a cry rang out, "Wah!" Then came a solid splat. Yu Sheng and Foxy rushed to the threshold and peered out. They saw the doll lady sprawled in a tangle just beyond the edge of the valley platform, lying flat among broken stones. The 2 Irenes who stayed behind in the basement were hopping mad, cursing. "Yu Sheng, you bastard! Did you seriously open the door at the edge of a cliff? Why not just hang it in midair while you're at it?" Yu Sheng hastily manipulated the ground on the other side of the door, lifting the terrain to align with the frame and bringing the fallen Irene back up to level. Then he and Foxy hurried over to retrieve the dazed little doll, smoothing her clothes and offering an explanation. Okay, look, the plan was to have the door open inward onto the platform. That way we could eventually build a circle of doors around the high platform, turn the whole space into a grand hall. We'd call it the Hall of 10,000 Doors, leading to every corner of the universe. The platform edge would serve as the outer wall of the hall. Irene shot upright and yanked at Yu Sheng's hair. "Then why the hell did I fall off?" "I opened it backwards." "Yu Sheng, you son of a %." The next 2 minutes were filled with a barrage of unfiltered profanity from Irene. By the 3rd minute, the doll had cooled down. He sat on the platform, watching Yu Sheng fuss around with the giant door, mumbling to herself. Honestly, your Hall of 10,000 Doors idea is kind of cool. Feels like some secret organization thing, like one of those that doesn't show up for 40 episodes in the main storyline, then appears just when the protagonist is finally making progress, only to show a silhouette at the end of the episode. Then when the writers run out of plot, they blow up the whole hall. Or they get blown up right at the start. You really need to stop watching dumb shows, Yu Sheng muttered while wiping sweat. And could you pick a better example? Does it have to get blown up? That's just what's popular now. Without a backstory soaked in blood and vengeance, the protagonist has no drive, Irene said, propping her chin on her hands, watching Yu Sheng. Can you fix it? You've been at it a while. If it really doesn't work, just leave the door reversed. Could be a trap to keep intruders out. First step through, boom, faceplint. Anyone who can open the door has clearance. Who are we even trapping? Yu Sheng grumbled. All right, done. Come take a look. Under his adjustments, the faulty teleportation door was finally corrected. Now standing solemnly on the platform was a grand door with a flat top, framed in gray-white stone with a rocky texture. Simple and unadorned, it held an austere kind of majesty. At its center, instead of a conventional handle, was a triangular stone block embedded directly into the surface. Its rough edges and lack of decoration made it seem out of place, yet oddly fitting. Now, anyone who had undergone the blood bestowal ceremony could twist that central triangle to open a path back to the basement at Wudong Road, number 66. Irene and Foxy stepped up with interest, inspecting the door. The little doll nodded with her hand on her chin. Not bad. Honestly, it's got way more design than that toilet you built. Yu Sheng sighed, exasperated. How many times do I have to tell you that wasn't a toilet? Yeah, your Phase 1 construction. Got it. Irene waved dismissively, then pointed at the triangle. Why's the handle in the center? Aesthetics. Adds mystery. Plus it throws off newbies so they can't instantly tell which side the door opens from. Irene stared at him. You're insane. Why a triangle? Yu Sheng scratched his nose. Oh, that was symbolic. It represents the 3 founders of the Hotel Us. Irene gave him a long, skeptical look. Really? Yu Sheng sighed. Honestly, I was trying to sculpt a tiger head, botched it. Tried switching to a dog head, botched that too. A moment later, the little doll took a step back, putting on a solemn expression as she gazed at the door and its central triangle. A symbol of the 3 great founders of the hotel. Truly magnificent, she intoned with a deadpan voice. Yu Sheng nodded earnestly. Truly magnificent. Foxy looked between Irene and Yu Sheng, utterly confused, then clapped along with them anyway. Truly magnificent. Chapter 203, Mind Sanctuary. Yu Sheng positioned the first door at the far end of the central axis of the portal platform. Behind the door, he raised a wall, then erected 2 tall pillars before it. Between the pillars, he shaped a smaller platform from stone. With these features, the rudimentary decoration of the area was complete. Though still in its infancy, this place now bore the semblance of a proper headquarters for the hotel. Having completed these tasks, Yu Sheng had intended to make another trip to the deepest part of the valley, to the crash site of the Celestial Shuttle. He remembered his earlier discussion with Bai Li Qing about bringing in a team of Special Affairs Bureau experts for investigation. However, the construction of the portal had taken longer than expected, so he had to delay those plans for now. It was time to inspect the wasteland again, to confirm whether the Mind Sanctuary was functioning as intended. Dream entry, descent. Consciousness slipping through the murky veil of shadow. Yu Sheng found himself increasingly adept at entering the sheltering wasteland on his own. He no longer needed Irene's help with hypnosis or consciousness guidance. Now he could descend into the dream and emerge in the wasteland simply by his will alone. When he opened his eyes on the other side of the veil, he saw the gloomy skies and endless plains of that bleak realm. He drew a deep breath and set off across the vastness. Soon, Irene and Foxy followed, their forms arriving with a slight delay into this consciousness space. The 3 proceeded together, and before long they spotted 2 familiar figures up ahead. Little Red Riding Hood was resting in the grass with her wolf pack. Beside her stood the slim figure of Snow White. In the distance, the massive illusion of the Thunder Titan was slowly dissipating into the air. As Yu Sheng approached, he heard Little Red Riding Hood grumbling about ambushes, near victories, and opponents with no sense of honor. Didn't win, huh? Yu Sheng said cheerfully as he came up behind her. Took quite the beating. If I had won, I wouldn't be lying here. Little Red Riding Hood shot him a glare, then flopped back onto the grass. So frustrating, I had the upper hand, and then something shot up from the ground, startled me, and the moment I lost focus, it all fell apart. So maddening. Still fuming, she continued her rant. Snow White stood quietly by, finally sighing, "You're doing better than me. I got beaten far worse. Bronze Titan and Frost Titan almost got killed by that lunatic." Little Red Riding Hood pouted, then suddenly sat up. "Next time I'm trying a new tactic." "You said that last time?" Snow White replied with resignation. Yu Sheng listened in silence, his expression slowly shifting to something unreadable. Finally noticing, Little Red Riding Hood looked at him curiously. "What's with that look? Something wrong with me?" "Two things," Yu Sheng snapped out of his thoughts. "First, your mindset has changed. You noticed, your fear of the Black Forest is fading." She blinked, then looked down at herself, contemplative. "You know, you're right," she murmured. After a pause, she added softly, "Guess I feel more confident now." Understanding dawned, and she suddenly laughed. "Feels pretty good," she said, looking up at Yu Sheng. "So what's the second thing?" "Did you see the squirrel this time?" "Squirrel?" She raised a brow, puzzled at his question. "Now that you mention it, I did see it, but it was acting weird, seemed distracted, wouldn't answer any of my questions, just kept saying, 'You'll find out soon enough.' No idea what's going on with it." So the squirrel hadn't revealed the truth of the past to her yet. Yu Sheng exhaled softly, unsurprised. Then something shifted. He turned his gaze into the distance. Above the wasteland, a colossal illusion appeared, a shattered, inverted spire looming in the sky. From the crumbling vision of the dark spire, golden hair wildly sprouted and disintegrated, vanishing into the cracks as shadowy monsters roared and faded into the abyss. A slender figure enveloped in a halo of golden hair fell from the disintegrating illusion. As she dropped, the magic faded from her locks, which turned black. A piercing screech tore through the air. A disintegrating pumpkin carriage burst from a warped rift in space and caught the falling, long-haired girl. Behind it, flames and debris spewed forth like a crashing airship. Suddenly, a torrent of blooming roses surged up from the earth like an upside-down fountain, cushioning the carriage's crash. From within came the long-haired girl's shrill cry. "Ow, ow, ow, Thorns, Sleeping Beauty, you might as well have let me crash. Ow, the THORNS. Next instant, before Yu Sheng could even react, another shrill sound of space tearing shook the sheltering wasteland. A fiery explosion surged up from the heart of a rose thicket, and a burning, bizarrely styled warplane burst into the sky before crashing moments later into the nearby desolation. Smoke rolled thickly, and from amidst the scorched roses, a young girl clad in an eccentric Special Services Bureau commander uniform crawled out, barking furiously into a communicator. "Scarecrow. Shift your machine gun nest 50 meters to the left. The Witches Division is charging." Yu Sheng stared in shock at the commander girl who had just emerged from the thicket. As the two locked stunned gazes, smoke billowed across the distance, and dragonfire lit up the sky. A red dragon shrieked as it pierced the clouds, tumbling down crookedly to crash into the land afar. From the spot where the red dragon fell, a massive spiraling beanstalk erupted, engulfed in blazing fire. Amidst the illusory flames echoed a girl's manic laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, today, all of you, must meet your damn great-granny, I swear it." A towering figure in medieval plate armor booted the laughing girl off the beanstalk mid-cackle, roaring as he kicked. "For the glory of the king." Yu Sheng barely glimpsed the emblem on the knight's shield, a stylized kitty cat head. The scene had become pure chaos. Irene hovered beside Yu Sheng's head, letting out gasps of amazement every few seconds. Even Foxy, that usually unflappable cyber fox immortal, had her eyes wide in disbelief as she watched alongside Yu Sheng. After a long pause, she clapped gleefully and her tail flared open like a fan. "Whoa, so lively." She seemed delighted. Only after who knew how long did the sudden outbreak of chaos begin to subside. Though the occasional spatial rift still flickered open, and the unlucky ones who lost in nightmares dropped in with strange appearances, at least the bulk arrivals had ceased. The blazing flames slowly died down, the rose thickets that had blanketed the land wilted like dreams fading, smoke drifted away, and the fallen red dragon turned to mist. The fairy tale organization members finally pieced together what had happened and began scrambling to retract their runaway powers. Amid confusion, they checked on each other and gathered around Yu Sheng. As the eldest among them, Little Red Riding Hood naturally took charge of restoring order and explaining the situation. As for Yu Sheng, he was numb. He admitted his imagination was too limited. Even after being baptized by Snow White and the 7 Thunder Titans, this mass descent of the entire fairy tale organization was simply beyond his comprehension. After struggling to find words, he finally muttered to Snow White beside him, "Are all your members like this?" Snow White blinked, Like what? This is normal. Yu Sheng. Oh, I get it now, Snow White finally realized, her expression turning slightly awkward. Actually, it's not that bad. It's just that they all arrived together, so things got a bit chaotic. When you met Little Red Riding Hood alone, you handled it just fine, right? Yu Sheng was silent for a moment, then raised a hand and pointed to the black-haired girl in the commander uniform, bandages wrapped around her head, flanked by several guardian drones now resting silently and sternly nearby. That one, Dorothy. Yep. What kind of subset is hers? In the war-torn Kingdom of Oz, the Dorothy Resistance Army fights a prolonged war against the Wicked Witches Division. And the one with all the spikes on her head. Cinderella subset Eternal Ball. Every night past midnight, she has to carve a bloody path out aboard her flying pumpkin carriage. Good news, it flies. Bad news, the princess set up anti-air defenses around the castle. And that blonde just now, oh wait, I know her. Long-haired princess, right? I remember her with black hair, didn't recognize her for a moment. Yes, long-haired princess, subset tower. Random floors of the tower spawn demons. Actually, hers is pretty manageable, just some demon fighting in a tower. Straightforward setup. Yu Sheng said nothing. He simply sat expressionless on the grass, tilting his head to a 45-degree angle to gaze up at the sky, silently watching to see if any new princess or prince would fall from above. Chapter 204, The First Gathering at the Sheltering Wasteland. At last, the skies ceased raining down princes, princesses, or any other bizarre oddities. Yu Sheng silently withdrew his gaze from the heavens, turning his attention instead to the open clearing ahead, where figures once frenzied now sat in quiet rest or hushed conversation. Around them the land, once choked by rose thorns, cannon fire, and raging infernos, had been wholly restored to the barren form of the sheltering wasteland. The twisted remnants of Nightmare's brief incursion had left no trace in this place of sanctuary. A tabby cat, radiating regal pride, strutted between the gathered crowd, as though on a grand inspection tour. At its side, armored, robed, and leather-clad, guards, wielding various weapons, flanked it with solemn vigilance. Only upon arriving at Yu Sheng's side did it give a curt nod and rub its head against his leg. I am satisfied, meow. Yu Sheng's eyes drifted toward the Cat King's entourage. These so-called adventurers, dressed like textbook examples of classic fantasy tales, appeared eerily human, though their expressions were stiff, and when he met their eyes, they returned his gaze with grim nods of acknowledgement. We are the Blades of the King, boomed a warrior clad in medieval plate armor. Irene flinched, muttering quietly, they look alive. We are the Blades of the King, echoed the leather-armored female archer, loud and robotic. Foxy's ear tufts twitched as she instinctively retreated a step behind Yu Sheng. She offered a nervous greeting to the summoned guards. A hello. Hello, the robed mage bellowed. We are the Blades of the King. Apparently, that was their entire script. With regal poise, the Cat King continued its proud patrol across the wasteland, leading its band of adventurers. Behind them, Yu Sheng heard footsteps approaching and turned to find Little Red Riding Hood making her way toward him. The king can summon all sorts of guards. Adventurers are just one formation. Sometimes it'll summon the Royal Guard Knights or even the Inner Court Wardens. All of them pack a serious punch, Little Red Riding Hood said, casually watching the tabby cat fade into the distance. As for how many combinations it can conjure, not even it seems to know. The weirdest one I've seen? It once summoned a whole squad of wrinkly old men ready to keel over. Yu Sheng blinked in disbelief. Huh, a bunch of old geezers, what use is that? They're sycophants. Temporarily, they can fulfill nearly any request the king makes, like a living wish machine. Yu Sheng was floored. Holy crap, that's insane. But all the king ever wants from them is a mountain of dried fish snacks, then it kicks them away. Holy crap, that's even more insane. Little Red Riding Hood gave him a peculiar smile. Starting to think our powers are pretty interesting after all. Together, they watched their companions rest. This is the first time I've ever seen everyone land in one place like this. Total chaos, but kind of fun. Yu Sheng paused, unsure what to say. If you ignored the danger and corruption behind it all, the fairy tale organization really was kind of a fairy tale. Come on, as the host here, it's time for you to show your face, said Little Red Riding Hood, giving Yu Sheng a playful smack on the arm before tugging him toward the others. As they approached, the teenagers lounging on the grass instantly quieted, their eyes turning to him. The members of the fairy tale organization rose, bowing silently in respect. Even the ever-prideful tabby cat had somehow returned to the group, now offering a dignified nod. Hey everyone, Yu Sheng began nervously. Despite the group being mostly 16 or 17, some even younger, not counting the cat, he found himself fumbling under their attentive stares. I won't go through introductions, you all know me by now. Anyway, this is the place I told you about, the sheltering wasteland. You're safe now, rest up. That's it, really. A ripple of chuckles spread through the crowd, followed by scattered, playful applause. This marked the first congregation of the fairy tale organization upon the vast, desolate expanse known as the sheltering wasteland. Yu Sheng stepped back and dropped to the ground, sitting beside Little Red Riding Hood, who mumbled, "That opening speech of yours was seriously lame." "I'm not exactly great at this," Yu Sheng replied offhandedly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. "We're not all here, are we?" Little Red Riding Hood nodded. Counting everyone but King. We currently have 16 guardians in Fairy Tale, and only 9 are present. The rest, some are still on night patrol in the real world, some probably didn't get a dream entry today, and a few might have won their fight today, she muttered. We'll have to confirm everything at the morning debrief, but there's nothing to worry about, I think. Yu Sheng nodded thoughtfully when Irene, suspended midair in her oil-painted frame, suddenly interjected, "You can win in there." "Of course we can," Little Red Riding Hood snapped back. "It's not like every nightmare entry is a beatdown. Sometimes we do get the upper hand. Sure, the nightmares usually gain overwhelming strength by the end, but even at my level we pull off wins now and then." Irene tilted in the air, frame swaying. "Oh, just haven't seen you win." Veins throbbed on Little Red Riding Hood's forehead like they were trying to burst out. Seeing this, Yu Sheng quickly intervened. "Don't mind her. She's got a real talent for getting under your skin." And before the doll could talk more nonsense, he shifted gears. "All right, the sheltering protocol is confirmed effective, so let's get serious. I've got things to tell you about the squirrel and the dark angel named Anka Ayla." At that, Little Red Riding Hood's expression turned immediately grave. Even Irene, who had been preparing to unleash another verbal nuke, solemnly descended and stood like a memorial portrait between them. Yu Sheng didn't waste time, and shared all the intelligence he'd received from the squirrel. Halfway through, Snow White had wandered over, sitting beside them to listen. Then King appeared, their cat face shadowed with concern, squatting on the grass. Little Red Riding Hood's brows furrowed deeply. Of them all, she'd known the squirrel the longest, understood it best. The squirrel served as the guide for every version of Little Red Riding Hood, her only friend within the Black Forest. She had always been curious about that, she'd asked questions. But only today did she finally understand why a mysterious squirrel existed in the Black Forest at all. And now she also knew how the winding paths, the lanterns, the hearths, and the flickering candlelight had come to be. "Do the other subsets show this kind of progressive evolution?" Yu Sheng asked, intrigued. "Every subset undergoes gradual change and refinement," Snow White affirmed with a nod. "That's not unique to the Black Forest. Each one scales in intensity along with the character's growth, just like the evil wolf does. That lunatic from the blood-stained court wasn't always so strong either." She paused, shifting tone. "But the squirrel, that's exclusive to the Black Forest. You won't find anything like it in the blood-stained court or eternal masquerade." Yu Sheng nodded again, his expression thoughtful. As more clues and intelligence accumulated, the peculiarities of the Black Forest became more pronounced in his mind. The squirrel was trapped within the Black Forest. The hunter that emerged after the deep dive squad breached the shell of Fairy Tale 70 years ago had also landed in the Black Forest. And based on his encounters with other Fairy Tale members, the way Black Forest mutated felt distinct. The pairing of forest and evil wolf didn't seem as wildly unbalanced as the other subsets. In fact, it hinted at some kind of stability. It made Yu Sheng wonder, what caused the Black Forest's unusual traits? Could it be linked to the fairy tale book the squirrel once handed to Anka Ayla? Was the Little Red Riding Hood chapter somehow a special entry? After a moment's reflection, Yu Sheng broke the silence again. "When you get back, scour that orphanage. Focus on the basement and the oldest parts of the buildings." Little Red Riding Hood instantly caught his drift. "You think Anka Ayla might have left traces in the real world, still hidden in the orphanage?" "I wouldn't rule it out. It's been a long time and the buildings have gone through renovations. But the traces of a dark angel don't necessarily fade with time. Some things might have imprinted themselves onto the world," Yu Sheng mused aloud. "The squirrel remembered that the glowing object once merged with the courtyard center. Didn't you once see some strange, thorny shadows on a wall near that courtyard?" Little Red Riding Hood recalled those sinister shadows instantly. Her expression turned grim. "I understand," she said, nodding solemnly. "We'll organize a team to investigate as soon as we return." Chapter 205, Second Blood Bestowal and the Old Manor Investigation. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood spoke at length about Squirrel and the enigmatic descent that had taken place 86 years ago, an event no one remembered. In return, Little Red Riding Hood shared many tales of the orphanage's past, along with snippets of daily life within the fairy tale organization. "See that goofy boy with the curly hair, the one chatting with the long-haired girl? That's the red dragon who fell earlier. His case is similar to the king, in that he also represents a classic tale archetype without a clearly defined story origin. His code name is Dragon Slayer. Not a real dragon, of course, not that powerful." "Why is the Dragon Slayer a dragon himself? Because of that old saying, the Dragon Slayer eventually becomes the dragon. Sometimes when he enters a nightmare, he just skips ahead to becoming the evil dragon, not even one that can fly. All he can do in red dragon form is crash from the sky in various poses. His only move is falling on people. Sometimes he also plays his pre-transformation self, a dragon slayer who summons the defeated red dragon from the sky. Still falling. Still smashing. Sleeping Beauty doesn't talk much. She just loves sleeping morning and night. I've always envied her quality of rest, but she says it feels like she's always half awake even in her dreams. Tired and drowsy every day. Her biggest wish, the perfect pillow to sleep on forever. Dorothy can communicate with all kinds of machines. Even those without a machine spirit will act like they have one when she talks to them. Yeah, the Tin Man grows a heart. That's her symbolism. Dorothy can give Steel temporary will. She often uses this to trick vending machines into dropping extra drinks or make phone calls on dead service. I'm jealous of that. But the one I envy most is the Little Mermaid. She didn't come today. Her voice is beautiful. No missions for her, just streaming with a virtual avatar, singing for hours and earning more than I do in a week. Me? I'm tone deaf. But even she has her problems. Her scales shed mysteriously during baths, clogging drains constantly, even in human form. Oh, and she can't swim. Bet you didn't expect that. Oh, and that one over there, the little match girl. Longest code name. A pyromancer, a true master. In winter, the orphanage's heating depends on her. Though they say the city's installing new pipes next year, so no more boiler duty for her. Just don't piss her off. She gets real aggressive when lighting fires. So Little Red Riding Hood went on, sitting beside Yu Sheng atop a high earthen mound, watching their companions in the distance. Her face bore a gentle smile, like the big sister of a large family, proudly and affectionately introducing her mischievous younger siblings. A little while later, a grand bonfire blazed in the wilderness. The fuel was a cluster of thorned rose bushes summoned by Sleeping Beauty, burning fiercely, illuminating the grim, monochrome, sheltering wasteland with vivid firelight. Just as Yu Sheng had predicted, this desolate and deathly realm had never been so alive. The cursed children gathered at the refuge shouted and sang and danced around the flames. Most were horribly off-key, shouting rather than singing, with the king's meows interspersed. Then Foxy and Irene joined in. The little doll floated in circles over the flames, looking ready to ignite her oil painting frame at any moment. Foxy, meanwhile, shot bursts of fox fire into the sky like fireworks. Yu Sheng got dragged into the chaos too, serving as the bonfire's mascot. It felt like some bizarre, noisy sacrificial ritual. He stood surrounded by squealing, jubilant believers, or perhaps a reluctant guardian pressed into a wild school festival. Around him danced an unruly horde of children. All he could do was maintain an awkward but polite smile. Not the worst feeling, all things considered. And thus concluded the first assembly of the cursed children on the sheltering wasteland. The next morning, Yu Sheng arrived at the orphanage. As planned, today they would perform blood bestowal inoculations for the younger cursed children. He sat in the orphanage canteen kitchen, watching Snow White sternly stir a large pot of oddly colored, nutritious vegetable soup. He couldn't help but ask, "Is this really going to work? It doesn't even look edible." "Trust my cooking, it doesn't look great, but the little ones love it," Snow White replied, stirring as she glanced at Yu Sheng. "Hold on, we have to let it cool before adding the ingredients, or the blood will cook." Yu Sheng nodded. "Oh, right." Beside her, another long-haired girl with flowing locks and a gentle, serene demeanor, looking about 16 or 17, muttered quietly, "I still think it would be better to mix it into the strawberry slush. Low temperatures help mask the smell of blood, and the color wouldn't look too odd." It's winter, sister. You really want to hand these little ones a cup of slush in below-freezing temperatures first thing in the morning. Sure, they'll be happy, but do we have enough toilets? Snow White rolled her eyes, glancing up from her task. Admit it, you just want to eat it. The long-haired girl chuckled awkwardly, her warm and gentle expression making Yu Sheng glance at her again. She looked strangely familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. After a long moment of study, he finally blurted, "Who are you again?" "We met last night," the young lady said with a shy smile, raising her hand and pointing to herself. "By the bonfire in the sheltering wasteland, I was standing behind the long-haired princess. Before that, I was on the beanstalk." Yu Sheng squinted as the image of a girl cackling amidst flames on Jack's burning beanstalk leapt into his mind. He clapped his hands in realization. Oh, right, the one who wanted everyone to see their great-grandmother in the fire. But before he could finish, the girl's face flushed red. She waved her hands quickly. "I'm not usually like that, it's just, when I set things on fire, I lose control." Yu Sheng's mouth twitched. "Codename Matchstick, right? Abilities, pyrokinesis, and illusions." "That name's way too long. Most of them just call me Matchstick," the young lady said sheepishly, her shy smile utterly at odds with the wild pyromaniac Yu Sheng remembered. "Little Red Riding Hood must have added a ton of stuff when she introduced me." "She added plenty for everyone." Yu Sheng recalled the way Little Red Riding Hood had described each member of the fairy tale organization the night before. He couldn't help but smile. "But you can tell she really likes you all." The long-haired girl laughed, her smile radiant and warm. Snow White finally set her ladle down, testing the temperature of the vegetable soup before turning with a grin that was almost a smirk. "Brother, it's time to bleed." Yu Sheng blinked. "Brother." "Long-haired girl and I were going to call you Uncle, but Little Red Riding Hood said you're not much older than us, so brother it is," Snow White said cheerily, already lifting a gleaming kitchen knife. "You want to cut yourself, or should I help?" Yu Sheng glanced from her smiling face to the blade glittering in her hand and broke into a cold sweat. I'll do it myself." Meanwhile, beneath the western wing of the orphanage, deep in its ancient substructure, Little Red Riding Hood stood frowning faintly at the decayed underground corridor, glancing from the aged passage to the weathered documents in her hands. Beside her stood a heavily armored mercenary, his broad, dark-toned body encased in plating, his face hidden behind a weighty helmet. Etched on his chest plate was the emblem of a kitty cat head, upon whose shoulder sat King, swaggering and curious, peering around intently. "Is this the place?" King suddenly asked. "Hard to say," Little Red Riding Hood shook her head. Squirrel's clue was vague. She said the impact site was at the center of the courtyard, but the orphanage's layout has changed over the past 86 years. Back then, the courtyard partially overlapped with what is now the West Wing. We don't know how much overlap there was, or where the exact center and borders were. As she spoke, she held up the old diagram for King to see. "This is the blueprint from when the West Wing was first built. It's the most reliable document we could find in the archives. We should be standing around here now. If my calculations are right, this should match Squirrel's memory of the courtyard, right above us. Also, this point here is where I last saw the Thorned Shadow, just northeast of our current position, along the outer wall of the West Wing." King squinted at the old diagram, then tapped it with a paw. "Why show me this? I'm just a cat. I can't read." "Don't act dumb. I saw you do Snow White's physics homework." King turned away in embarrassment. "She bribed me with cat treats." Little Red Riding Hood shot the tabby a look of disdain, then waved it off. "Feel anything with that so-called meow-meow intuition you always brag about?" "Feel not much really," King yawned, stretching languidly on the mercenary's shoulder. "But isn't it weird? Not a single rat in sight down here." Chapter 206, Shadow. Beneath the west wing of the welfare home lay two underground levels. The first, a semi-subterranean floor, held storage rooms, mechanical chambers, and multi-purpose classrooms. But the second floor contained a passageway connecting to the east building and a web of long-abandoned, crumbling structures. The welfare home's age was so profound that even its new wings east and west were relics of decades past. And within their deepest, oldest layers, even the guardians rarely dared to tread. Little Red Riding Hood faintly recalled 2 childhood adventures into the West Wing's depths, egged on by older kids on explorations. Even back then, the place was a squalid, grimy, forgotten underworld. Now, over a decade later, nothing seemed to have changed. The mildewed concrete floors and the crumbling, stained walls radiated the eerie sense that they'd always been like this, born decrepit, and destined to remain so, even when the structure itself collapsed into dust. Yet Little Red Riding Hood knew every inch of this building received at least minimal upkeep. Even these forsaken corners weren't truly abandoned. Volunteers dispatched by the council regularly inspected all the welfare homes' facilities, repairing systems for electricity, water, and drainage. The grown-ups did what they could to care for the children who lived here. So if something truly uncanny had occurred in these old underground passageways, it surely would have drawn the attention of the staff. After all, any volunteer assigned to this place would have undergone specialized door training. No incident reports meant one thing: whatever had changed here, it had changed recently. As of the last routine inspection, everything had still been normal. Rats, roaches, not even a single ant. The king perched lazily atop the shoulder of a heavy armored deep diver. His posture looked relaxed, but those feline vertical pupils flicked around like scanners, sweeping the area. Use that sharp nose of yours, Little Red Riding Hood. Smell it. The air reeks of mildew, but aside from that, it's too clean. Phantom silhouettes of the shadow wolves flickered in and out of the gloom at Little Red Riding Hood's side. Her brow furrowed. Her eyes scanned the rotting corners of the passage. Were there rats down here before? What a stupid question. Of course there were. The king shot her a glance that dripped with disdain. Rats and roaches are the best survivors in this world. Even if every human dropped dead, they'd still be thriving. I've been to this place many times before. It used to be lively. Little Red Riding Hood didn't reply. She just stared, face grim, at this seemingly untouched space. The wolf pack's spectral shadows paced nervously around her, fading in and out of visibility, their ghostly whimpers echoing through the stale air. "Let's keep moving," she said suddenly to the king. "We need to check that connecting tunnel between East Building and the West Wing." "All right." A fully armed task force slipped noiselessly through the shadows between buildings, approaching what appeared to be an utterly mundane structure. This place marked the fringe of the old city's derelict factory zone, surrounded by apartment buildings erected 3 to 4 decades ago. Normally, around this time of day, the area would be bustling, but today it was eerily silent. It was as if some unseen force had cleared the streets. Even the few distant pedestrians who turned their eyes toward the neighborhood's gate, seeing the parked unfamiliar vehicles and bizarre apparatus set up on the open grounds, would promptly look away, almost instinctively. It was as if the entire zone had vanished from the collective attention of the world. A Special Services Bureau commander clad in black stood beside a mobile node device at the community entrance. He lifted his gaze to the target building, a 6-story structure with white walls and a blue roof, stark against the blue sky. A few inconspicuous birds circled its outer walls, occasionally flitting toward a third-floor window. Inside, the Vanguard squad had already infiltrated and was reporting back via comms. "This is Hunter. We've reached the designated floor, surrounding stable, awaiting next command." The report crackled through the earpiece. The on-site commander gave the order to hold position, then turned to the operative beside him. A young Special Affairs Bureau operative stood with head slightly bowed, senses focused on the perspectives relayed by the mechanical birds. "Can you confirm the situation inside?" the commander asked. A small bird alighted nimbly on the third-floor windowsill of the target structure, craning its head to peer inside. "The room's interior isn't visible, but there's residual spiritual fluctuation. Confirmed presence of extraordinary forces," reported the young Special Affairs Bureau operative swiftly. "Further sensing is being blocked. Specific personnel locations are unclear. Some sort of interference is in place." "Classic heretic cultists' trickery," muttered the on-site Special Services Bureau commander, lips curling into a sardonic smile. "As long as they're in there, hunters prepare to break the door." "Yes, sir." A sharp phone ring interrupted Song Cheng's current task. He picked up the receiver and glanced at the caller ID, his expression instantly growing grim. "Hello, it's me. What's the situation?" The voice from the other end reported rapidly. The next moment, Song Cheng stood up from behind his desk. "What do you mean, all dead? Clarify that. Are you saying the victims taken by the angel cultists were all killed? Were any innocents sacrificed at the scene, or the original residents of the apartment?" The voice on the phone grew more urgent. Song Cheng's expression slowly turned rigid. "The damn heretic cultists are all dead." Meanwhile, Yu Sheng sat on the second-floor balcony of the East Building, watching the playground outside through the window. A group of cursed children were chasing each other around the yard under the guidance of older kids, their joyful shrieks filling the air. A faint smile crept onto Yu Sheng's face. It was a subtle sensation, but he could feel a delicate connection forming between himself and these children. He could vaguely sense the cheerful, carefree emotions drifting in from the playground. Just like the clear blue sky above. "How nice," Irene murmured, crawling onto the windowsill beside him. The little doll gazed at the playground as well, her voice tinged with wistfulness. "Children find joy in the simplest things, if only they didn't chase me all over the place." "They really like you," Yu Sheng grinned, eyeing the clearly exasperated doll lady. "I saw it myself earlier. 2 little girls even wanted to braid your hair right." He shouldn't have said that. Irene nearly fell off the windowsill. Don't remind me of that horror. I saw them yank a doll's head off just to comb its hair. Scared the living daylights out of me." Foxy stood nearby, wearing a thoughtful expression. She finally broke her silence. "So now, all the cursed children in this orphanage are under the protection of the benefactor's blood bestowal ceremony, right?" "Yep," Irene swung her legs as she sat on the sill. "Over 70 kids in the whole compound, all under Yu Sheng's care now." Yu Sheng immediately glared at the doll lady. "Could you not phrase it like that? What do you mean, under my care?" Foxy ignored the banter, deep in thought again. "But this is only a stopgap. The benefactor has shielded the children currently influenced by the fairy tale organization, but new ones will inevitably fall under its sway. We still need a way to address the root cause." "Exactly, we have to solve this at the source," Yu Sheng exhaled. "I wonder if Little Red Riding Hood has uncovered anything yet. For some reason, I've been feeling uneasy since earlier." Irene's expression turned serious. "You can't ignore that feeling. Is your spiritual intuition flaring?" "Not that intense," Yu Sheng hesitated, then gave a careful assessment. "It's more like a vague tingle, not full-blown spiritual intuition bouncing around, just wobbling a bit." Irene stared at him, stunned, before finally muttering, "Seriously, you need to work on your descriptions. Who can even understand what you're saying?" Yu Sheng scratched his head, about to respond, when hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. All 3 turned toward the sound and saw Little Red Riding Hood hurrying toward them, followed closely by the plump tabby cat. From the look on the girl's face, Yu Sheng immediately sensed something was off. "What did you find?" he asked quickly. Little Red Riding Hood waved a hand, speaking fast. "The rats and cockroaches in the West Building basement have vanished." Yu Sheng blinked and exchanged glances with Irene, not immediately comprehending. After a couple of seconds, he ventured, Congratulations." "Is that really something to celebrate?" Little Red Riding Hood shot him a glare. "That's clearly an abnormality, and I'm not done. The king and I checked along the West Building's underground passage, and near the vent shaft connecting the West and East Buildings, we found something." She pulled out her phone while speaking, quickly bringing up a photo and handing it to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng took the phone, curiosity piqued. The image was dim and slightly blurry, as if the lens had a haze over it, but it clearly showed layers of overlapping shadows on a corridor wall. Frowning, Yu Sheng studied the shadows for a long moment before suddenly inhaling sharply. "They're trees," Little Red Riding Hood said softly beside him. "Faint light pierced through a forest and cast those silhouettes on the wall. The West Building's underground passage. It reflected the shape of the Black Forest." Chapter 207. Preparations for a Conversation with the Dead. In the depths of a long-abandoned underground tunnel, now sealed and forgotten, the silhouette of the Black Forest, a sight that belonged only in nightmares, danced unnaturally across the wall. The moment it appeared, Yu Sheng knew that his spiritual intuition had not been mistaken. Moments later, he arrived at the location described by Little Red Riding Hood, accompanied by Irene and Foxy. Tunnel lay beneath the welfare home, slightly west of its central axis, directly under the outdoor activity zone. It had been unused for years, and the scent of mold clung thickly to the air. The ceiling lights were faint, their glow choked by a chaotic network of overhead pipes that cast uneven shadows below. The walls were mottled, filthy, with large patches of peeling paint, and in several places, scattered graffiti spoke of the mischief of cursed children who had once snuck down here seeking adventure. By the time the group arrived, the eerie tree shadows were gone. "The photo was taken here," said Little Red Riding Hood, pointing to a wall on the left. "The lights dimmed suddenly like a Black Forest twilight. I had a bad feeling and instinctively opened my phone camera. I caught the shadow of a tree just for a few seconds before it vanished." Yu Sheng frowned, examining the wall closely. Then he looked up at the lights nestled between drain pipes and at the spiderwebs hanging in the ceiling corners. "What's above this spot?" he asked casually. "One corner of the outdoor activity zone," Little Red Riding Hood replied, nodding. "According to the original renovation blueprints, this used to be part of the courtyard. We haven't found concrete traces yet, but based on what we've observed, this might be the very place where the squirrels saw that glowing object fall. Yu Sheng grunted softly, eyes now scanning the ground at his feet. You're not seriously thinking of digging, are you? Irene immediately caught the look in his eye. Let me warn you, this isn't a joke. You dig here and you'll bring the whole building down before you summon any evil spirits. The council's housing and safety department responds faster than a vengeful ghost. I know, Yu Sheng waved her off. I'm not that clueless. He paused, then added thoughtfully, besides, even if the foundation weren't a problem, digging would probably be pointless. According to Squirrel, that thing merged with the Earth on impact. So the Anka-Ayla vessel may not have left behind an entity at all. Maybe it fell into another dimension. Digging wouldn't uncover anything. Then what was it I captured on camera? Little Red Riding Hood's brow furrowed. It only lasted a few seconds, but it left me deeply unsettled. Yu Sheng didn't reply at once. He stared off for a while before murmuring aloud, some kind of leakage. Sounds bad just hearing it, Irene muttered. Little Red Riding Hood went quiet, then looked down at the tabby cat grooming itself diligently. King, keep an eye on this tunnel for the next while. If possible, post an adventurer's squad here, not the group with the warrior mage priest trio. I want the team with 3 assassins. The tabby cat sighed dramatically, a deep, magnetic voice purring. Ah, life is so cruel for a poor little cat like me. I'll buy you cat sticks. Deal. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow at the odd exchange, gaining new insight into how members of the fairy tale organization interacted. He was just about to ask how King Cat Cat handled out-of-base missions or coordinated payment negotiations with outsiders, when his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He glanced at the caller ID. Song Cheng. Let me take this, he said, stepping aside. Hello, yeah, it's Yu Sheng, what? Every ear in the tunnel perked up at once. Foxy's ears shot up the highest. After a moment, Yu Sheng hung up and turned to the group, his expression strange as he looked at the eavesdroppers. I have to head to the Special Affairs Bureau. Irene, Foxy, you're coming too. Little Red Riding Hood instinctively stepped forward. What happened? They found the companions of those 2 angel cultists, but when they got there, they were already dead. Soon after, Yu Sheng led the Fox Girl and Little Doll to Song Cheng's office. By now, Song Cheng was used to Yu Sheng's appear immediately after phone call routine. He barely looked up as the trio from the hotel were guided in by staff. Calmly setting aside the document in front of him, he stood and said, Come with me. I'll take you straight to the bodies of the angel cultists. I'll fill you in on the details on the way. Yu Sheng trailed behind Song Cheng with 2 followers in tow, once again weaving through the labyrinthine corridors of the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters building. He jotted down coordinates as they walked, all the while listening to Song Cheng's calm explanation of current affairs. After you finished interrogating that servant of the angel last time, Song Cheng began, we arranged a follow-up ambush interrogation by professionals. This time we employed stronger mind control and hypnosis techniques, finally pried open the bastard's mouth. We unearthed a few clues from his subconscious, and at last uncovered a hideout of the angel cultists, specifically those of the Anka-Ayla faction. They were hiding near an old industrial district, right under the council's nose. The operation began this morning. The intel was dead on. The location was exact. Everything went according to plan, except that all those heretic cultists were already dead. At that, Song Cheng stopped in front of a white door. He raised a hand, gesturing for Yu Sheng to enter with him. Beyond the door lay a morgue. Aside from the surveillance devices mounted on the ceiling and the strange glyphs embedded in the walls, it looked no different from a typical morgue. Of course, most morgues weren't flanked by heavily armed Special Affairs Bureau operatives standing guard at every angle. Yu Sheng stepped in, curious, then glanced back at the door. A sheet of paper was taped beside it, listing common morgue guidelines. Avoid physical conflict with the deceased. Do not allow corpses to leave the room without authorization. All standard fare in the Special Affairs Bureau. Yu Sheng no longer batted an eye at such warnings. After all, in this place, lingering in the restroom for over 30 minutes could get you hauled out by a squad of armed guards. The angel cultists retrieved during the raid now lay silently on several tables in the center of the room. 6 corpses in all, arranged with military precision. No visible wounds, Song Cheng continued. Initial scans show no internal injuries or traces of poison. They collapsed in a circle formation in the living room, surrounding a spirit summoning technique ritual drawn on the floor meant to commune with Anka-Ayla. It was clearly a sacrifice activity, and the offerings were themselves. No physical trauma, just willingly surrendered their lives to their master. Yu Sheng stared at the pale bodies and muttered, "Self-sacrifice, huh? That definitely fits the heretic cultist vibe." But Song Cheng shook his head. "Actually, no, quite the opposite. Among all the angel cultists we've encountered, self-sacrifice is rare. They usually prefer sacrificing others, not themselves." Yu Sheng blinked. "Is that so?" "They genuinely have a master," Song Cheng explained, "and this master directly affects their ability to reason. Most angel cultists operate with a specific goal, even if that goal is driven by madness. They rarely give up their lives without purpose. Unless, Yu Sheng asked, eyebrows drawing close. "Unless they believe their master requires their death, urgently." Song Cheng's voice dipped into a grim cadence. Yu Sheng's brow furrowed as he slowly swept his gaze across the 6 lifeless forms, then inhaled deeply. "I need to have a conversation with them," he said quietly. Song Cheng understood immediately. Yu Sheng's conversation with the dead ability was well known within the Bureau. Without hesitation, Song Cheng waved off the guards stationed at the morgue's entrance, ordering them to clear the room. He turned back to Yu Sheng with grave sincerity. "What do you need for the ritual? The Special Affairs Bureau can provide anything, just name it. If you can make these heretic cultists speak from beyond, we'll make it happen." Yu Sheng was about to brush it off. His conversation with the dead was mostly instinctual and didn't need props. But then, from the corner of his eye, he spotted Irene, and a spark of cunning lit in his mind. "All right, take notes." Song Cheng pulled out his phone and opened a notepad. "I'll need rose essential oil, the large ritual-grade bottle, 4 pounds of medicinal tea powder for spirit summoning and alchemy, purified incense, lots of crystal dust and ritual candles, 6 bundles for 6 corpses." He glanced at Foxy, then continued. "Also, 2 roasted chickens, 8 grilled sausages, 20 lamb skewers, 20 chicken skewers, 30 skewers of crispy chicken skin, and 2 bags of steamed bread." Foxy raised her hand eagerly. And 20 grilled mushrooms." Yu Sheng nodded solemnly. "Yes, 20 grilled mushrooms as well." Song Cheng looked up from his notes, expression unreadable. "No drinks." "No alcohol during rituals," Yu Sheng said, waving a hand like a serene, eminent one. "But a few cans of cola would be nice." Chapter 208, There's Always One Who Can Speak. To be honest, Song Cheng didn't really care what Yu Sheng had ordered. After so many collaborations, he thoroughly understood the director's stance toward Yu Sheng. His only concern was the sheer amount of it all. He worried it might be too much for one person. But the moment he saw Foxy demolish a chicken leg in 3 bites until nothing but bone remained, even that last shred of concern evaporated. In contrast, Yu Sheng looked slightly embarrassed. As the skewers were delivered, he glanced awkwardly at Song Cheng. "You're seriously giving me all this, without even asking what it's for?" "As long as you don't roast me," Captain Song replied with a deadpan face, making a deliberate effort to ignore the sounds of Foxy munching away beside him. "Our Special Affairs Bureau always approaches things from a practical standpoint." Yu Sheng chuckled and casually swept the rest of his requested alchemical materials into Foxy's storage tail, then stepped toward the corpses of the angel cultists. The deaths of these heretic cultists hadn't been long ago. Based on the signs, their deranged, self-sacrifice ritual likely took place just the previous night. Yu Sheng judged that his conversation with the dead would work well on such fresh corpses. He sliced open the palm of one heretic cultist. Blood, not yet fully coagulated, seeped slowly from the wound. Taking a quiet breath, he touched the cold blood, murmuring to himself, "Come on, let's have a chat." In an instant, the stagnant, faded world of the dead descended. Everything around him drained into tones of black, white, and gray. Silence engulfed the room. The cold blood formed a temporary bridge, and Yu Sheng felt a momentary disorientation. When his vision steadied, he saw the angel cultist lying on the mortuary slab, eyes open and hollow, staring straight at him. That alien gaze was bone-chilling. A raspy growl came from the cultist's throat, like a hollow echo emerging from an empty shell. "I should have returned to the embrace of the Lord." "I don't know where the dead are supposed to go, but right now I'm holding you here," Yu Sheng said with a smile, staring at the speaking corpse. "You sacrificed yourself to Anka Ayla, for what purpose?" The mention of Anka Ayla seemed to jolt the body. The hollow figure's eyes widened in shock. He stared fixedly at Yu Sheng, as if trying to discern who he was or make sense of what was happening to him. But the chaos of death gnawed at him. After a few seconds of struggle, the cultist's most intense dying thoughts and memories burst open before Yu Sheng like a flung-wide door. "Ah, we heard the voice of our Lord. His child is finally awakening. We offered guidance to him. The time of fulfillment has come." The corpse struggled upright. In the muted, colorless world of death, he stared into Yu Sheng's eyes, and then suddenly grinned. A hideous, twisted grin. It erupted into maniacal, dreadful laughter, as if the corpse had suddenly understood something. The corners of his mouth stretched wider and wider until they tore through his cheeks, his skull splitting as screeching, rasping sounds burst from his chest. "Ah, I know who you are. You've touched the sacred umbilical cord. You've appeared in the Lord's dreams. His murmurs have sketched your fate. Ha-ha-ha, it was all foretold. You're too late, poor soul, you're too late. Ha-ha-ha, we're not here. We are no longer here." The laughing corpse suddenly convulsed violently, then collapsed amidst the cacophony. His unhinged laughter and screams echoed in Yu Sheng's ears like a malicious curse. Yu Sheng listened in shock, but before he could ask anything more, the fallen body ignited. Pale flames devoured the corpse in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, the other bodies on the mortuary slabs burst into similar white-hot blazes. In this monochrome death realm, all the angel cultists' bodies erupted in fire. Yu Sheng looked around in astonishment, seeing the corpses twitch and scream, laugh, shout the name of Anka Ayla, chant about the umbilical cord, the coming awakening, and many other things incomprehensible to human ears, like sheer noise incarnate. And then suddenly it all stopped. The blazing white flames vanished, as if they'd never existed. Color returned. Yu Sheng blinked and found himself back in the real world. The angel cultists' corpses still lay quietly on the slabs, seemingly unchanged. But when he tried cutting the hand of another corpse to initiate a second conversation with the dead, all he heard was a brief, hollow whistle. It was as if something within those bodies had vanished. When the pale flames rose, whatever lingering souls were in the corpses had left. Song Cheng approached, his expression tinged with unease. "What happened? Did the ritual fail?" "No, the ritual worked," Yu Sheng replied after steadying himself and pushing away the chaos in his mind. He spoke quickly, but they said a lot of crazy things. It didn't feel right. He recounted every shred of madness he had unearthed during the conversation with the dead to the captain of the Special Affairs Bureau, including the alarming fact that he could no longer establish communication with the corpses of other heretic cultists. Song Cheng's brow furrowed deeply, forming twin knots of anxiety, and a grim weight settled over his expression. The child of the Master is about to awaken, and they've already offered the guidance, and now they're claiming we're too late. He muttered these fragments to himself. It wasn't until several moments later that Irene nudged him out of the spiral with a soft yet urgent reminder. "We should check in on that angel cultist we captured when we breached their defensive lines. Maybe we can squeeze a bit more out of him." Yu Sheng and Song Cheng exchanged a sharp glance. Both nodded simultaneously. Their group, Foxy, now well-fed and licking her whiskers contentedly, among them, left the morgue at once and made their way to the containment zone holding the angel cultist. As they passed through the shimmering gate and the luminescent barrier dissolved, Yu Sheng laid eyes once again upon the bald-headed zealot, the same man he had tried to reason with multiple times before. The man was visibly thinner now, his aura waning, yet he sat upright, his spine rigid. Even in such a state, he strained to preserve the last embers of his pride as a servant of the angel. Still, the moment Yu Sheng entered the room, the man's composure cracked. Surprise and a glimmer of fear flickered across his eyes. "I'm back," Yu Sheng said flatly, wasting no time on pleasantries. He dropped onto the cot opposite the cultist and added, "So, what's it going to be? Are you going to cooperate or do we go through the motions?" The bald man's gaze flinched, but only for a moment. He then turned back with practiced calm and locked eyes with Yu Sheng. "What motions?" "The usual," Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly. "You act all defiant, I beat you into the wall. You stay defiant, I beat you again. Repeat a few times until you start bragging about your unbreakable will. And then my friend here, the doll, will tunnel into your mind and rip out the remnants of your secrets. You know, your so-called mental barrier is riddled with holes. Irene can breach it once, which means she can do it countless times. The only variable is how many beatings you'll take before that, me. I don't mind either way. If you're the kind who enjoys the formalities, you can start adjusting your expression now." The cultist clearly hadn't expected Yu Sheng to speak so plainly this time. His expression twitched several times, but ultimately he just shook his head. "Do what you like, I have no more secrets left. Go ahead, unleash every technique at your disposal. Let your cursed doll sift through the ashes of my mind. Torture or death, I'm ready." Yu Sheng stared hard into the man's eyes. That calm, it didn't feel fake. You realize your comrades are all dead, Yu Sheng suddenly said. We found their hideout, every last one of them is gone. The cultist's face finally changed. But not with grief or panic. No, something else flickered there, serene joy, acceptance. The silence stretched, then a low mutter escaped the man's lips. Ah, so the vessel has finally ripened. Yu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He lunged forward, gripping the man's collar. What did you say? The vessel has ripened, what does that mean? But this time the cultist didn't tremble. He was truly, completely calm now. Beneath Yu Sheng's penetrating gaze, there was even a trace of mockery dancing in his eyes. He moved his lips in silence. Goodbye. A second later, Yu Sheng felt the man's body slump. His breath vanished in an instant. As if someone had flipped a switch, the cultist switched his state from alive to dead, just like that, right in front of him. From the surveillance monitors above came Song Cheng's shocked voice. What just happened? Yu Sheng ignored him. He whipped out a small blade, slashed a fresh wound on the cultist's arm, and grasped it tightly. The black-white-gray realm of the dead fell into place instantly. The cultist's spirit blinked, eyes dazed. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, he seemed lost, stunned. Clearly, a fresh death made a soul far more lively during a conversation with the dead than long-deceased corpses. Yu Sheng stared him down, hands still gripping his collar. You weren't finished. What do you mean, the vessel has ripened? The angel cultist blinked slowly, and then began to speak. Chapter 209. A disaster is brewing. Death marks the end of all things, and secrets, they rest safest in the mouths of the dead. But if one could chase even into the afterlife, well, that changed everything. Yu Sheng had one of the angel cultists by the collar. The zealot needed a few seconds just to confirm it. Yes, he had successfully executed self-sacrifice under the Special Affairs Bureau's layers of surveillance. His soul had indeed been torn free from the flesh. Yet it took him another half-minute to confirm the more horrifying truth. Some kind of cursed door had followed him through. The heretical artifact had crossed over. Perhaps the turn of events was simply too mind-bending. Even the angel cultist, who had already cast life and death aside, stood frozen in disbelief. The bald man locked eyes with Yu Sheng, but words failed him. This time, Yu Sheng didn't do what he'd done before. He wasn't here to play. He knew this heretic cultist's mental defenses had already crumbled, so he didn't need to resort to interrogation theatrics. Especially not now, during a conversation with the dead. Sooner or later, chaos would flood the mind of this newly deceased soul, and when that happened, no amount of pious secrecy could stand against it. So Yu Sheng simply sat down before the corpse, composed and patient, watching this freshly dead like a fisherman waiting for the first twitch on the line. You'll tell me everything, he said, calm and measured. Death is a one-way road, and I am the door you cannot bypass. I don't know how you managed to hide a suicide ritual from the eyes of the Special Affairs Bureau, but let's be clear, your decision was a terrible one. And now, I have all the time in the world for you to confess. The angel cultist's eyes stared into Yu Sheng's, body tense, but then that inexorable sensation of descent began. He felt his will slipping, memories dissolving into a swirl of haze, and at the center of that vortex, a gaping death void, absolute and silent, stared back at him. Now that void floated directly before him, quivering, grinning, greeting him with endless patience. Yu Sheng's voice came from within that nothingness. Time's almost up. The vessel you mentioned, were you referring to one of the children in the orphanage? The words echoed, hollow and sharp, gouging deep into the zealot's buried memories. But suddenly, a baby's phantom cry tore through the death shroud, wrapping itself around the cultist's fading mind. Yu Sheng's brow furrowed. At that same instant, he saw a strange peace settle over the cultist's face. A calm, even joyous smile surfaced, and then with deliberate effort, the corpse raised its right hand. The man flipped Yu Sheng the middle finger. The Eternal Lord has come to greet me. Yu Sheng shot to his feet. Color and shape of the reality dimension surged back into view. The angel cultist was gone, lifeless, a hollow husk, nothing left to unearth. Then came the heavy footsteps from beyond the cell. The alloy gate slammed open. Song Cheng entered with backup. The moment in which conversation with the dead occurred had been no more than an instant in the living world. Song Cheng had rushed over the moment the angel cultist died. Now he glanced at the body on the ground, then at Yu Sheng's shifting expression, unsure what had just unfolded. He got away, Yu Sheng finally exhaled. He gestured at the corpse. This bastard really did feed himself to his so-called lord, but I still managed to get some useful intel. Minutes later, Yu Sheng sat with Irene and Foxy in Song Cheng's office, sharing what he'd extracted from the zealot's final moments. The vessel, a vessel for the angel's descent. Song Cheng's brows were knotted tight. If he was talking about a child from the fairy tale organization, that's a serious problem. The fact they're enacting self-sacrifice now means a certain moment really is approaching, but we don't even know what traits this vessel is supposed to have. Who could it be, out of those dozens of children? What surprised Song Cheng, however, was Yu Sheng's subtle shift in demeanor. If it really is someone from the fairy tale organization, then maybe the problem is still within control. Song Cheng frowned. Why would you say that? Yu Sheng spread his hands. Because I've already placed a sole emergency sanctuary on every member of the fairy tale organization. Just today, every single one, from the 5- or 6-year-olds to the nearly grown ones, I've shielded them all. Song Cheng blinked. It's a bit complicated to explain the mechanism, Yu Sheng continued at a measured pace. You can think of it as a kind of spiritual escape function I've embedded into them. If any of the fairy tale organization's subsets come under severe stress, say, mental corruption or threats capable of killing their consciousness, their minds will immediately be transferred to a safe haven. He paused, then added, you could call it a kind of survival-based mental teleportation. Song Cheng stared into Yu Sheng's eyes, as if trying to confirm whether this man before him was telling the truth. But before he could probe for more details, the computer on the table suddenly flickered to life. The ever-cold visage of Bai Li Qing appeared on-screen, staring straight at Yu Sheng. I won't pry into your secrets. I only want to know, how effective is this shelter you speak of? Clearly, nothing that happened within the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters building escaped the eyes of the Madam Director. Yu Sheng wasn't surprised by Bai Li Qing's appearance. He merely lowered his head in brief thought before raising it again, his tone earnest. If we're just talking about protecting the mind, its effectiveness should be 100%. I've tested it. But you're still not entirely confident, are you? Bai Li Qing's faded eyes gazed through the screen like X-rays piercing straight into the soul. You seem to be worried about something else. Yes, Yu Sheng nodded, knowing full well there was no use hiding anything from her. I'm confident in the shelters I gave those children, but what we don't know is how the Dark Angel's descent actually works. What if it's not just mental corruption? What if it's something worse, something even higher level? And then there's that angel cultist's strange reaction before death, during the conversation with the dead ritual. I asked him whether the vessel referred to the cursed children from the orphanage. He didn't answer, but his final smile carried not just relief, but a hint of mockery. That smirk unsettled me. Yu Sheng spilled all his worries in one breath and then exhaled heavily, his eyes locked on Bai Li Qing's image, awaiting her verdict. For a moment she didn't move. Her face remained perfectly still, like a frozen mask. It even seemed like the signal had cut out. Just as Yu Sheng began to doubt the feed, the Madam Director finally spoke. No matter what, our top priority must be preventing a dark angel from descending into the physical world. We need to consider isolating and protecting every member of the fairy tale organization. And if you fear your shelters aren't enough, then we'll layer additional protections. Song Cheng frowned deeply, thinking aloud. Move the cursed children to a containment facility under the Special Affairs Bureau, or maybe house them temporarily in a special floor. Quiet Town could be an option. Quiet Town is fundamentally an otherworld. Prolonged exposure will affect their minds. Bai Li Qing shook her head solemnly. The cursed children are still young. Living there long-term would be harmful, and since we don't know when or how long the descent might happen, we need multiple fallback plans. Then what about the 6th containment zone? Song Cheng offered. It's got a decent environment. The entity caretaker can even teach the kids some lessons. Plus, no need to worry about the caretaker going rogue. Those guardians from Fairy Tale are pretty tough. That's a plan worth considering. Yu Sheng listened to Bai Li Qing, and Song Cheng began plotting the large-scale relocation of the cursed children from the orphanage to various containment facilities. Halfway through, he couldn't help but interrupt. Wait, hold up, don't go making decisions without consulting the people involved first. What if the Guardians, like Little Red Riding Hood, don't agree? And let's not forget, the Special Affairs Bureau has tried the whole centralized protection thing before. That did not end well. Song Cheng winced, teeth gritted in stress. Of course I remember, but we're backed into a corner here. A dark angel could descend at any moment, and the vessel is almost certainly one of the fairy tale kids. You yourself said your shelter might not stop an actual descent. Plus, that heretic cultist went down with such a creepy grin. Before he could finish mumbling, Irene muttered under her breath, Look at all the red flags. This is textbook disaster incoming setup. If this were a movie, the dramatic BGM would start playing right about now. Yu Sheng flicked her forehead and then turned serious again, addressing Song Cheng and Bai Li Qing on the screen. First of all, this decision needs to involve Little Red Riding Hood and the other Guardians. They know their own situation best. Who's acting strange lately? Who might be the vessel? All of that needs to be clarified. Blind relocation won't solve anything. And secondly, if we do decide to relocate the cursed children, your team isn't the only one with a plan. Chapter 210, Isolation Plan. Yu Sheng returned to the orphanage with Foxy and Irene in tow, and without delay, sought out Little Red Riding Hood and Snow White. It didn't take long before King also arrived, drawn by the commotion. Across the room, the trio from the hotel, however many of them actually counted as human, sat opposite the trio from the fairy tale organization, including one very expressive cat. The air inside the reception chamber was thick with gravity. Yu Sheng had already discerned the structure of the fairy tale organization. While its members lived in an atmosphere of casual chaos, the group itself had a clear backbone. Among them, Little Red Riding Hood was undoubtedly the most authoritative guardian of this orphan organization. Snow White, meanwhile, wielded equal influence. One was the eldest, the other the strongest. Together, they were effectively the twin leaders of the fairy tale organization. Of course, considering both Little Red Riding Hood and Snow White had reached the terminal stage, it was clear successors had already been selected. But Yu Sheng knew better than to ask recklessly about that. As for King, though formidable, the cat was an ungoverned entity. It wasn't involved in leadership or logistics. It simply appeared when it felt like it, because that's what cats do. Facing the two leaders and the enigmatic feline, Yu Sheng held nothing back. He laid bare the intelligence recently acquired from the Special Affairs Bureau, speaking in detail about the angel cultists and the matter of the container. At present, the Special Affairs Bureau is still holding the last of the angel cultists, but we've stopped active interrogation. All we can do now is isolate and observe, Yu Sheng explained grimly. These cultists of Anka-Ala, they're not just fanatics, they're trained in self-sacrifice. The 6 we captured showed no wounds, just dropped dead. One even did it right in front of me. Our tech couldn't stop him. He fed his soul to his master like nothing could stop him. Little Red Riding Hood listened with a stern expression. After a long silence, she finally spoke. So the container is among us. It's been confirmed, hasn't it? Yu Sheng sighed and nodded helplessly. We still don't understand how these angel cultists determine when a container has matured, nor do we know Anka-Ala's selection criteria. But one thing's clear, the awakening threshold is near. Those sacrifice activities are catalyzing the process. Even if they can't hear the Dark Angel's voice, they can sense its state. Snow White suddenly interjected. Is there any chance of catching more angel cultists? There must be others hiding, Yu Sheng admitted. With these kinds of heretic cultists, catching one means a nest is nearby, but finding more in time, unlikely. And even if we did, I doubt we could delay Anka-Ala's awakening. The activities of a Dark Angel can resemble natural phenomena. We don't even know how much their sacrifices influence it. Maybe we should focus on the container, Irene, seated beside Yu Sheng, added. Do you have any ideas who's most likely to be the container? Snow White and Little Red Riding Hood exchanged looks, their faces shadowed by an unspoken burden. King's expression was equally twisted, but reading a cat's face is a whole separate art. After a moment of heavy silence, Little Red Riding Hood exhaled and spoke again. The most likely suspects are already in this room. She raised a hand and pointed to herself, then to Snow White. We're the closest to adulthood. We also have the strongest battle capability. If anyone in the fairy tale organization has been most thoroughly corroded by the Dark Angel, it's us. Though there's another possibility, Snow White added thoughtfully, pointing to the tabby cat perched on the couch armrest. King. King's eyes shot wide open. It pointed at itself in disbelief. Why me? Snow White was deadly serious. You're a cat, yet you hold the title of king within the fairy tale. That's a very unique role. In many of the fairy tales, the king is a unifying backdrop. Don't you think your existence is a bit too special? Life just keeps throwing curses at this poor little cat, King sighed dramatically, patting the armrest with a paw. Sigh, groom me. Even before the words finished leaving its mouth, a phantom shimmered into being, and a court jester wearing a teardrop mask materialized from the air. The jester bowed to the others, then knelt before King and began grooming its fur with reverent care. Yu Sheng was dumbfounded by the scene. Still, he shoved down his instinct to rant, and turned back toward Little Red Riding Hood, now all seriousness. "That's why we need to consider implementing an isolation plan," he said, turning over the idea in his mind. "We don't know exactly when Anka Ayla will awaken. We don't know who the container is. Even though I've already placed mind barriers on each of you, we can't be sure they'll work against a dark angel. All things considered, I believe we should temporarily relocate the cursed children of the orphanage to a secure facility." He paused to rephrase, softening his tone. "At the very least, a place with better containment protocols. Easier to monitor, easier to react quickly if something goes wrong." He lifted his gaze and scanned the chamber. "I'm not saying the orphanage isn't good, but this place." "I understand what you mean," Little Red Riding Hood interrupted Yu Sheng directly, her response far calmer than he had expected. "We do need to relocate the cursed children. We guardians will go with them. We definitely can't stay in the urban district." Yu Sheng froze, surprised by the calm resolve in the young girl before him. So you're saying you agree with the plan?" "I do, and the other guardians will too," she nodded firmly. "But we need a little time to explain things to our younger sisters, and we've got quite a bit to pack, including the toys the little cursed children are familiar with." She paused, then added, "Most of the cursed children from the orphanage lack a sense of security. If the relocation is too rushed, it will only worsen their instability." Yu Sheng opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking with a strange look. I thought." "Thought what, that we'd resist?" Little Red Riding Hood raised an eyebrow, shouting things like, "We have to protect our orphanage, we'll handle this ourselves," and then watch everything spiral out of control. Yu Sheng, "That's clearly not acceptable," said Snow White, shaking her head seriously from the side. "This is the city. Even if the orphanage isn't near residence, there's a neighborhood in Wanxiangjai Mall just beyond the buffer zone. If one of us really is a container, even if only a fragment of the Dark Angel's power descends, the consequences could be catastrophic. We have to comply with the Special Affairs Bureau's arrangements and relocate the danger as quickly as possible." Yu Sheng scratched his head awkwardly, at a loss for words. "I already told you the children here at the orphanage ended their rebellious phase the first time they fell into a nightmare," Little Red Riding Hood said, rocking gently on the sofa with a half-smile. "Don't worry so much about us. We're not the kind of brats who make grand plans before trouble and throw tantrums afterward. Just tell us the arrangements. Are we going to the isolation zone in the city outskirts, or to the Special Affairs Bureau's containment facility?" Finally dropping all unnecessary hesitation, Yu Sheng exhaled softly and looked into her eyes. The Special Affairs Bureau provided two options. The first is a place called Quiet Town, an otherworld zone that's relatively stable, where the Bureau has established a safety area. The second is a containment facility in the city outskirts. But I have a third option that might be even better. Little Red Riding Hood and Snow White both leaned in slightly. "A third option." Yu Sheng's expression turned serious. "My backyard." Little Red Riding Hood blinked, not quite registering it at first, but a moment later her eyes widened in realization. Your Star Valley." "Honestly, I think it's a better fit than the Bureau's containment facility," Yu Sheng grinned. "In terms of security, every facility can be breached, and even the safest otherworlds carry some level of contamination. But my backyard, let's just say if I don't open the door, not even the Bureau's best tech can locate the entrance. It's utterly unpolluted. Of course, I can't guarantee it's immune to Anka Ayla's infiltration. That massive eye flew out without warning, after all. But what in this world can stop the Dark Angels? At least the valley shows some resistance. Plus, it's directly connected to my perception. If anything does intrude, I'll know immediately. The valley is also spacious. If something goes wrong, there's enough room to create a buffer." He said all that in one breath, then shifted tone. "Downside is the living conditions definitely don't compare to a proper Bureau facility, but Bai Li Qing and I discussed it. If you all agree, the Bureau's willing to help. They can rush over generators, mobile housing units, and essential supplies. All I have to do is open a large enough door. It won't be ideal for long-term living, but for a short stay, it'll be more than sufficient." Chapter 211. The Settlement Construction Begins. Yu Sheng spoke for what felt like a long time. By the time he finished, Little Red Riding Hood wore a thoughtful expression, as if she were deeply weighing the feasibility of his proposal. Snow White, on the other hand, looked confused. Her gaze bounced between the two of them several times until she finally burst out. "What are you talking about? Red, what's this Starex Valley you mentioned?" "Oh, that's just a nickname I made up," Little Red Riding Hood explained. "It's actually the otherworld place called Nightfall Valley. I'm sure I told you about the situation there not too long ago." Snow White stretched her voice in a long, drawn-out "oh," then fell silent. Little Red Riding Hood turned back to Yu Sheng with a serious look. "I think this plan can work. Besides, I trust your valley more than any other place, but aren't we putting too much on you?" She seemed a bit uneasy, yet Yu Sheng merely waved a hand with a cheerful grin as though it was nothing to worry about. "It's no trouble. My valley is sitting there unused anyway, and I was thinking of remodeling soon. Actually, I was wondering how to ask the Special Affairs Bureau for more manpower. Now that you're all coming, it'll give me a reason to apply. Their budget will cover the costs." A faint smile appeared on Little Red Riding Hood's face. She said no more, for all her gratitude was contained in that smile. Afterward, they discussed a great many details about the transfer and isolation process. They talked about where the cursed children would sleep in the valley's temporary camp, whether council caretakers should move into the valley with them, how to handle shipments of supplies, and even how to keep the children's education going. These were practical concerns, so practical that Yu Sheng admitted he hadn't even thought about some of them, especially the issue of making sure the kids could keep up with their lessons. Little Red Riding Hood was adamant. "They definitely need classes. We don't know how long we'll have to stay in that valley, and our orphanage has a rule. Even in difficult times, we try to maintain a normal routine. Nobody is allowed to just muddle through day by day." Snow White nodded with a thoughtful expression. "Right, and speaking of not knowing how long we'll be in the valley in the end, isolating ourselves is only a short-term measure. We still have to solve this at its core." Yu Sheng snapped out of his own never thought about tutoring musings. He nodded at once. "Exactly. We must find a way to end the Dark Angels and the so-called fairy tale curse." The good news is that, from what we know, the fairy tale Otherworld's curse appears to share the same source as Dark Angels Anka Ayla. If we eliminate the Dark Angels, the fairy tale influence should stop spreading. He paused, his expression turning a bit wry. "Look on the bright side. You all spent so many years trying to find the curse's source, and now you finally got a lead. Sure, the source is a Dark Angels. We definitely have to stay optimistic," Little Red Riding Hood remarked with a sigh. Then she shifted the topic. "Anyway, let's talk about the next step of the transfer. Once we leave, what happens to the orphanage?" Yu Sheng's expression grew solemn again. They both knew some strange phenomena, like thorny shadows creeping along the walls or black silhouettes of a forest down in the basement, had begun appearing. But they still couldn't be sure if that odd invasion came from the building itself, or from a cursed child who might already be chosen as a vessel. If those spooky shadows were caused by the vessel, then once all the kids are gone, the orphanage should be safe, Yu Sheng said, thinking aloud. But if the orphanage itself is tainted, that means this place still has some pollution. After all, fairy tale made its home here for decades. Every building might be steeped in its influence. Who knows what else could be lurking in dark corners? "We'll need to keep a team here to monitor the site," Little Red Riding Hood agreed. "The Special Affairs Bureau can assign people, and you'll need to keep an eye out. As for us..." She trailed off. A hint of sadness clouded her face. After all, she had grown up here. Even though she understood the risk that the children might already be contaminated, she still felt reluctant to leave the place she called home. Watching Little Red Riding Hood's expression, Yu Sheng almost said that the Dark Angels' descent would take time, so the kids could come back and visit if they missed home. But he decided it was too risky to promise such a thing. When it came to the Dark Angels, it was better to avoid unnecessary danger. After all, not everyone was willing to treat life as cheaply as he sometimes did. It was time to get moving. They had to pack up the entire fairy tale organization and relocate to his valley for protection. After returning home from the orphanage, Yu Sheng immediately called Director Bai Liqing. "They picked the second proposal," he reported, seated on his living room couch. A notebook lay open on his knee, and he scribbled a list of supply requests and other details. "I'm writing down all the practical stuff we discussed. I'll bring it straight to your office when I'm done." "Understood," Bai Liqing said calmly on the other end. A moment passed in silence, then her voice came again. "They agreed that easily, did they?" "I guess that was within your expectations. Special Affairs Bureau has worked with Fairy Tale for years, so I know those children fairly well," she replied in her usual cool tone. "Sometimes they're more reliable and efficient than some official spirit realm detective groups. They often don't notice it themselves, but it's true. So my worries were pointless, huh?" There was another brief pause. Then Bai Liqing continued in a mild voice. "Pointless fretting is part of being an adult. Perhaps they feel safe with you because you do care about those details. No matter how you look at it, the cursed children trust you. Once they move into your valley, you'll be the biggest guardian they have." "I understand," Yu Sheng said soberly. "Don't betray that trust." "I won't." Good, after you bring me your notes, remember. I already have the first batch of supplies ready and the staff on standby. Just let me know when to send them. Yu Sheng glanced at the clock on the wall. I'll call you soon. First, I need to head over and get things ready in the valley. I have to clear out some space so they can settle in. It won't take long. All right, I'll wait for your word. What? About 10 minutes later, Yu Sheng, Irene, and Foxy stepped out of the fixed teleportation door in his basement and arrived on the control platform in the heart of the valley. That door in the basement stayed active and stable, so it didn't cause the shockwave that his usual open gates did. It also meant he didn't have to notify the Special Affairs Bureau every single time. At home, they all liked using it, especially Foxy, who often slipped through that door to feed the chickens out in the valley. Yu Sheng gazed around the platform and decided on the open ground near the surrounding woods as the best place for a temporary camp. After a long period of recovery, most of the damage left by the hunger entity was healed. The land was level again, and lush greenery covered the distance, with a small forest sprouting nearby. It was certainly nicer than the rocky land next to the mountains. Also, a channel of fresh water flowed along the edge of this open field, which could serve as a perfect water source. Under Yu Sheng's control, the soil began to shift and ripple, as if the ground itself were alive. Soon, a level surface emerged where temporary housing would stand. Nearby, a small raised platform grew solid enough to hold a generator, and a pit formed to host a water pump. A winding path marked the path of the water channel. Standing at the edge of the newly revealed clearing, Yu Sheng half-closed his eyes. He sank his consciousness into the terrain. Like moving his own limbs, he molded the valley according to a mental blueprint he had discussed with the Special Affairs Bureau. Beside him, Irene and Foxy watched with wide-eyed fascination. Irene murmured, I've read how people can watch a construction site for hours just to see an excavator dig dirt. Seeing this is even more mesmerizing. I could stand here all day. Foxy nodded eagerly. Benefactor is truly gifted as a civil engineering immortal. Irene shook her head. You do realize your benefactor doesn't enjoy that title, right? Foxy looked baffled. Why not? She merely sighed. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Yu Sheng heard their banter but didn't mind. Suddenly, he spoke up. I wonder if I should just skip the Bureau's prefab cabins and let the valley itself grow all the houses. He had barely finished his sentence when Irene cut him off. Stop right there with that crazy idea. Why? He asked, honestly puzzled. Irene folded her arms across her chest. Those kids already have it rough, getting uprooted from their orphanage. How would you feel if they end up living in a place that looks like it grew from the ground? If it ends up feeling like a giant outdoor latrine, won't that be awful? Yu Sheng found himself speechless. Okay, maybe we'll do it the normal way. Chapter 212, A Very Big Door. Yu Sheng actually wanted to point out that after spending so much time practicing and getting used to things, he has made huge progress in shaping houses in the valley. The best proof is those 2 rows of grand, ancient pillars he formed around the teleportation door platform. He wouldn't go so far as to claim he can shape a luxurious hotel for the orphanage's cursed children, but at least creating a couple rows of simple housing wouldn't be a problem. Still, after thinking it over, he decided it was smarter just to prepare the foundations for now. He had one main reason. The Special Affairs Bureau had already prepared all sorts of supplies. Might as well use free resources when they offer them. Of course, to show off his skills a bit, Yu Sheng still split his focus while smoothing the ground to build a structure at the far end of the planned camp. Deep beneath the earth, soil and rock were rearranging themselves. With a heavy hum, they rose steadily, weaving together on the surface as if these materials had come alive. They formed layers upon layers, growing thicker until they became a grayish-white base, walls, pillars, and roof. Then more details appeared, doorways, windows, and some simple decorations. Irene, curious about all this noise, ran over to watch that large building rising from the barren land. She turned around and asked, What is that? Right now, the camp only has rows of temporary cabins, which makes it feel like we're all refugees. Even if those prefab rooms are comfortable, the place could use a bit more life. So I decided to build a castle for Little Red Riding Hood and the others, Yu Sheng explained to the little doll with a grin. It can also serve as the Fairy Tale Group S office, or at worst, a warehouse. Once the Special Affairs Bureau's construction crews show up, we just need them to hook up the electricity. Irene stood there, stunned. She climbed onto Yu Sheng's shoulder, shading her eyes with one hand as she gazed at the big gray building with its stone-like texture. Then she mumbled, If you hadn't told me, I might have thought it was a huge public restroom, one of those scenic spot ones with a courtyard and watchtowers. Yu Sheng immediately raised his hand, pretending he was about to toss the doll off his shoulder. "So you're never letting me forget that, huh?" Irene leaped down with a giggle, dodging around him as she spoke. "All right, I'll stop teasing. For real, it actually looks pretty decent this time. Sure, it's rough around the edges, but kind of impressive. It gives me that vibe of a mysterious alien ruin from some game CG scene." Yu Sheng suspected the doll was hinting that his carefully shaped building looked a bit too abstract, but he had no evidence. Anyway, he didn't really mind. Right next to him, Foxy was so awestruck that her tail was practically wagging in a blur, stirring up clouds of dust. Soon enough, the basic part of the camp was finished. "Now it's time to coordinate with the Special Affairs Bureau," Yu Sheng said, watching the last stretch of foundation harden into rock. He let out a small breath and eased his tense mind. Then he took out his phone to check the time. "Not bad, finished even sooner than I expected." Irene crawled up his arm to peek at the phone screen. "It's already this late. Don't they rest over at the Special Affairs Bureau?" "They said all personnel and supplies are on standby around the clock," Yu Sheng explained as he tapped Bai Li Qing's number. "They're working in shifts, so even though the workers swap in and out, the project never stops. And in that sense, they're pretty reliable. Hello, this is Yu Sheng. I'm all set here." On the other end, Bai Li Qing simply said in a calm voice, "All right, come straight to my office." Yu Sheng paused. "She really is cool as steel," he muttered as he hung up. Then, glancing at Irene and Foxy, he added quietly, "No wonder everyone calls her a steel-faced statue." But the very next second, a voice drifted out from the phone again. "I am not steel-faced." "Yu Sheng." He silently hung up and forced a small smile. "My phone's touchscreen is acting up." A shimmer in the air marked the sudden opening of a large door, a temporary passage from the Otherworld Valley straight to the Special Affairs Bureau Headquarters Building's director's office. Yu Sheng stepped through with a serious look on his face, and he saw Bai Li Qing wearing an equally serious expression. Standing next to her was Song Cheng, who looked like he was having trouble keeping a straight face. Yu Sheng realized that while he had been making fun of Madame Steelface, on the phone, there was more than one person listening. Captain Song's expression basically said, "Oh great, I just overheard something I shouldn't have while standing next to my top boss. This is not good for my career." They all kept silent about the phone incident. Then Bai Li Qing personally led Yu Sheng into another elevator in the corridor. Inside this strange Special Affairs Bureau headquarters building, nearly all the special floors were reached by these odd elevators, and they didn't necessarily move only up or down. At first, Yu Sheng felt the elevator going upward, but after some 10 floors, the arrow suddenly pointed straight down. Before he could figure that out, it turned 90 degrees, showing they were now going left. Then, with a shake, the elevator stopped. A gentle, synthetic female voice announced, "Transfer layer port arrived." When the elevator door slid open, Yu Sheng found himself staring at an enormous open space. Looking dazed, he led Irene and Foxy onto a metal platform. All around it, there was what seemed to be a giant artificial island. Spread across this huge area were about a dozen large warehouse-like buildings, and automated transport vehicles were steadily going back and forth between the warehouses and some distant harbor facilities. Beyond that great, open stretch lay an endless ocean. Yu Sheng stared at the glittering waves. Several large transport ships, all marked with the Special Affairs Bureau's emblem, were docked along the artificial coastline. One of the ships departed the port, slowly picking up speed until it reached the vast ocean. Then, out of nowhere, a patch of swirling light appeared on the water, and the ship sped right through that invisible rift, vanishing into the distortion. The soft hum of machinery sounded behind them. Yu Sheng turned, seeing the elevator car closing its doors. The entire box was connected to the edge of the platform by a system of sturdy rails. With a whir, the device began moving away, disappearing into another distortion just moments later. After a long pause, Yu Sheng finally said, "Where exactly are we? This can't still be inside the borderland, right?" "This is the frontier. The place you see here is both a storage facility and a major transport hub," Song Cheng explained with a smile. "As you already know, the borderland is a sealed space, separate from normal universal space. People here, except you apparently, can only leave by using fixed natural passages. These passages vary in size. A tiny one might be a drawer in some office inside the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters. A big one might be a train station or a tunnel. Or like you just saw, a port." He gestured toward the shimmering water. "This route can only be reached by a shortcut in the network, with a depth of 1 and a hazard level of 0. This sea overlaps with a sea on some planet in the outside world, so when you cross that curtain of light, you'll be outside the borderland. Of course, we can't just waltz out there right now. Leaving requires a permit from the council." Song Cheng suddenly stopped walking and fixed his eyes on Yu Sheng. "You're not planning on opening a door out of here, are you?" Yu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. "I've got better things to do." "Oh," Song Cheng nodded. Then 2 seconds later, he asked again, this time looking even more anxious. "But you really won't open a door from here, right?" "To open a door, all I need is the right coordinate. It doesn't matter where I open it from," Yu Sheng said, shaking his head. "If I actually wanted to leave, I could just do it from home. No point in creating chaos here." "Right, that makes sense." Song Cheng looked relieved, though he still seemed a bit embarrassed. "Sorry for asking so many times. This place is just sensitive." Yu Sheng thought it over. "I guess sneaking across the frontier is different than simply slipping through some quiet back door. Both ways count as crossing illegally, but one is a lot more obvious." Before long, Bai Li Qing and Song Cheng brought Yu Sheng over a metal bridge and to the entrance of a large warehouse. Waiting at the door was a contact team. There was also a construction crew from the Special Affairs Bureau, along with more than a dozen trucks loaded with all kinds of building materials. If all they had was the Bureau's basement door, it would have been impossible to send so many supplies and an entire construction team to Otherworld Valley in one go. Obviously, Bai Li Qing had considered this. That was why she brought Yu Sheng here. "You said you needed a big enough door, one that large trucks could pass through," Bai Li Qing explained, pointing to the warehouse behind them. "Having a real physical door will help you save a lot of energy when you open your passage. See if that one is suitable." Yu Sheng glanced at the huge rolling door, big enough for 2 shipping trucks to enter side by side. "Honestly, I've never tried making something on this scale. I'm curious if it'll work." Hearing that Yu Sheng himself wasn't sure, Song Cheng frowned. So if it fails?" "Then I guess we'll have to unload the cargo, shrink everything down, and stuff it through Foxy's tail storage," Yu Sheng replied. He turned to look at Foxy. "Think we can manage that?" Foxy stared at the fleet of trucks, lost in thought. "I can't store whole vehicles at once, even with the object shrinking method. Anything that goes in has to be 4 meters long or smaller." Yu Sheng nodded and faced Song Cheng again. "So that's a bit limiting. Let's all hope this door works." Song Cheng looked stunned. He clearly wasn't used to how Yu Sheng's mind could bounce around so quickly. As an overworked office employee, he definitely hadn't gotten all the details on how these bizarre abilities worked. But Yu Sheng didn't bother explaining further. By now, he was already standing in front of that massive warehouse entrance, placing one hand against the doorframe. "A door is a door, right? It should open just fine," he thought. Chapter 213, Celestial Shuttle Crash Site. Yu Sheng calmed his mind and reached out to the distant coordinates. His awareness spread, turning the giant warehouse door before him into a target for his mapping. He quickly adjusted his state, then began trying to transform the huge warehouse door into a passage leading to Otherworld Valley, just as he would normally open a door. Bai Li Qing and Song Cheng instinctively held their breath. They watched with rapt attention. Behind Bai Li Qing, a faintly visible pair of eyes appeared in the air, silently observing everything that ordinary sight could never perceive. "Can you see anything?" Bai Li Qing asked in her mind. "I don't understand it," responded the slightly mechanical voice in her head, "but I can see 2 sets of spatial coordinates overlapping. It's astounding. Normally, you'd need a tremendous amount of energy to fold space-time like this. Yet here, there isn't even a breeze, as if the structure of reality was always meant to overlap this way." A quiet humming interrupted the voice in Bai Li Qing's mind. In the next instant, the center of the massive warehouse door gave a small shudder. Immediately after, a distant landscape emerged within the door's frame. The passage had formed. The scenery of the valley appeared before everyone, or rather, at that moment, the valley from the far-off otherworld truly arrived in this place. Yu Sheng kept one hand pressed against the doorframe. He looked up at the astonishing door and felt surprised himself. "It actually worked," he muttered. "How in the world does this even function?" The moment he spoke, Irene's voice came from near his feet. "Huh, you opened the door yourself. Who else would you ask?" Yu Sheng ignored the little doll and kept pondering, then glanced at his hand resting on the frame. Indeed, it felt easy to maintain. Apparently, as long as it was a door, it would do. But what was a door at its core? How did it decide what counted as a door? If this giant warehouse door worked, then what about city gates or valve doors? Even bigger ones or something more abstract? A roar of engines shook Yu Sheng from his thoughts. He looked up to see the convoy of trucks, loaded with supplies and people, already starting up under Song Cheng's command, heading through the newly opened passage. Bai Li Qing walked over, still wearing her usual stoic expression. Yet there was a certain look in her eyes as she gazed at the gateway. "How long can you keep it open?" she asked, curious. "Maybe a few hours," Yu Sheng said after thinking for a moment, pointing to the hand he still had on the frame. "Mostly my arm will get tired if I stay here too long. If I lift my hand, the door closes." Bai Li Qing, "So besides getting tired, there's no other cost." "Well, I might get a bit sleepy," Yu Sheng replied uncertainly. "I've never tried opening a single door for a long stretch before. Usually it's only a few seconds to step through, but once the passage is formed, it doesn't really need extra energy. I even set up a fixed door in the basement at my house, and that one stays open all the time." Bai Li Qing's expression grew more intrigued, though her features remained frosty enough to hide it. After a moment of thought, she motioned toward the portal. "Mind if I cross over for a look?" "Sure, no problem," Yu Sheng said with a smile, looking as though he'd expected this. "We'll go once the convoy's through. I need to be last." With the large passage in place, it didn't take long for the entire convoy to enter the valley. Soon, Bai Li Qing, Yu Sheng, and the others also stepped through the giant warehouse door and found themselves in this land of eternal daylight and mild weather. Song Cheng gaped at his surroundings. "I heard people say this place had changed, but I wouldn't have believed it unless I saw it myself. The reports claimed that Nightville Valley turned into this." Captain Song gazed around at the wide valley floor and the towering mountains under a bright blue sky. He instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette. "Remarkable, really." "No smoking here," Irene announced immediately. She ran up to Song Cheng and held out her hand. $50, please." Song Cheng froze, staring at the unlit cigarette in his fingers. "But I didn't even light it yet." Irene spoke with complete confidence. "Then hurry up and light it and give me the 50. "Just ignore her," Yu Sheng said with a helpless grin and waved them off. "But seriously, don't smoke here. It's taken a lot of work to restore the valley's environment. You wouldn't believe how much effort it took me to get all this greenery back." Bai Li Qing said nothing. She was busy scanning everything, her pale gray eyes seeming to capture and store the valley's every detail. After a while, she finally broke her silence. "Indeed, compared to what the Special Affairs Bureau could arrange for a containment facility, this place has better conditions overall." Yu Sheng accepted her praise readily, flashing a grin as he led everyone forward. Along the way, he explained how the camp area was prepared. The head of the engineering team was a broad, solidly built middle-aged man who looked dependable. Following behind Yu Sheng, he gazed at the large platform in the center of the valley and the basic camp infrastructure. His repeated exclamations showed he was quite impressed. Yu Sheng pointed out different spots. That large circle was the portal platform, though at the moment there was only a single door on it. Off to the side was the vegetable plot, though it would need a greenhouse later. Near the edge of the platform was a chicken coop, currently tended by a fox. Down by the camp, they had drainage channels and a foundation for a generator. The bigger structure on the far side could act as a warehouse. And that odd ring of walls at the front of the building formed a sort of walled courtyard that was entirely pointless. So don't ask why it existed. Its purpose was unclear. "Wow, this is way more than I expected," the engineer remarked happily. "When I heard we were setting up a temporary base in a valley, I was prepared to lay foundations in the wild. I never guessed the site would be so well equipped. Don't worry, we'll finish basic prefab housing, water, and power within 12 hours. The cursed children can move in immediately, and we'll handle the rest step by step." "Good," Bai Li Qing said with a nod, then turned to Yu Sheng. "I've already spoken with the council. Most of the staff they assigned to the orphanage will transfer here, especially the teachers who directly care for the children. They'll stay in this valley with the cursed children until the Dark Angel's issue is resolved. We'll use that warehouse from before for shipping supplies, so we'll need you to keep opening the door." "That's easy," Yu Sheng answered cheerfully. "My phone's always on. Just call me when it's time to open a door." After sorting out procedures, surveys, and plans, the Special Affairs Bureau's engineers began their work. They unloaded prefab housing units and set them up on the platforms prepared in advance. The generator was also offloaded to its designated area, where they started installing and testing it. Yu Sheng knew next to nothing about construction and could only watch, bewildered. Irene, however, stayed keenly interested. She plopped down on a big rock nearby to watch the workers, like she could sit there until the end of time. Yu Sheng quietly wondered if her fascination came from the fact that her current body was mostly made of stone and rebar. Just then, Bai Li Qing approached. "Could you take me to that crash site?" she asked. Yu Sheng was not surprised at all. He figured half the reason the director had come was to see the valley's various secrets for herself. They had discussed it earlier anyway, and today was a convenient time. Sure, no problem. The structure has stabilized a lot in the past couple of days, so it shouldn't collapse anymore. He nodded readily, then glanced at Foxy. Come along, you know that place better than anyone. I'm not going, called Irene without turning. She waved a hand dismissively. I'm staying here to watch them build. Got it, Yu Sheng replied. Before leaving, he gave one last reminder. Don't get too close to the machinery, okay? Watch out for blind spots. You're pretty small, so it's dangerous. At once, Irene's face twisted in annoyance, but Yu Sheng pretended not to notice. The so-called crash site lay several hundred meters beyond a small patch of woods. It was set into a recessed slope deep in the valley. Years ago, Foxy and her family had been aboard a vessel called the Celestial Shuttle when it crashed here in what was then Night Valley. Back when Entity Hunger had been destroyed, that fierce feast reshaped much of the valley, chewing away large sections of the mountains. But even that feast had failed to obliterate the main part of the Celestial Shuttle. It only drove the wreckage deeper into the mountain and damaged the ground beneath the crash site, weakening the area's stability. After Yu Sheng claimed the valley, he began slowly repairing this sector of the mountain. He shored up the geology around the Celestial Shuttle wreck and recently managed to move it closer to the surface. Now, most of the wreckage had been pulled free of the rock layers, resting more securely on the slope. Yu Sheng led Bai Li Qing and Song Cheng to a sturdy stone overlook, from which they could view the bent shape of the spacecraft. The twisted 100-meter-long metal hull lay quietly in the shattered rock, its interior framework faintly illuminated by flickers of light. Bent beams and supports jutted out like a skeletal rib cage, gaping at the sky, as though still telling the silent story of that violent crash so many years ago. This is the Celestial Shuttle Foxy was on, Yu Sheng explained, pointing to the large wreckage. There's still a tiny bit of energy left inside. Foxy calls it a cold glow that's harmless now, but I still wouldn't recommend going in, it's not safe. Chapter 214, The Martial Virtue of Foxy's Homeland. The interstellar craft, with its sleek outer shell and intricate framework, lay silently half-buried among the collapsed mountains. Even though it was already wrecked beyond recognition, the remaining parts still hinted at how elegant and mysterious it must have been when it once traveled among the stars. To be honest, just by looking at it, Yu Sheng found it hard to connect this obviously spaceship-like thing to all those cultivation terms Foxy had mentioned. Even the name, Celestial Shuttle, felt hard to match with its appearance, but if he thought more about it, he couldn't really imagine what kind of ship a cultivation civilization of the interstellar era might build. Perhaps this design was logical enough. Song Cheng and Bai Li Qing walked to a spot near the Celestial Shuttle's wreckage and tilted their heads back to examine this strangely designed vessel. Behind Bai Li Qing, a pair of quiet eyes emerged, also studying the ship with curiosity. I've never seen anything like it, Song Cheng muttered. At first glance, it's a bit like one of those Node-class ships built by the Algerlaid people, but the resemblance is only in a third or so of the hull design. If it really came from outside the known universe, do you think it might share some principle related to how the Dark Angels invade our world? Bai Li Qing did not reply right away. She pressed her lips together as if conferring silently with her younger sister. After a while, she gently shook her head. We can't tell just by the outside. The interior structure is beyond our understanding too, but the energy reaction inside is still worth analyzing. If possible, we should isolate its energy system. By studying that, we might figure out what level of travel it was designed for. Traveling within a single star system and traveling across galaxies require vastly different energy levels, and the power needed to cut open a world would be beyond our imagination. That means we'll need to bring in some experts, Song Cheng said. He paused, thinking for a moment. We'll need a team of cross-disciplinary specialists since this thing might really be from outside. We can't guess how any of it works. Maybe we should contact the Academy. I bet they'd be very interested. They'd be interested in far more than just the ship, Bai Li Qing said softly. There's the first entity we managed to permanently remove, the first otherworld parasitized by angels but rendered harmless, the teleportation door Yu Sheng opened. Song Cheng shrugged. Don't forget the first vegetable garden planted in an otherworld. Yes, the vegetable garden in the otherworld, Bai Li Qing echoed with a small nod, glancing at Yu Sheng not far away. Those professors at the Academy, who are normally so hard to convince, would drop everything to see what's going on here. Yu Sheng and Foxy were sitting together on a nearby slope, enjoying the mountain breeze and the scenery. They could also make out bits of Bai Li Qing and Song Cheng's conversation drifting in the wind. Naturally, Foxy's ears were sharper than Yu Sheng's. The demon fox maiden's fluffy ears twitched on her head, lightly aiming toward Bai Li Qing's voice. After a moment, Foxy leaned close to Yu Sheng and whispered, "They're talking about bringing in some very knowledgeable people to study the celestial shuttle's tech. They also want to research your vegetable garden, benefactor." Yu Sheng did not seem surprised. He reached out and gently rubbed the fluffy fur behind Foxy's ears. "That's not unexpected. Bai Li Qing's been interested in all that for a while, but what about you? What do you think?" Foxy blinked, as if only just realizing she might have a choice. "Me. The celestial shuttle is yours. It's one of the few remaining links between you and your homeland," Yu Sheng said, looking at the demon fox maiden earnestly. He knew that Foxy, forever a bit dazed, probably hadn't considered the next steps. Since she was slow to react, he had to ask directly. "You have the final say. Are you okay with outsiders coming to study it? They'll definitely take it apart, but if you don't want that, I can refuse for you." Foxy stared blankly for a moment, as if this was indeed the first time she had taken the matter seriously. Then she slowly sat on the slope, right next to Yu Sheng, and pulled both of her tails into her arms. She thought about it with care. After a while, she tugged on Yu Sheng's sleeve. "Benefactor, if we just leave these things here, they're only a bunch of ruined scraps." She looked up and met Yu Sheng's eyes, her expression serious. "No matter how long you mourn them, 10,000 years even, they're still only wreckage. Just feeling sad about them does nothing." Yu Sheng blinked, surprised by how serious she seemed. "I never expected Foxy to think it through like this," he thought. "Let them study it if they want," Foxy continued. "They can bring all the scholars, they can take it apart or even haul it to their own labs. I've already kept the parts I wanted. I don't mind what happens to the rest." She pulled Yu Sheng's arm, guiding him to sit beside her. As she spoke, her fluffy tails brushed gently against his back. "I think the Special Affairs Bureau people are trustworthy. If they really find something, I believe they'll tell us at least part of it. Even if they keep it all secret, we'll just be in the same position we're in now, knowing nothing." Yu Sheng thought about it, his expression a bit complicated. "What if things go bad? Sorry for sounding paranoid, but I've read too many stories. What if some other force, maybe not the Special Affairs Bureau, but people like the Algerlade or the Academy or some group we don't know, tries something evil once they find out about your homeland? Like those movie plots where they end up invading or something. What then?" Foxy seemed surprised by his question. She looked at Yu Sheng for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "They'd lose," she said. Yu Sheng paused, then realized what lose meant. "They can't win," Foxy repeated, then continued. "Besides, my homeland and my clan and even the celestial beings there wouldn't mind anyway. Risk and threat are part of evolution. As long as you win in the end, it's fine. That's what the teachers taught us." "So your homeland's martial virtue is that strong?" Yu Sheng asked. "Is it?" Foxy tilted her head thoughtfully. "Anyway, our teacher said that the star-spanning order created by the celestial people is meant for peaceful coexistence. You let those who don't accept that idea share your viewpoint by removing them all, and then whoever's left will accept you. This process is called all under heaven as one, and once that's done, you get peace." Cold sweat formed on Yu Sheng's brow. That's a terrifyingly intense interpretation of martial virtue, he thought. But he also had no way of telling whether Foxy was recalling things accurately. She basically stopped her schooling at an elementary level, then spent decades wandering about in a fog. Maybe her memory was jumbled, or maybe she misunderstood her lessons. There was no way to know how much was true. Right at that moment, he realized that Foxy's big tails had been swishing against his back the whole time. "What are you even doing?" he asked, turning around. Foxy tilted her head. "Ryua." Yu Sheng stayed quiet for a second. She was mimicking how he would usually Ryua her tail, so now she was returning the favor on him. "What?" Afterward, Yu Sheng opened the door to send Song Cheng and Bai Li Qing back to the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters. Before they left, they all had a short talk about plans to further investigate the celestial shuttle. However, the more urgent threat was still Fairy Tail and the Dark Angels, Anka Ayla. Yu Sheng soon shifted his focus back to the orphanage. In the valley, their settlement was still under rushed but orderly construction. Yu Sheng left Foxy and Irene there to keep an eye on progress, while he returned to the orphanage by himself. By then it was late at night, but the orphanage always had a guardian on duty. Tonight, the guardian was Little Red Riding Hood. When Yu Sheng arrived, she was patrolling the East Building's hallway. The corridor was very quiet at midnight, and a cool darkness filled the air. Yu Sheng walked with Little Red Riding Hood, and as they passed a window, he turned his head to look outside. The outdoor activity area, so lively during the day, was now hushed and dreamlike under the night sky. The swing set, sandbox, slide, and climbing frame all dozed in the moonlight. Looking at them through the corridor window, he noticed a faintly eerie feeling. With everything that had been happening, Yu Sheng couldn't tell if he really sensed something unusual, or if it was all in his head. Little Red Riding Hood, on the other hand, seemed more carefree. "If you think the night looks spooky," she said, "just remember that in an orphanage like this, everything seems spooky when the sun goes down. The cursed children's dreams often lightly affect the real world. Tables can move on their own, lights can flicker, windows might creak. We've gotten used to it." She smiled calmly and walked at an unhurried pace. "Relax, don't scare yourself. Real anomalies are a lot bigger than that." Yu Sheng answered without much thought. "I figured Spirit Realm detectives would be extra alert when anything weird happens, always on edge." "Being sharp is not the same as being jumpy," Little Red Riding Hood said, suddenly serious. "A Spirit Realm detective needs to notice every little thing but also figure out which ones are actually dangerous and which are just someone's overactive imagination. Balance is key. Relax too much and an otherworld entity might kill you before you even notice. Be too tense and you'll probably scare yourself to death first." Yu Sheng pressed his lips together and kept pace with her. They walked on in silence for a moment before he spoke again. "They've started building the settlement in the valley. We can start moving people as early as tomorrow." "That's about what I expected." "Have the cursed children been told?" "Everything is arranged. They're all quite well behaved," Little Red Riding Hood said, then hesitated briefly before cracking a small, wry smile. "At least on the bright side, we won't have to keep patrolling these halls at night once we move." "On the not-so-bright side, there's no night at all in that valley," Yu Sheng said. "Keeping the little cursed children on a normal sleep schedule is going to be a real headache. The good news is that those thick curtains from the Special Affairs Bureau do a decent job of blocking out the light." Little Red Riding Hood sighed. "Ugh, brother, you're giving me a headache just thinking about it." Chapter 215, The Leak Spreads. Patrolling all the corridors and classrooms of the East Building took about 30 minutes, and afterward, they still had to check the West Building. On every floor of both buildings, a small notebook hung in a box at the stairwell entrance. Every finding had to be noted there as a reference for the next guardian. Little Red Riding Hood was very familiar with this routine. Yu Sheng quietly followed beside Little Red Riding Hood, observing her carefully carrying out each step. Every time she passed a room and recorded her observations, it was as if she were fulfilling some sacred duty. Yu Sheng thought he understood her feelings. Enka Ayla was gradually awakening, and tomorrow the cursed children would be relocated to the valley. Whatever happened afterward, whether the crisis of Fairy Tale was finally resolved or the Dark Angels broke free, this patrol might very well be her last here. "Just a short while ago, I was still planning a complete search of the entire orphanage, preparing patrols and inspections for the underground facilities." Little Red Riding Hood sighed softly, a faint, self-mocking tone in her voice. "And now we might leave tomorrow. It feels so sudden." "Plans rarely survive the unexpected," Yu Sheng murmured quietly. "Things always change." Little Red Riding Hood pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a few seconds before whispering softly, "It'll be all right, won't it?" "Of course," Yu Sheng smiled gently. "We've already prepared for everything. No matter if Enka Ayla attacks you in reality or in dreams, we'll stop it." Little Red Riding Hood met Yu Sheng's eyes, and after a moment a quiet, relieved smile appeared in her gaze. "Let's go check the underground. King should have finished patrolling the passageway with its guards by now. Let's see if they've found anything." "All right." Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood descended to the second underground level, following the connecting tunnel toward the West Building. Not long after, they saw King sprawled lazily on a fire safety equipment box. 3 hooded figures in black leather armor stood silently nearby. Upon Little Red Riding Hood's appearance, the 3 figures momentarily stiffened with alertness, then quickly relaxed again, greeting Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood with stiff nods. "You're here, Meow?" The tabby cat lazily lifted one paw in greeting, apparently unbothered by Yu Sheng's presence. "Checked both underground floors already, nothing there. I was thinking about taking a nap." "You've done well," Little Red Riding Hood gently scratched the fur on King's back. "Did you thoroughly inspect that ventilation shaft area?" "Absolutely, even crawled inside myself," King yawned. "And even if something were to happen, it wouldn't pick tonight of all nights. There's just no way we'd be that unlucky." Suddenly, the distant, indistinct sound of music cut off King's muttering. In an instant, absolute silence descended upon the underground passage. King's stretch froze mid-movement. Yu Sheng felt his spiritual intuition spike sharply, resonating as if something had snapped open in his perception. That brief, muffled melody echoed in his mind. He swiftly looked up to meet Little Red Riding Hood's wide-eyed stare. Then the soft, elegant, and soothing music echoed again, clearer this time, as though it came from right behind the wall. King's tail immediately fluffed up in panic, its usually calm, documentary-like voice now barely able to keep its cool. "Oh no, come on, not again. I'm just an innocent little cat." "Quiet," Little Red Riding Hood sharply interrupted King's murmuring. Shadows around her instantly came alive, forming vague silhouettes of wolves, each one raising its ears, carefully listening to every sound in the underground tunnels. After a few seconds, her face hardened with realization. "It's court music, a blood-stained royal court. At this hour it could also be the eternal ball. No, dream time doesn't match up with reality." The elegant music was suddenly distorted by harsh noises. A crash resounded, mingled with the crackling roar of fire, as the melody twisted into something painful and dissonant. Little Red Riding Hood finally pinpointed the source. The sound came from behind a wall on the left side of the passageway. "This way!" she shouted urgently, quickly leading her wolves toward the sound. Without hesitation, Yu Sheng sprinted after her. The three hooded figures instantly followed as well, and King leaped onto the shoulder of one of them. With a swift wave of its paw through the air, several new figures, mages and warriors, materialized from nothingness, swiftly forming a defensive formation around them. Together, they ran forward through the passage. Just at that moment, Yu Sheng glimpsed something from the corner of his eye. On the ceiling ahead, a strange shadow suddenly appeared. It unfolded like clusters of roses blossoming under the dim lights, spreading rapidly. From within the darkness, sharp thorns stabbed outward, struggling as if desperate to pierce the boundary between illusion and reality. But before Yu Sheng could shout a warning, the shadow of roses vanished. All that remained was an ordinary stain of accumulated grime. Little Red Riding Hood moved swiftly like the wind, darting into a branching tunnel. Behind her, two shadow wolves burst out of the air, crashing through an iron door labeled storeroom. Dazzling lights poured from behind that iron door. A bright red carpet spilled forth into the underground corridor, spreading like a flood of blood. Through the doorway, Yu Sheng saw a grand hall filled with wildly dancing figures dressed in extravagant royal garments. Each silk gown and tailored suit glittered brilliantly under the chandelier's glow, yet their faces were grotesque, painted absurdly with thick layers of vibrant color. Those distorted faces laughed hysterically, their mad cackles mixing with discordant, off-key music as a voice shouted above the chaos. "The prince demands those crystal slippers. Cut off her feet." An explosive roar echoed as the hall began to collapse. The illusory ballroom and the real storeroom overlapped chaotically. Nearby, Yu Sheng noticed the ceiling had collapsed, revealing through the jagged hole a pumpkin carriage blasting upward amidst smoke and flame, soaring into the night sky. In the next moment, pillars of intense light tore through the darkness. Without warning, both east and west buildings of the orphanage transformed into towering structures ringed with barbed wire and thick concrete fortifications. Atop the towers, anti-aircraft cannons burst to life, spewing fiery tongues toward the pumpkin carriage. Yet just as the carriage was about to be obliterated, it hit an unseen door and vanished instantly into the night. Then in a blink, everything disappeared, the watchtowers, the damaged ceiling, and the merged illusion of ballroom and storeroom. Yu Sheng felt dizzy for just a moment. When his vision cleared, the underground corridor was as normal as if nothing had happened. But Yu Sheng knew exactly what this meant. "The leak is spreading," he shouted, urgently tapping Little Red Riding Hood, who seemed slightly dazed. "Quick, wake all the cursed children you can. Bring them to the first floor and wait there until I open the door." "Understood." Little Red Riding Hood nodded sharply, then paused. "But what about those trapped inside their subsets?" "They'll be fine for now. You saw just now. If things get truly dangerous, their consciousnesses will flee to the wasteland," Yu Sheng replied swiftly. "Prioritize evacuating the youngest ones to protect them from the leaking nightmare." Thinking quickly, he added, "I'll send Irene to the wasteland immediately to explain what's happening." "Got it," Little Red Riding Hood nodded vigorously, then turned to the tabby cat nearby. "King, summon your night guard to protect everyone still trapped in their subsets. Make sure their real bodies don't get hurt." King didn't speak, merely waved his paw. Instantly, the adventurers at his side vanished, replaced by a squadron of heavily armored knights, towering warriors nearly 2 meters tall, encased in enchanted adamantite armor, each gripping razor-sharp swords. Their faces, concealed by helmets, were shrouded in shadow, exuding a menacing aura. These formidable knights, who looked strong enough to storm a demon lord's castle, marched silently and orderly forward. At King's commanding meow, they moved swiftly down the corridor, quickly vanishing from Yu Sheng's sight. Little Red Riding Hood nodded to Yu Sheng once more, then melted into shadows alongside her wolf pack, disappearing instantly. Everyone here is ridiculously cool. Yu Sheng muttered softly, quickly orienting himself before moving forward and reaching out mentally. Irene, respond if you hear me. The little doll's voice came through immediately, heard you loud and clear. What's up? Split your focus and go to the wasteland now. Some fairy tale members must have retreated there after losing their battles. Tell them their nightmares are leaking into reality. We're evacuating the cursed children early, so they shouldn't panic. After their subsets stabilize, they should return to the real world and gather on the first floor of the Orphanage East building. I'll open a door there to transport everyone safely to the valley. Understood. Understood, but seriously, how do you keep running into situations like this? I'm going now, but stay safe. If something dangerous comes out, don't fight head-on. If you die, we're all finished. Ouch, bit my tongue. Chapter 216, Overflowing Nightmare. Yu Sheng almost didn't catch the little doll's rapid-fire chatter, standing blankly for 2 or 3 seconds before shaking himself back to reality. But right now, he had no energy left to scold Irene. A strange sound suddenly echoed from the depths of the underground passage. It was like a cheerful flute melody, drifting nearer then farther, as if the musician was wandering the corridors. Then the melody vanished. In its place came a rush of footsteps. Yu Sheng saw wet footprints appearing one by one on the stone floor ahead, as if a group of children were joyfully running by. Soon after, the footsteps transformed into the clatter of carriage wheels over cobblestones. Lights ahead dimmed abruptly, and the scent of gunpowder filled the air. But this lasted only a few seconds. Thick mist quickly rose around him, and shadowy figures appeared within it. The underground passage was suddenly a strange street lined with tall, crooked houses. People hurried along beneath a cold night sky, and winter arrived in a breath. Yu Sheng noticed his exhaled breath crystallizing instantly into tiny ice particles. In the blink of an eye, the passers-by froze solid, turning into lifeless sculptures. From the corner of his eye, Yu Sheng glimpsed a flame flickering at the street corner, growing brighter and warmer, spreading quickly toward him. Yu Sheng shook his head sharply, fighting to see clearly through the rolling fog. He ducked low against the biting wind, pushing past the eerie frozen pedestrians and twisted buildings. The nightmare leaking into reality was intense, the chill almost piercing his bones. Then warmth approached. Within the glow of firelight, a long-haired girl emerged, looking bewildered and amazed. "Old brother, why are you here?" "Your nightmares are leaking into reality," Yu Sheng replied urgently, noticing her form beginning to fade. With no time for detailed explanations, he spoke swiftly, "Speed up tonight's stage, or head directly to sheltering wasteland. Find Irene." Before he could finish, the winter illusion of the underground passage wavered and dissolved. Yu Sheng wasn't sure if Matchstick had heard clearly. In his final glimpse, he saw the frozen sky ignite brilliantly, the girl lifting her hand high within the flames, as if summoning a white phosphorus bomb. The corridor temporarily returned to normal, and Yu Sheng bolted toward the exit. Little Red Riding Hood would take some time gathering the cursed children, but with King's nightly guards, reality should be secure enough. Irene was watching over sheltering wasteland, and defeated fairy tale members in the subsets weren't immediate threats. Yet a vague unease crept up from his heart, as though he'd missed something crucial or as if unseen events were unfolding beneath his very eyes. This unease intensified sharply. A sudden sting on the back of his hand caused him to instinctively glance back. A thorny bush had scratched his hand, branches tugged at his clothes. He saw the twisted trees of the black forest around him. The passageway behind had vanished, replaced by dense vegetation. He spun around sharply. The corridor ahead was gone, too. All around him stretched the boundless black forest, shadows creeping beneath endless trees. Dense branches blotted out the twilight sky, and wind whispered emptily in his ears, mixed with distant howling of wolves. Walls, ceiling, floor, everything was gone. This wasn't just an illusion leaking into reality. He had truly stepped into the black forest itself. Realizing he was genuinely within the black forest, Yu Sheng stopped dead, eyes narrowed in cautious vigilance. He heard the faint wailing of a baby, muffled yet persistent, echoing from somewhere deep within the woods. Then a timid whispering voice spoke up from a nearby bush. "Here, over here, PSSSD, I'm right here." Yu Sheng turned swiftly toward the voice. A brownish-red tail poked from behind the low shrubs. It was Squirrel's tail. He quickly approached, kneeling near the bushes. There he found Squirrel hiding among the branches, humorously clutching 2 leaves to cover himself, cautiously peeking outward. "Squirrel, you..." SHH, Squirrel motioned hurriedly for silence, creeping carefully up to Yu Sheng and lowering his voice even further. Anka Ayla is here. Yu Sheng's nerves tightened immediately. He inhaled softly, eyes darting anxiously around the dark trees. Where? You can't see it, and it probably hasn't seen you yet. What's here now is only its gaze. I don't know how to explain, but I remember this gaze. I remember what it feels like to be watched by it, Squirrel whispered, her voice trembling slightly. It seems to be looking for something. Its gaze just swept over this area. The entire black forest went quiet for a moment, but now the wolves are restless again. And it wasn't only the black forest. Anka Ayla's gaze swept through every subset of fairy tale, passing over every stage. Yu Sheng instantly understood, his expression turning grim. What is it looking for? Could it still be searching for that lost umbilical cord? I don't know, but perhaps not. Squirrel curled up even smaller beneath the leaves. It's been looking for that cord for many years. There's no reason it would suddenly grow this restless now. Why did you suddenly come here, and without any of your friends? Squirrel looked at him curiously. Part of the black forest leaked into the real world. I came directly through the overlapping section, Yu Sheng explained seriously, unsure if Squirrel would even understand. After hesitating briefly, he gently scooped her into his palm, softly stroking her head. Things might change very soon. You need to find a place to hide. Do you have somewhere safe? Squirrel stared blankly at Yu Sheng, unconsciously dropping the 2 leaves she'd been clutching. After a moment of confusion, she nodded vigorously. Yes, Squirrel can hide. The black forest has many hollow trees. Each tree hollow is a hiding spot for Squirrel. Good, then hide inside one no matter what happens. Protect yourself first. Also. Yu Sheng paused briefly, then decisively cut open his finger. Squirrel seemed startled, staring at Yu Sheng's sudden action with wide, confused eyes as blood seeped from his fingertip. You're bleeding. Lick it, Yu Sheng instructed. Every child has done this. Yu Sheng looked deeply into Squirrel's eyes. It's a new rule of the orphanage. Squirrel's expression was completely dazed, her tiny walnut-sized head clearly struggling to process complex thoughts. After a few seconds, she decided not to think further, simply leaning forward and licking the blood from Yu Sheng's finger. Only afterward did she vaguely realize what every child meant, her expression turning nervous and flustered, mixed with an incredible faint joy. In truth, Yu Sheng had no idea if his blood would help, nor if Squirrel, already part of the Black Forest, would gain the same protection as the other children in their nightmares. He just wanted to offer whatever aid he could. In this urgent situation, every other child from the orphanage had a safe place prepared, but this little Squirrel, if he didn't help, she'd remain completely alone, endlessly hiding within the vast, dark woods. Soon, Squirrel's figure gradually faded from Yu Sheng's palm. The surrounding black forest also slowly dissolved, fading into darkness once again. The dreamscape began to recede temporarily. Yu Sheng stood up, seeing the shadowy forest melt away, replaced by the walls and floors of the corridor emerging between flickering shapes. He quickly headed toward the wavering exit, found the stairs leading upward, and rushed from the second basement level all the way to the first floor. Strange, brief illusions and peculiar sounds erupted around him, like fleeting actors and props moving across a stage. Distorted fairy tale scenes, twisted characters, sharp, short trumpet calls, cheerful flutes, roaring lions, the songs of princes and princesses. Like countless invisible hands desperately trying to hold him back at the final steps, each briefly emerged and vanished within seconds, left behind as he pressed forward. A dull adult uninterested in fairy tales, Yu Sheng broke free of these dream-spawned illusions without hesitation. Soon he saw the hall on the first floor of the east building, already crowded with figures. Older kids were directing the scene, teenagers helping to maintain order and check belongings, while the younger cursed children stood quietly in line. Some still half asleep, some clutching hastily grabbed water bottles, others looking anxious and fearful. Yet despite dozens of small faces filling the hall, not a single one cried or shouted. The loudest sounds were the rapid exchanges between Little Red Riding Hood and several other guardians. Put on your clothes properly. Has everyone brought their water bottles? There's clean water on the other side. Once you have your bottle, wait over here. Bring some food and blankets too. There might not be beds or cooking facilities there. It's all been too sudden. Do another head count. Long-haired girl, keep an eye on the queue. The youngest ones are falling asleep again. Don't lose track of them. Then someone spotted Yu Sheng. Big Brother's here. Hurry, Big Brother, open the door. Chapter 217, Emergency Transfer. Snow White was the first to spot Yu Sheng. Her face lit up with delight, and she waved energetically toward him. Following her gesture, dozens of curious little faces turned in Yu Sheng's direction. Only now did the children finally behave like ordinary kids, their faces showing surprise and excitement as they began chatting eagerly, peppering their older brothers and sisters with endless questions. A few who recognized Yu Sheng cheered joyfully, their voices bubbling with excitement. Yu Sheng hurried forward, barely noticing that Snow White had just called him Brother Door Opener. Brushing past the crowd of small heads, he went straight to Little Red Riding Hood, eyes serious as he quickly examined her from head to toe. Little Red Riding Hood blinked, confused by his intense stare. "What's wrong?" she asked instinctively. "Where is Zio?" Yu Sheng demanded urgently. "She's in line." Little Red Riding Hood pointed toward the queue of children. "Right at the end, see." Yu Sheng turned swiftly and saw the tiny, thin girl standing among a bunch of 5- and 6-year-olds. She wore a little backpack, with a pink water bottle hanging from her neck, waving vigorously at him. "I saw the illusion of the Black Forest earlier." Yu Sheng smiled gently, returning Zio's wave, but when he faced Little Red Riding Hood again, his expression grew grim. "I thought you or Zio had accidentally slipped into a subset." Little Red Riding Hood opened her mouth in shock, unable to find words for a moment. "It seems the conditions of the leak have changed. Even if the protagonist isn't entering dream entry, their corresponding subset is starting to spill into reality," Yu Sheng said hastily, glancing around the hall. "Is everyone here?" "We've woken everyone who could be awakened, but we can't forcibly wake those still in their nightmare. Counting all these children and the guardians, there are 22, Little Red Riding Hood quickly answered. "King's knights are guarding the rooms of the sleeping ones. If needed, we might just carry them out directly." "Will that be dangerous?" Yu Sheng asked, noticing the gravity on Little Red Riding Hood's face. "Forcibly moving someone during a nightmare or shocking them awake might destabilize their condition. The corruption from fairy tale would accelerate, greatly increasing the odds they'll meet strong enemies within their subsets. It's like translating a shock from reality into terror inside the nightmare," Little Red Riding Hood explained. "But we're out of options. It's an emergency." She bit her lip, swiftly weighing her choices, then took a deep breath. "We have your shelter. If anyone encounters strong enemies, they can retreat into the wasteland. We'll give everyone a shot of sanity-blocking agent to suppress the corruption temporarily and move them forcibly. The aftereffects of the blocker will be minor compared to the alternative." Yu Sheng frowned slightly but quickly nodded. "Fine, you handle it." In this matter, he trusted Little Red Riding Hood's judgment as a professional. He turned away and approached the large door in the main hall. The cursed children watched him curiously. Dozens of gazes followed his every move, filled with tension, confusion, expectation, excitement, and uncertainty. Yu Sheng drew a slow, deep breath, placing his hand gently upon the large door's handle. "Irene," he called silently to the doll. Yes, here I am. How's your situation?" "Are you at the Valley construction site right now?" "You told me to go to the wasteland." Irene paused, then quickly corrected herself. "Oh, right, I'm at the construction site. At least one of my bodies is here." The person in charge got frantic when they heard the children were coming early. They're busy setting up temporary kitchens and tents. Purifiers and generators are up and running, and there's instant noodles if anyone's hungry. "Don't worry, the children have snacks," Yu Sheng interrupted gently. "I'm opening the door now. Prepare to receive them, guide everyone safely toward the platform, and keep an eye out so no one gets hurt. It's nighttime here in reality, but daylight in the valley. The kids might get excited. Just don't let them wander off." "Got it all set over here." Yu Sheng finally exhaled in relief, gathering his focus. He felt the door beneath his hand, forming a temporary connection with that distant valley. In the next moment, he gently pushed open the large door, which normally would lead to the orphanage's east building playground. Bright sunlight poured forth, revealing endless grassy fields, distant mountains crowned in sunshine, a little river winding lazily at the foot of the hills, and doll lady standing happily at the door's edge, waving cheerfully at everyone. The children exclaimed in surprise, their voices rising in excited chatter. It was noisy, but this was how a group of kids aged from 5 or 6 to teens ought to sound. The silent discipline of just moments ago was too unnatural for their age. Yet their noise lasted only briefly. Soon they quieted down, regrouping around older kids, quickly reforming into orderly lines. They all looked expectantly toward their nearest guardians. It was an emergency. They knew clearly that they must wait for further instructions. "It's like going on a field trip." Yu Sheng broke the silence with a warm smile directed at the children. Go ahead, it's a wonderful place. Come on, everyone, follow me. Those behind, stay close to your older brothers and sisters. Princess long-haired girl called out clearly, leading the first group towards the large door to the valley. Everyone listen carefully. Once you cross, don't wander off. Follow your brothers and sisters straight to the gathering spot. The cursed children lined up neatly, each team carefully guided by a guardian placed in the middle. Older kids, around 14, walked along the edges, checking on their younger brothers and sisters, making sure everyone was accounted for and safe. Minutes later, the knights summoned by King arrived in the hall. These towering, silent figures carried the still sleeping cursed children swiftly and gently through the great door. Yet Yu Sheng's ears caught eerie noises drifting from underground corridors, from outside the east building, from hidden corners above. Off-key melodies, knights shouting orders, singing voices, and distant gunfire. Through a nearby window, bright lights illuminated a feast. There, a prince prepared to marry a mysterious princess said to have slumbered for a century beneath the ruins. Their wedding banquet would soon begin in the castle square. Bonfires would blaze until the entire city turned to ash. Bells chimed as a grand ship docked against the night sky. Sailors whispered of secrets beneath the waves. A half-human, half-fish creature was among them. The scent of the sea rose from below deck. Soldiers lit whale oil lamps on the shore. The hunt would begin as the ship touched land. Overhead, troops marched upside down across the ceiling, their uniforms as strange as playing cards. They disappeared silently into corners and shadows. Small hands clasped tightly, the children walked through these illusions, singing nursery rhymes led by older kids. Their off-key voices blended with royal ballads, trumpets, whistles, and cannon fire. Together they passed ghostly dancers, sailors, soldiers, speaking lions, and creeping flames that twisted across the floor, onward toward that sunny valley beyond. They walked and walked, small hands gripping big hands. Don't look around, hold tightly onto each other. Follow your brothers and sisters, don't let go until you cross the door. They walked and walked, big hands guiding small hands. The last group, Jack, joined long-haired girl, help maintain order. Irene will give you further instructions once you're there. Gradually, the phantoms faded. The unworldly sounds grew faint. King, take your knights and do a final sweep through all the floors. Hurry back. Little Red Riding Hood's voice echoed gently as quiet returned to the hall. All the smallest cursed children had passed safely through the door, leaving only a handful of guardians behind. With the crowd gone, Yu Sheng noticed something had finally settled within the orphanage. An unrest he hadn't realized was constant, now stilled. He didn't know how to describe the sensation, only that his spiritual intuition was calming. It seemed tonight's leak had finally ceased. It's quiet now. Snow White glanced carefully around, listening closely. Has it stopped? Yu Sheng relaxed slightly, reaching out mentally. Irene, how are things there? Any anomalies in the valley or the wasteland? Everything's fine here, Irene replied quickly. The children arrived in good spirits. No leaks detected inside the valley. Those still sleeping, along with the guardians, are safely resting in temporary tents. The wasteland is calm, too. Sounds like all the subsets are quieting down rapidly. Yu Sheng's expression softened as he turned toward the tent's Little Red Riding Hood. A slight smile crossed his face. Good news, the valley's isolation is holding. Little Red Riding Hood and Snow White exhaled in relief. Should we head out then? Snow White urged softly. Let's not linger and risk anything else happening. We checked upstairs and downstairs, King's voice called from the stairway. All clear, no one is left behind. Little Red Riding Hood nodded decisively. All right, let's move. The two guardians and one cat quickly passed through the big door into the valley. Yu Sheng stayed behind, of course. It was his responsibility to close the door. Only when Little Red Riding Hood was safely through did he breathe a sigh of relief. Before stepping across himself, Yu Sheng glanced one final time at the now empty and silent hall. He froze. A hollow figure dressed in hunter's garb stood quietly watching. Yu Sheng blinked. And with that blink, Hunter vanished into thin air. Chapter 218. After the overflow fades. Yu Sheng stood motionless at the door, one hand still holding open the passage to the valley, eyes fixed deeply into the hall, staring at the stairway leading underground. He was certain he had just glimpsed the hunter, worn-out hunter's garb, a heavy hood beneath which lay nothing but emptiness. The hunter had stood silently, appearing for only the blink of an eye, but Yu Sheng was sure of it. The figure had been watching him. Why had the hunter appeared? Was it because Little Red Riding Hood's delayed exit meant the Black Forest subset hadn't completely faded yet? Was there something lingering within this building? Or perhaps was Anka Ayla's stirring growing even stronger? Moreover, Yu Sheng was sure the figure had been looking directly at him. Did the mysterious hunter want to communicate? He furrowed his brow deeply in thought. Just then, movement near the open door caught his eye. Irene leaned forward, peering curiously through the doorway. "Hey, Yu Sheng, why aren't you coming over? You take Little Red Riding Hood and the others and settle the cursed children first," Yu Sheng replied quickly. "I'll do another sweep here and come join you shortly." "Oh," the little doll nodded, not pressing further. "Then hurry up. There are so many little kids here. Once they get comfortable, they'll probably chase after me again. I won't be able to handle it alone." Yu Sheng gave a casual reply as he released his grip from the door. The passage to the valley closed instantly. The landscape visible through the door disappeared into nothingness, leaving only the empty courtyard outside East Building, quietly submerged in the night. With a cautious tension in his chest, Yu Sheng first checked the entire first floor, then ascended to the second. He moved carefully down the hall. The lights were still on, doors left ajar. The hurried evacuation had left clear signs: beds left unmade, belongings abandoned on tables or bedside, chairs overturned and untouched on the floor. The building echoed only with Yu Sheng's quiet footsteps. No strange sounds arose. No sudden lights appeared outside the windows. No uncanny shadows ascended from the walls or materialized out of thin air. Yu Sheng carefully inspected the second and third floors, finding nothing unusual. It seemed clear that with the cursed children's evacuation, the fairy tale overflow had indeed ceased. The hunter's brief appearance was likely only an aftershock. But was it really so simple? Yu Sheng felt lingering doubt. Just then his phone rang. It was Song Cheng. Naturally, news of the early evacuation of the cursed children had already reached the engineering teams in the valley, and thus Special Affairs Bureau. Answering quickly, Yu Sheng spoke first. "The cursed children have been evacuated safely. The overflow has stopped, and all illusions that had entered reality have vanished. I'm currently inspecting the building alone." "Good," Song Cheng's relieved voice replied from the other side. "It's good news the overflow stopped. A team has already been dispatched to your location. They'll arrive in about 10 minutes and will take over surveillance." "Understood, I'll wait here," Yu Sheng replied. Then, glancing up through a hallway window toward the sky, where Prince's anti-aircraft fire had recently lit up the darkness, he continued, "Just now, illusions had spilled out all over. I saw some extending beyond the orphanage walls, even into the sky. Has there been any significant impact outside?" "That's exactly what I wanted to discuss." Song Cheng's voice grew heavier. "So far, we've had no external reports of sightings. Even the Special Affairs Bureau's detection equipment around the orphanage hasn't registered any anomalies. The Bureau is urgently verifying data from other nearby sensors and nodes. But at present, it appears none of our equipment detected any of the overflow illusions you mentioned." Yu Sheng paused in his tracks, stunned by the information. The illusions spilling from the nightmare had been incredibly vivid, complete with roaring artillery and bursts of flame lighting up the sky. Yet there hadn't been any disturbance detected outside the orphanage. Lack of eyewitness reports made sense, considering it was deep into the night and ordinary citizens were screened by node-shielding devices. But for Special Affairs Bureau equipment to miss all signs was baffling. Could it be those nightmare-born illusions were visible only within the orphanage's confines? Yu Sheng shared his suspicion with Song Cheng, who was quiet for 2 or 3 seconds before responding slowly. "That's quite possible. Those illusions spilling outward were fundamentally still part of fairy tale members. Nightmares, not physical entities truly entering reality. As you noted, they left no trace once faded, indicating their visibility was significantly restricted." "Then we should be thankful we stopped the overflow while they were still merely illusions." Yu Sheng exhaled softly. Just then, headlights appeared outside the orphanage perimeter, car lights coming from the direction of the road entrance. Song Cheng's voice came clearly through the phone again. "Our team has arrived. They're waiting at the main door." "I see them. I'll go out to meet them." Yu Sheng strode to the orphanage's main door. As soon as he stepped outside, several sleek black vans marked with the Special Affairs Bureau emblem stopped neatly along the perimeter wall. Their doors slid open in unison, and a squad of heavily armed operatives poured out, their futuristic black gear gleaming sharply under the dim twilight. Each figure looked like a seasoned agent straight from a sci-fi thriller, and among them stood a familiar face. "Li Lind." Yu Sheng stared blankly at the young man, momentarily confused. Covered head to toe in tactical armor, gripping his rifle firmly, Li Lin looked every inch the seasoned Special Forces soldier. Yet Yu Sheng's memories stubbornly clung to scenes of him haggling over discounted instant noodles in the neighborhood supermarket or squatting casually by the roadside like a carefree youth. The contrast was so striking Yu Sheng couldn't immediately reconcile it. It wasn't until Li Lin approached him directly that Yu Sheng finally raised a hesitant hand in greeting. "Oh, it's you." "Yes, sir," Li Lin nodded sharply, snapping into a disciplined stance. He announced formally, his voice precise and well-trained, "Special Affairs Bureau, 2nd Mobilization Squad, Fairy Tale Emergency Response Unit. Li Lin, Acting Field Commander, will assume responsibility for surveillance and defense here." Yu Sheng blinked, bewildered. "You are the field commander." "Only temporarily reassigned," Li Lin admitted softly, leaning closer with a wry look. "Honestly, Brother Yu, I'm freaking out here." Yu Sheng, whose initial discomfort with Li Lin's new, professional appearance had already faded, immediately cracked a smile. Curious, he asked, "What about Su Jiali?" "Su's a deep diver. He's standing by at headquarters, ready to be deployed if Otherworld truly gets out of control," Li Lin whispered back. "Our squad's main job right now is just surveillance. How's the situation inside?" Yu Sheng coughed slightly, composing himself. "Well, right now things inside are stable, though it was pretty lively just a moment ago." He quickly recounted the recent chaos and the cursed children's evacuation. "With the kids gone, the anomalous spillover effects have ended. Still, we can't be sure if the orphanage itself has changed, so someone needs to stay and monitor. I'm heading to the settlement next. I'll leave this place in your hands." Li Lin nodded firmly, his demeanor now genuinely reflecting the reliability of an elite operative. "Understood. Don't worry, you can count on us. Go ahead." The more Yu Sheng listened, the stranger those reassuring words sounded. But perhaps that was just his recent brushes with death talking, making him overly cautious, akin to the vigilance of an undertaker sensing trouble. Still, Yu Sheng didn't dwell on it. After carefully briefing Li Lin on the orphanage, the phenomena they'd witnessed and necessary precautions, he waved goodbye, pulled out his phone to report in, then stepped through the door toward the valley. The instant he crossed the teleportation portal, Irene's panicked voice shrieked into his ears. "Yu Sheng, help, somebody stop these crazy little monsters." Yu Sheng jolted in surprise, immediately spotting several giggling, shrieking children chasing Irene around in dizzy circles on the grassy clearing. Irene, stubby legs pumping frantically, looked like a frantic rabbit, sparks nearly flying from her frantic strides. Farther away, he saw several fairy tale organization guardians calmly overseeing groups of resting children scattered across the grass and around the platform. Little Red Riding Hood stood near the construction site, deep in conversation with the supervisor, while Fox Girl energetically bounded toward Yu Sheng, waving enthusiastically. Relief washed over him. The cursed children were clearly adapting well and happily settling in. No emergencies in sight. Grinning widely, Yu Sheng moved to meet the joyful Fox Girl, who shouted happily as she approached, "Benefactor, benefactor, human cubs are so much fun." Yu Sheng laughed warmly, but midway through his steps, he suddenly froze. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several brilliant, blazing blue fox tails soaring swiftly through the air above the grass, each tail carrying an ecstatic, squealing child. Cold sweat instantly broke out across his forehead. "Whoa, stop, that's not safe." Irene, still darting in desperate loops across the grass, screamed louder than Yu Sheng. "That's exactly what I've been saying. Doesn't anyone care about safety here?" Chapter 219, A Little Mischief. After a tense yet thrilling commotion, Yu Sheng finally managed to pluck those giggling kids off the cruise missile. Yes, missile. Thankfully, nothing went wrong, though Foxy still seemed unsatisfied, and a few children who missed their turn looked disappointed. "It's actually pretty safe," Foxy murmured softly. "I didn't even let my tails fly that high, and even if someone fell, I'd catch them right away. Back in my hometown, the cursed children always play like this." "Your hometown's martial spirit can't be compared to here." Yu Sheng stared at her incredulously. "Your kindergarten kids can probably fly on swords already." As he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the resting area for the other cursed children. Foxy hesitated for a moment, then quickly trotted to catch up, still earnestly explaining, "That's not true, benefactor. Back home, they only learn sword flight in elementary school." Yu Sheng nearly stumbled into the ground. Not far away, the fairy tale members had seen the commotion clearly. By the time Yu Sheng approached, several guardians stepped forward to meet him. Snow White wore an amused expression as she reassured him. "There's no need to worry. We confirmed safety with Miss Foxy beforehand. Her tail control is truly remarkable." Yu Sheng glanced at these familiar faces, then turned back toward the smiling fox girl. He scratched his head, bewildered. Why do I feel like everyone got close so quickly? The big ones, the little ones, they're all acting like they're right at home. This place is better than we ever imagined. It's almost magical, said Matchstick, the gentle girl with long, flowing hair. And we should thank Miss Irene as well. She quickly showed us around, helping the little ones relax. Everyone was nervous at first. After all, we were surrounded by leaking nightmares moments ago, and some are still sleeping in their tents. Irene made sure they were all fine back in the sheltering wasteland. Really, she's pretty reliable then? Yu Sheng chuckled softly, glancing around. Where's Irene anyway? Just as he asked, the sharp scream of the little doll came from behind. Yu Sheng, you jerk! How dare you even ask? Come help me! Yu Sheng turned and saw Irene being chased by another pack of kids. Clearly, these were different from the first batch, who were now happily chasing King the tabby cat all over the hills. As Irene dashed by, Yu Sheng swiftly grabbed her and hoisted her into the air, facing the laughing mob of kids. All right, settle down. Irene, big sister, is tired. Let her rest. The children obediently dispersed. Yu Sheng sighed helplessly, glancing at the doll now draped limply over his shoulder. Was that really necessary? You couldn't handle a bunch of 6- and 7-year-olds? What about your incredible magic, super strength, and agility? You think I can just go all out? Those little bean sprouts wouldn't last a second, Irene mumbled stubbornly, dangling lazily on his shoulder. If I got serious, you'd have to call the Special Affairs Bureau and explain why you suddenly need 40 child-sized hospital beds. I was holding back. Humans spawn such energetic brats. Yu Sheng laughed, carrying the doll to sit at the edge of the platform, gazing outward. Never before had the valley been so lively. There were kids resting and snacking on the grass around the platform, teenagers helping in the makeshift camp, children who had just awakened timidly peeking out of tents to explore their new surroundings, and a rowdy group chasing King the cat in joyful abandon near the distant grassland. No more tension-filled gloom, no frantic, oppressive escape. The youngest ones were entirely at ease, savoring carefree moments. This is how it should be, Yu Sheng murmured to himself. Back at the orphanage, when everyone gathered, these kids were too obedient, too mature. Being tense when it's needed, relaxing when it's safe. Little Red Riding Hood's voice drifted from his side. Without turning, Yu Sheng saw from the corner of his eye that she'd settled beside him, legs swinging gently off the platform's edge. I told them the danger had passed and it's safe here, so they can play freely, as long as they stay within the grass area. Do you even know what time it is? Yu Sheng casually asked. Little Red Riding Hood tilted her head slightly. It's 4:30 in the morning, Yu Sheng smiled wryly. They're already this excited, their sleep schedules wrecked on the very first day. After the thrilling chaos had finally settled, Yu Sheng successfully coaxed down those few daredevils who'd been joyfully riding atop cruise missiles. Yes, literally missiles. Fortunately, no accidents occurred, though Foxy still appeared a bit disappointed, and some children who missed their turns looked slightly crestfallen. It's actually really safe, Foxy grumbled softly. I didn't even let my tail fly too high. Even if they fell, I could have caught them instantly. Back home, our cursed children play like this all the time. Yu Sheng widened his eyes at her. How can your hometown's martial culture compare to here? I'm guessing even your preschoolers can ride swords through the air. Without waiting for Foxy's reply, he turned and walked toward where the rest of the cursed children had gathered. Foxy, after a brief stunned moment, quickly followed behind, still attempting to explain herself. No, benefactor, it's not like. What else could we do? An emergency gathering at 2:30, and now it's bright outside, everyone's wide awake. There aren't even enough beds, so later if anyone gets sleepy, they'll either crowd into tents or burrow straight into sleeping bags on the grass, Little Red Riding Hood said, sounding as if she was complaining. Yet her face held a gentle smile. It's kind of interesting, though. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised by her word choice. Interesting. Think about it, running out of the orphanage in the middle of the night, everyone grabbing bags hastily packed, fleeing into the wilderness, then building a temporary camp together with adults. Some help out, some create more chaos, some run around without a care, and some even get to hug a fox's tail while soaring low through the air, Little Red Riding Hood described slowly. It's like jumping from one dream right into another, messy, wild, even a bit mischievous. She tilted her head toward Yu Sheng. Don't you think it's a little mischievous? Yu Sheng stared blankly, then suddenly laughed aloud. Yeah, it really is a bit mischievous. The cursed children who lived in the orphanage rarely had the chance for such mischief. They had always been obedient, careful, disciplined. Throughout their short lives, they'd always had to behave. Generation after generation of Little Red Riding Hoods and Snow Whites probably only had tonight this hurried, chaotic, emergency escape as their single chance at true mischief, to encounter the unexpected, to try things they'd never done before, running ahead with nightmares chasing behind. And they had outrun those nightmares. Now they could rest in a shelter, even staying awake until 4:30 in the morning. If only it could always be like this. "How's the situation back at the orphanage?" Little Red Riding Hood suddenly broke the silence, turning to Yu Sheng. "You seem to have stayed back there quite a while after we left. Did something happen?" "I saw an apparition of the hunter, but I'm not sure if it was just residual overflow from the subset," Yu Sheng explained frankly. "He vanished before I could communicate. Afterward, I checked the entire east building and found nothing unusual. Didn't have time to inspect the west building, but I didn't hear anything suspicious." Soon after, the Special Affairs Bureau arrived. Li Lin led the team, you know him too. They secured the perimeter and will station there for the foreseeable future. They brought a lot of specialized equipment, clearly aiming for long-term, thorough monitoring. It seemed very professional. "That's good," Little Red Riding Hood breathed out softly, hesitating before continuing. "We left in a hurry and couldn't take many things with us. Later, if you have time." "No problem, I'll go back and get your things. Opening a door is easy enough," Yu Sheng smiled reassuringly. "Council employees should be here soon too. Teacher Sue and the others know the orphanage well. If anything goes missing, we can ask for their help. Everything will stabilize soon. Don't worry about anything else right now. You've made it safely through the night, so just focus on resting." Little Red Riding Hood nodded slowly. "All right." Yu Sheng stretched lazily, lying directly back onto the stone platform. Now that his nerves were relaxing, fatigue finally crept in. Irene, who'd been perched on his shoulder, effortlessly flipped forward, smoothly transitioning from lying down to sitting upright on Yu Sheng's chest, before promptly settling down again to rest. Even Little Red Riding Hood stared blankly for a moment, finally meeting Irene's eyes. "Impressive moves." Irene poked Yu Sheng's chin lightly. "He's so careless that if it were you, you'd get plenty of practice too." Yu Sheng, eyes half closed, easily intercepted the little doll's hand. "Normally, you should walk on your own, not boldly ride on my shoulders." Irene huffed. "Tell me that again after you've finally sculpted my proper 5'5" body." Footsteps approached, causing Yu Sheng to open his eyes again, spotting a lean young man in the Special Affairs Bureau uniform approaching from the campsite. Yu Sheng quickly sat up, but the young man waved reassuringly. "Please, relax. I just came to let you know the temporary kitchen is set up. Breakfast will be ready at 5:30. We're preparing hot soup, steamed buns, and porridge for the cursed children. But we haven't assembled the dining hall yet, so where should they eat?" "Oh, just that." Yu Sheng's face brightened immediately as he smiled and slapped the ground. "That's easy." A moment later, with a deep rumble and grinding of stone, a 50-meter-long table emerged directly from the center of the platform. Yes, 50 meters long, appearing as casually as if conjured from thin air. On both sides, over 100 neatly arranged stone stools rose along with it. "I'm not too good at complicated stuff, but a dining table's simple." Yu Sheng grinned proudly at the stunned young man. "Tell your people to join too. After a busy night, you should all sit and have something warm with the kids." "Understood, sir." Chapter 220, Getting on Track. This was the cursed children's first meal in the valley. After the frantic overnight transfer, followed by excitement and brief chaos upon reaching their new home, they gathered around a massive dining table atop the open platform. The staff from the Special Affairs Bureau had already prepared steaming hot buns, rice porridge, and soup. It wasn't exactly a grand feast, given the hurried circumstances, but a warm breakfast was more than enough to ease everyone's hearts. Yu Sheng sat at one end of the long table, and it was indeed very long. Foxy was seated to his right, while Irene perched atop the table itself. The youngest cursed children lined up neatly along the table's sides, arranged according to their usual seats back at the orphanage. Each child already had a small tray placed before them, and now the guardians and bureau staff busily brought over large steaming pots and bamboo steamers, carefully distributing food to everyone. For the young cursed children, the experience was both novel and delightful. The wide-open valley was unlike anything they'd seen at their old, crowded orphanage or the bustling city streets. Eating together with adults at one gigantic table under an open sky was something they'd never imagined before. Even the normally well-behaved, disciplined kids from the fairy tale group couldn't help but chatter excitedly. Of course, it wasn't just the cursed children who found it extraordinary. Even the Special Affairs Bureau personnel felt amazed. If nothing else, None of them had ever seen a dining table 50 meters long before. Little Red Riding Hood finished helping serve the kids and then sat down beside Yu Sheng, muttering softly, "Honestly, don't you think this table's a bit excessive?" Yu Sheng replied sheepishly, "I just wanted the first meal here to feel special, a sort of ceremony, you know, so everyone could gather at one big table." "Yes, it's very ceremonial, but did you even consider those poor people serving the food?" Little Red Riding Hood grumbled. Then she got up, grabbed a piping hot steamed bun, blew on it vigorously, and bit down, immediately exclaiming, "Ah, hot, hot, hot. Just came out of the steamer. Of course it's hot." Yu Sheng couldn't help chuckling. Little Red Riding Hood usually kept a serious, mature expression, but after spending more time together, he'd realized that this responsible guardian of so many younger siblings also had a playful side. "Slow down a little." Little Red Riding Hood continued puffing out breaths, glancing across the table at Foxy, who was enthusiastically devouring 2 steamed buns at once. "I saw her eating so fast, I thought they'd already cooled down." "She's a cultivator. She literally eats grilled meat by sandwiching a piece of charcoal between pork slices. You're really using her as a reference." "Okay, my mistake." Yu Sheng laughed helplessly, but was quickly interrupted by his phone ringing. Pulling it out, he saw Bai Li Qing's name flashing on the screen. Upon answering, the director's cool, clear voice immediately sounded in his ear. "Open a door connecting directly to the underground parking lot of the Special Affairs Bureau. The council's personnel assigned to the orphanage have arrived." "All right, got it." Maybe it was because of the long, exhausting night, but Yu Sheng took a moment to recall exactly what she was talking about. Hurriedly agreeing, he stood to open the door. As he hung up, double-checking this time, he couldn't help murmuring softly to Irene, "Is it just me, or did Bai Li Qing sound a little cheerful just now?" Irene tugged at Yu Sheng's hair and scoffed. "Obviously. It's 5:30 in the morning, and for once she finally got to call you off hours and boss you around. Usually you're the one making Special Affairs Bureau personnel jump from their desks in a panic every time you report something. Now she's the one waking you up and making you work. If it were me, I'd be openly laughing at you right now." Yu Sheng frowned slightly. "Is it really that dramatic?" "That's what my spiritual intuition says." Clearly, Irene and Yu Sheng shared at least one trait. Their spiritual intuition rarely focused on serious business. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng reached into the empty air, smoothly creating a door, something he'd become remarkably good at through constant practice. Connecting to the bureau was now second nature, and since it was only for a few people, the door didn't need to be large. In a blink, the ethereal gate appeared, and with a slight push, he opened it wide. The cursed children curiously turned their heads toward the commotion. Yu Sheng smiled broadly and called out cheerfully, "Look who's here." One of the little ones nearest to him jumped from their seat excitedly. "It's Teacher Sue." Familiar faces emerged onto the platform one by one. These teachers, sent by the council, had watched over the orphanage's children for years. They smiled warmly, having received emergency instructions from their superiors at dawn, and quickly rushed over. "That's right, it's your beloved Teacher Sue, along with Teacher Lee and Teacher Sun, bringing along your favorite winter break homework," one of the teachers cheerfully teased, patting the camping trailer he had pulled through. He revealed a load of materials, letting the children know that even if they were camping out here in the valley, there would be no escaping their daily studies. Immediately, groans and playful protests filled the air along the giant dining table, mingled with laughter from the adults. "Glad I don't have to join in this," Little Red Riding Hood whispered smugly. Yet no sooner had she spoken than Teacher Sue approached, placing a large bag on the table in front of her. "Your homeroom teacher asked me to give you this. Absence from school is no excuse not to do homework. Here are your monthly mock exams, too. Finish them, and I'll deliver them back for grading." Little Red Riding Hood fell into stunned silence. "Snow White, long-haired girl, and the rest of you over there, stop laughing. This pushcart here belongs to you. Before we set out, the council specially contacted each of your teachers at school. They sent along your assignments and even the test papers for the end-of-month mock exams." Laughter immediately filled the air around the long table. Yu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, though he soon reminded everyone gently, "Eat first, eat first. You cursed children were awakened at 2:30 this morning. You're just now getting a hot meal. After you finish eating, you need rest. The homework and extra lessons can wait. You folks come and eat too, just a few extra chopsticks is all. Once you're done, I'll show you around the place." By the time everyone finished their breakfast, and Yu Sheng had shown the council's workers around the perimeter of the camp, the sun had already risen high in the sky, and it was past 9 o'clock in the morning. Right on schedule, the second wave of construction workers dispatched by the Special Affairs Bureau entered the valley, relieving the exhausted first shift that had worked tirelessly from the night before. The workers immediately resumed finishing touches on the settlement, preparing for other planned construction projects. The settlement itself was nearly complete. Standing atop a small rise near the portal platform, Yu Sheng gazed at the neat and brand-new camp. Senior members of Fairy Tale were being guided by the master craftsmen, getting familiar with the facilities, and accepting the keys for critical equipment like generators and water pumps. Under the clear blue sky, the white prefab housing gleamed brilliantly. Hardened pathways stretched wide and orderly, while teenage cursed children, alongside their teachers, carried bundles of daily necessities through winding lanes between houses. The king led his team of knights through the camp, tirelessly rounding up younger children to ensure they got some rest. Occasionally, adults would pause, trying earnestly to explain to a puzzled child why they needed to sleep even though it was broad daylight. Admittedly, the settlement wasn't grand or particularly beautiful. Yet, it radiated a reassuring comfort, fully meeting all the needs of a thriving orphanage. Perhaps a few inconveniences remained, but it was clear little Red Riding Hood and the others were already growing fond of their new home. As for Yu Sheng, no one was happier than him. Linked directly with the valley, Yu Sheng felt a subtle but powerful shift in the atmosphere around him. Beneath the perpetually clear sky, it was as if a simple yet vibrant town had sprung to life. This newfound vitality quietly nourished the land, and Yu Sheng realized he deeply enjoyed this vitality, the changes in the valley, and this feeling of being nourished. It made him sense his existence more strongly than even the beating of his own heart. He didn't quite understand this sensation, but the warmth it brought convinced him it was a good thing. Afterward, Yu Sheng shifted his gaze toward the area near the portal platform. Newly built pump stations and generator rooms stood between the camp and the portal platform, workers diligently extending pipes and electrical lines to another construction site nearby. This development was part of an earlier agreement Yu Sheng and Bai Li Qing had reached. Hotel would grant the Special Affairs Bureau access to the valley and its crash site for research. In return, the Special Affairs Bureau would finance and execute a series of construction projects here, including setting up reliable utilities and even building an advanced vegetable greenhouse. The nightmare leakage incident at the orphanage had been unexpected, yet now everything seemed to be swiftly improving and settling back onto the right path. With a sense of relief and joy, Yu Sheng returned to Wudong Road No. 66, intending to enjoy a long-overdue nap before the Special Affairs Bureau inevitably called him again to open the door. Foxy lent him a fluffy tail for comfort, while Irene promised that her steel rebar and stone body wouldn't unexpectedly leap onto the bed this time. The room temperature was perfect, and with the curtains drawn, the dimness was just right. Yu Sheng thought there couldn't possibly be a better setting for a good, restful sleep. Holding onto the warm, comforting fox tail, Yu Sheng happily closed his eyes. When he opened them again, oh great black forest! And from somewhere nearby came the unmistakable wailing of an infant. Yu Sheng muttered softly to himself, "Damn it." Chapter 221, Hunter's Invitation. When Yu Sheng opened his eyes to see the black forest, he wasn't all that surprised. After all, the fairy tale otherworld had never truly disappeared, nor had Anka Ayla ceased its restless stirring. The cursed children from the orphanage had only narrowly made it through one dangerous night. Any moment afterward, the stories within Fairy Tale could reignite, and places like Sheltering Wasteland or the Valley were merely safe havens, protective shelters to shield the children from losing themselves or falling prey to Anka Ayla. In other words, nightmares would always return. Still, Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel irritated. Is this black forest purposely coming after me? Taking a quiet breath to steady himself, Yu Sheng became even more convinced of his intuition. The Black Forest was indeed after him, or perhaps something deep within the woods was targeting him specifically. Distant wolf howls floated in the air, mingling with the relentless cries of a baby. A restless wind rustled through nearby bushes, and a strange, buzzing sound hovered at the edge of hearing. The humming noise made Yu Sheng suspect tinnitus. He slapped his forehead and dug at his ears, but the noise only seemed louder, mingling irritatingly with the crying, making it harder to concentrate. "This cursed place just keeps getting louder," Yu Sheng muttered, as if his murmurs could drown out the noise. "Sounds like someone set off an alarm." Suddenly there was a rustling from a nearby pile of dried grass, and a small, red-brown creature emerged from the rotting underbrush, hopping eagerly towards Yu Sheng. You're all right. You're all right. Little Red Riding Hood is all right. Squirrel is all right. Squirrel bounced cheerfully around Yu Sheng's feet, chirping happily in her tiny, squeaky voice. Yu Sheng bent down, gently scooped her up, and rubbed her fuzzy head with his finger, smiling softly. Yes, we're all fine. We made it safely through the night. Squirrel joyfully hugged Yu Sheng's finger, but quickly glanced around warily, crouching low and whispering cautiously. SHH, still can't speak too loud. Anka Ayla is lurking in the forest. Its gaze just passed by a little while ago. Squirrel thinks it's unhappy. It's going to make trouble again. I know, Yu Sheng instinctively lowered his voice too, but I'm actually here to look for it this time. But Squirrel seemed not to hear him clearly. She shook her head suddenly, cutting Yu Sheng off without context, her voice anxious and distracted. Hunter. Yu Sheng froze in surprise. Hunter, what about Hunter? Hunter, Squirrel nervously repeated, the familiar confusion returning to her little frame. She quickly snapped back, frantically wiping her face as if to clear her mind, mumbling quietly, Squirrel is thinking, Hunter, Hunter. She suddenly stopped, straightened her body, stared deep into the forest, and after 2 seconds smacked her tail excitedly. Hunter is over by the house? Right, Hunter is at the house. Hunter is waiting for you. Hunter is waiting for me? This revelation truly shocked Yu Sheng. He immediately remembered that fleeting figure he had glimpsed when evacuating from the orphanage, the mysterious shadow who appeared and vanished in an instant. An uneasy feeling surged in his chest. Without further hesitation or questions, he simply said, Take me there. Squirrel eagerly pointed her tiny paw. This way, this way. Yu Sheng turned in the direction Squirrel indicated, towards the darkest depths of the forest, with no lamp posts, no path, and no flickering candles from the safe little houses visible. But he chose to trust Squirrel. He could clearly feel his blood bond with this little one in his palm. This wasn't a trap set by the Black Forest. Yu Sheng began to run quickly into the darkness, taking advantage of the journey to ask more clearly. How do you know Hunter is waiting for me at the little house? Did Hunter appear? Did Hunter speak to you? Squirrel nodded earnestly. Hunter just suddenly showed up without Wolf Granny. Hunter walked right out of the forest alone, avoiding Anka Ayla's gaze, silent and stealthy, but Squirrel still heard Hunter's voice directly. Hunter said, Tell the one who touched the umbilical cord and the bullet to come to the first little house. Hunter said there's not much time left. The angel is waking up, but someone interfered with the angel's connection to the outside, creating a brief. Squirrel abruptly stopped, clearly stuck on difficult concepts she couldn't fully grasp or recall. After struggling a while and failing to remember, she gave up trying, brushing over the details hastily. Squirrel can't remember clearly anyway. Hunter said Ta finally has a chance to speak openly because the angel's control over Ta is weakening. Ta wants the one who touched the umbilical cord and bullet to hurry. Squirrel saw you holding the umbilical cord but doesn't know what the bullet means. Did Squirrel get it right? Yes, it's me, Yu Sheng replied decisively. He reassured Squirrel, simultaneously processing her disjointed and incomplete account, his mind racing as he pieced together this puzzling invitation. As an entity bound strictly by the laws of the Black Forest, Hunter had always acted in perfect accordance with its grim rules. The figure appeared only when the Wolf Granny emerged, capable solely of firing upon her or eliminating any Little Red Riding Hood fully consumed by wolfish madness. Through all known histories, even those remembered by Squirrel and every Little Red Riding Hood before, Hunter had never uttered a single word. Yet now Hunter had willingly spoken to Squirrel. Even more shockingly, Hunter moved freely within the forest without the presence of Wolf Granny, briefly entering the real world. All because someone had disrupted the angel's connection to the outside. Yu Sheng lowered his gaze, examining his own hands. Over the recent days, he had offered his blood countless times, performing ritual after ritual to ensure the safety of every fairy tale child. Well, this is an unexpected outcome, Yu Sheng muttered, slowly curving his lips into an amused smile. Although he didn't fully grasp how, it was clear now. His repeated ceremonies of blood bestowal to every fairy tale child had weakened Anka Ayla's grasp on reality. It had done exactly as planned, safeguarding the children, but had also, by chance, granted Hunter the opening to move freely. It seemed that beneath the dark, empty Hunter's cloak, a spark of humanity and reason still lingered, yearning desperately for freedom. In the distant gloom, the shadowy outlines of the little house gradually materialized. Yu Sheng inhaled softly, his footsteps slowing as he neared the house, alert to every rustle and murmur in the dark. Hunter might not mean him harm, but the Black Forest itself was alive. He needed caution, wary of provoking any dangerous reactions during their encounter. After all, this was merely a dream, and Yu Sheng had come without Irene, without Foxy, even without his trusted reason. Should something go wrong, he might perish instantly. Dying was not the real problem. Wasting precious time was. Around him, the forest had fallen into deep silence. Even the howling of wolves faded. Only the faint cries of a baby and the persistent buzzing noise remained, and by now, Yu Sheng had grown accustomed to those eerie sounds. Yet he could feel the tiny squirrel trembling in his palm. She feared this place, feared this dreaded house that marked the dark end of every Little Red Riding Hood. "You're scared of this house. Maybe it's better if you stay outside," Yu Sheng whispered gently, preparing to set her down on a nearby tree stump. "Just wait here." No, surprisingly, Squirrel flipped quickly, clinging tightly to his fingers. Dangling in midair, she insisted stubbornly, "Squirrel, squirrel, night fears nothing." Her tiny body still shivered, but Yu Sheng saw clearly. Her fear had lessened. What once overwhelmed her was now something she was determined to confront. Yu Sheng paused, then smiled warmly. "All right, then come with me. But if you become too afraid inside, wait outside instead. A squirrel knight who knows when to retreat is still brave." "Yes, yes." He placed Squirrel gently onto his shoulder, stepped forward, and carefully pushed open the old, shadowy wooden door. The gentle creak echoed softly. Yu Sheng leaned inside, peering into the house. Pale light seeped through dusty windows, illuminating the interior filled with countless red cloaks of varying sizes, draped throughout the room. Amid those cloaks, Hunter stood quietly, centered perfectly within the space. The entity's head tilted slightly downward, the hood's hollow darkness offering no face to see. Yet as Yu Sheng stepped fully inside, that hood clearly shifted, acknowledging his presence. From within the emptiness, an unseen gaze met his own. I'm here." Yu Sheng approached Hunter awkwardly, greeting the mysterious figure. "Squirrel told me you were looking for me." Hunter slowly nodded. Such a simple gesture, yet it caused Yu Sheng's breath to pause momentarily in surprise. Hunter had truly responded. "What do you need from me? Is there something you want to say?" Yu Sheng continued cautiously. Hunter hesitated briefly, then stepped suddenly forward. As Yu Sheng instinctively tensed at this sudden approach, the empty hunter's attire raised an unseen hand to gesture toward itself. "Put it on." A hollow, ghostly voice echoed directly within Yu Sheng's mind. Chapter 222, The True Shadow. Yu Sheng was momentarily stunned upon hearing Hunter's words. Yet his first instinct was neither suspicion nor excitement, but rather the clear recollection of a strange dream from before. In that dream, Hunter had silently appeared before him. Curious, Yu Sheng reached out to touch the empty hunter's garb, only to see his hand pass straight through its sleeve. If he hadn't hesitated in shock, he might have already been wearing Hunter's outfit. So that dream was Hunter's first attempt. Was Ta already trying to make me wear this hunter's garb then? Yu Sheng frowned, remaining cautious instead of acting impulsively. He spoke in a low voice. "What's your reason?" "We know what you're seeking," the empty, blurry voice echoed again in his mind. "The path to the deep layers is sealed by illusions. Only by becoming a part of it can you bypass this forest. We found the way, but we can't resist its will. That's why we've been confined to performing the script of this stage. But you seem capable. Wear this hunter's garb, become the hunter in the Black Forest, and you will see the forest's true path. If you truly have the courage and determination to confront it, go and face it." Yu Sheng sharply noticed a peculiar term Hunter used when referring to Ta-self. "We." "You're the deep dive squad from years ago. You've merged into one entity." "Yes, exactly as you've guessed. It can't distinguish between our individual selves and a collective, so during the fracture, we fused together amidst our descent," Hunter calmly explained, seemingly with only a faint hint of nostalgia. "But we still remember many things. That photograph you brought." Suddenly, a sharp, piercing hum erupted throughout the forest, interrupting the voice in his mind. A massive, oppressive force brushed every nerve ending, sending his spiritual intuition into violent tremors. An eerie illusion gripped him. Countless giant, monstrous eyes, forming an immense shadow, swept through the forest with chilling indifference. As swiftly as it appeared, the illusion vanished. The forest fell briefly silent once more, and Hunter's voice urgently resurfaced, tinged with anxiety. "Quickly. We don't have much time. It's realized the actors on this stage are acting on their own. Hunter must revert to its original state before Wolf Granny appears. Trust us, we've waited long for this chance. It is about to." Without hesitation, Yu Sheng lunged forward, reaching for the empty hunter's garb. He knew his action was reckless. Hunter had provided insufficient information. There was no real trust between himself and them. What would happen once he wore the garb? How to act next, or what precisely the true path was, none of this had been clarified. Rushing forward based solely on impulse seemed a dangerous gamble. But there was no time left for deliberation. Because at this moment, he sensed Anka Ayla once more, the shadow of countless eyes scanning overhead again, like a mechanical program combing through data. He could practically hear the black forest resonating, responding to this command. Amid the rising noise mixed with infant wails, Yu Sheng vaguely perceived that the trapped dark angel within the depths of the fairy tale had noticed him, marking him as an intruder within the forest. He could open a door and escape, but opening it now risked revealing the coordinates of the real world directly to that dark angel. Yu Sheng's hand again passed through the hunter's garb, just as it had in his dream. The hunter was merely a hollow illusion, intangible and incorporeal. Yet Yu Sheng clearly sensed that as he threw himself towards that empty garment, his connection to the hunter's garb abruptly intensified. Anka Ayla's gaze shifted sharply towards him, as if a puppet suddenly moving on its own had startled the puppeteer into alertness. Yu Sheng felt the hunter's garb enveloping him, drawing him into an additional shell. His thoughts momentarily dulled as alien emotions and memories surged into his consciousness, flowing away in an instant. Yet within that fleeting moment, he glimpsed scattered, chaotic scenes. He saw 12 figures in thick protective gear standing together, with himself among them. He heard voices delivering commands, and the sound of water filling the deep-dive pool. He heard chaotic roars, countless voices merging and distorting together, mingled with echoes resembling the mechanical hum of innumerable devices operating simultaneously. He saw himself hurtling through endless darkness. His outer shell was shattering into countless fragments. Wild torrents of energy lashed against the protective barriers, each nerve ablaze with warnings of collapsing internal structures. A cacophony of error messages flooded his mind, screaming relentlessly. Warning, umbilical cord severed. Warning, core connection lost. Yu Sheng felt his consciousness leaping wildly between different viewpoints, not only those of the deep divers from 70 years past, but also visions that belonged to something inhuman. Memories impossible for a human surged before him. In the final glimpse, he saw himself plunging through a chaotic storm of swirling light. At the end of that fall lay an empty clearing, surrounded by a few old, worn-out buildings. The blinding radiance faded. Yu Sheng opened his eyes, now standing in the heart of the dark little house, clothed in hunter's garb. His vision swayed gently. Countless red cloaks surrounded him like silent flames, setting the quiet night ablaze. The gaze of Anka Ayla drifted slowly across the night sky above the little house. Yu Sheng raised his eyes cautiously beneath the brim of the hunter's hood. For a moment the little house's roof seemed to vanish, revealing an enormous shadow drifting overhead, a shadow filled with countless blinking eyes. The monstrous shape continued its slow, deliberate path, gradually descending toward the edge of the black forest. It had not detected the intruder hiding inside Hunter's guise. Yu Sheng steadied his breathing and tentatively asked deep within his mind, "Are you still there?" There was no direct reply. Yet faint, hollow whispers stirred in the darkness. Those echoes seemed intentionally sent, like distant signals acknowledging his call. It appeared they were still present, merely hiding themselves carefully to avoid alerting Anka Ayla. Standing quietly, Yu Sheng examined himself, cautiously lifting his arm. He saw Hunter's familiar garments but felt no unusual restraints or sensations as he moved. The worst-case scenario, that this uniform was a trap designed to transform him into a puppet, a hunter bound by the cruel rules of the Black Forest, had thankfully not occurred. Yu Sheng blinked slowly. He still sensed something had subtly changed within him, though he could not clearly grasp what exactly it was. As he pondered, he felt another gaze resting on him. Turning slightly, he saw Squirrel crouching nearby, trembling slightly but courageously refusing to flee from the house. So, Squirrel asked in a hesitant whisper, "Does this mean you're a hunter now?" "Maybe," Yu Sheng considered briefly, stepping forward and gently scooping up Squirrel. "But nothing really feels diff." He abruptly stopped speaking mid-sentence. Squirrel nervously tugged at his fingers. "What's wrong?" Yu Sheng didn't answer. He simply stared blankly at the wall before him. The wall began to flicker in his vision. It flashed erratically, vanishing one moment, reappearing the next. When it disappeared entirely, he could clearly see the black forest outside, and now the entire forest flickered like an unstable projection, trees and bushes blinking in and out, increasingly unreal with every passing second. Guided by instinct, Yu Sheng stepped forward. He passed effortlessly through the flickering wall, emerging outside the little house with Squirrel still in his grasp. "Whoa," Squirrel squeaked in shock, finally registering what had just occurred. "Did we just walk through the wall? How'd you do that?" Yu Sheng didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on another sight. A vast, yawning fissure stood silently at the heart of the black forest. It was identical to the rift he'd once seen tearing through old Zheng's room, the same wound Anka Ayla had opened to pierce the real world. It had always been there, hidden behind the illusions of the black forest, a path to the truth behind the stage, unseen until now. "Do you see that?" Yu Sheng asked, carefully raising Squirrel with one hand and pointing toward the fissure with the other. Squirrel looked confused, her tiny face blank. "Huh, see what?" "Never mind," Yu Sheng sighed softly. "Seems only a hunter can see it." Taking a deep breath, Yu Sheng began walking toward the fissure. But the moment he took that first step, a wave of chilling wolf howls and a terrifying roar thundered through the night, freezing him in his tracks. "Wolves, they're coming!" Squirrel shrieked. And indeed, the wolves arrived. Countless wolves appeared instantly, materializing from thin air, their savage forms filling every space within Yu Sheng's sight. He knew at once, this horde far exceeded anything he'd encountered even when he and Foxy stormed through the black forest to face Wolf Granny. A tangible aura of murderous intent saturated the air, almost thick enough to taste blood. Yu Sheng gasped sharply, teeth clenched. Reaching behind him, he awkwardly pulled out the hunter's rifle, gripping it unsteadily. "Come on, then." He growled defiantly. The wolves charged, surging forward. Then they tore him apart, into countless tiny fragments. Chapter 223, Damaged. Yu Sheng awoke abruptly, emerging from visions of chaos and an endless, dark descent. He opened his eyes into the dim gloom of his bedroom and tried to sit up, but couldn't. Two Irines perched, one on each of his arms, while another made of steel bars sat squarely on his chest. Nearby, Foxy crouched at the edge of the bed, staring intently with golden-red eyes glowing faintly in the dimness, brimming with a mischievous aura. Yu Sheng nearly choked, gasping as he tried to shove the heavy doll from his chest. "Didn't we agree you wouldn't jump onto the bed? Do you realize how heavy this body of yours is?" The little doll glared back with crimson eyes. "I didn't jump suddenly, I climbed up slowly." With great effort, Yu Sheng finally managed to sit upright, dizziness still clouding his mind. "What exactly are you all doing here anyway, staring at me like you're viewing a corpse?" Irene immediately nodded. "Exactly, we are viewing your corpse." "Yu Sheng, benefactor, your aura completely vanished for half an hour. We assumed you died," Foxy chimed in, nodding seriously. "Irene said humans are fragile and often drop dead after staying up too late, so you probably died from exhaustion. But I thought she crushed you to death by sitting on your chest, so we were waiting for you to come back and tell us." Yu Sheng groaned. "Can't you try learning something more reliable from Irene?" Another wave of dizziness struck him, either from his bizarre resurrection or perhaps from being nearly crushed to death a second time by a steel and stone doll. As clarity slowly returned, memories flooded his mind. The squirrel, the little house, the hunter, the flickering black forest, Anka Ayla's ominous gaze sweeping the skies, the savage wolf pack and his death. Suddenly, Foxy leaned closer, her glowing eyes wide with concern. "Benefactor, what's wrong?" "I became hunter. I saw the fissure behind the black forest, and then I was killed by the wolf pack." Yu Sheng spoke quickly, suddenly jolting upright and looking urgently towards the window. "Wait, what time is it now?" "It's already dark. You've slept a long while, Benefactor," Foxy answered hurriedly, startled. "Irene and I visited the valley earlier this afternoon. Everything seemed fine." No, something's going to happen. Nightfall is approaching again," Yu Sheng muttered anxiously, overcome by a powerful unease as he hastily rose from the bed. "Anka Ayla's activity hasn't lessened at all. It's preparing an even greater assault. I've overlooked something crucial, I'm sure of it." The three Irines glanced uncertainly at each other before one jumped onto the bedside table, staring up at him curiously. "Wait, what trouble are you talking about? Wasn't the most dangerous night already behind us? Foxy and I just confirmed that the cursed children are safe in the valley." "But Anka Ayla's power isn't diminishing, it's intensifying," Yu Sheng interrupted urgently, staring into the doll's blood-red eyes. "Yes, the blood bestowal ceremony and the valley's shielding have weakened Anka Ayla's control, but its awakening speed is actually increasing." The three Irines froze simultaneously. "What?" "I saw it clearly from within the black forest. The Dark Angel is scanning through every fairy tale subset. Yu Sheng explained rapidly, grabbing his coat and quickly sending a warning to the Special Affairs Bureau from his phone as he opened a door in midair. I suspect it's searching for fairy tale members who have been interfered with. My actions to protect the children likely appear as abductions to Anka Ayla, and it's realized it's losing control over the stage. But I'm not sure how much this has accelerated its awakening. Irene stared blankly, confused. Wait, where are you going? To the valley. You and Foxy follow me. A shimmering door appeared in the air, instantly transporting Yu Sheng to the makeshift camp in the valley. The sudden brightness of daylight momentarily dazzled him, and as his eyes adjusted, he saw Little Red Riding Hood standing nearby, gazing at him in surprise. Why are you here? She quickly approached, smiling warmly. Irene said you were exhausted and went straight to sleep. We're just getting dinner ready. Care to join? Is everything in camp all right? Yu Sheng ignored her invitation, urgently pressing. Have any children fallen suddenly asleep or mentioned anything strange? Seeing Yu Sheng's grim expression, Little Red Riding Hood quickly grew tense herself. No, everything's perfectly normal. What's going on? Yu Sheng rapidly recounted his recent experience before concluding grimly. I need to return to the Black Forest quickly and find a way to approach that fissure. Anka Ayla's growing activity is deeply concerning. It clearly considers my taking the children away a major provocation, maybe too major. Little Red Riding Hood listened carefully, tension evident on her face. She hesitated several times, finally asking cautiously, Then, was our previous sheltering too hasty? Did we provoke the Dark Angel too soon? No, we can't think that way, Yu Sheng swiftly interrupted her. His mind was clear about the situation. We're not the only ones making moves. The angel cultists have been tirelessly pushing Anka Ayla toward awakening. Ever since we performed the blood-granting rituals for the children, we haven't had the luxury of hesitation. At its heart, while our act of sheltering might provoke Anka Ayla, choosing not to protect the children wouldn't slow its awakening at all. After all, the heretic cultists are so desperate they're performing mass self-sacrifices just to stir their master awake. This time we have to seize the initiative. At least then we keep some control in our hands. You're right, I'm just panicking. Little Red Riding Hood quickly nodded, her brows knitted tightly together. But now what? Anka Ayla is waking faster, and it's even scanning all the fairy tale subsets. The nightmares ahead will probably be far worse. That's exactly why I'm here, to check our status immediately, Yu Sheng replied grimly. In the real world, night has fallen again. It's another active cycle for the fairy tale stage, and tonight will be particularly crucial. As long as the sheltering wasteland holds strong, surviving this nightmare won't be an issue. No matter how much stronger Anka Ayla gets, it's still trapped within the other world we call fairy tale. Theoretically, its link to reality was severed when you all evacuated. I understand, Little Red Riding Hood replied instantly. Tonight, I'll increase patrol frequency. King has also prepared. His court wizards will monitor the entire camp continuously. Yu Sheng nodded, but a faint unease continued to gnaw at his heart. Even though he had confirmed all was well among the cursed children, and preparations for patrol and surveillance were set, he still felt something wasn't quite right, as if an unforeseen disaster loomed just out of sight. His expression hardened, and just as he felt he was grasping a crucial thought, an urgent ringtone suddenly shattered his focus. He frowned instinctively and picked up his phone. Bai Li Qing's name flashed urgently on the screen. Yu Sheng had barely answered when the director's cold, crisp voice spoke rapidly from the other end. We found that book. After a brief pause, she added, The book Zhao Lila gave to Anka Ayla. We've located a copy from the same print batch. Several scan pages have been sent to your Frontier Messenger. Check immediately. Yu Sheng ended the call, his mind swirling with unrest. Still, he opened Frontier Messenger at once, scanning through Bai Li Qing's message. Irene and Little Red Riding Hood quickly leaned over, curious, while even Fox, who barely recognized words, crowded close to peer at the screen. Yu Sheng swiftly found the images Bai Li Qing had sent. The first to appear was a low-resolution scan, a bright yet crudely printed cover from an aged fairy tale book, its edges torn and worn, clearly archival material of an old children's book. The cover depicted a cartoon-like forest with winding paths, and prominently seated atop a tree stump, a whimsical red-brown squirrel. The squirrel held up a pine needle, pointing theatrically toward the book's title. Squirrel Knight reads you stories. Yu Sheng's eyes lingered on the squirrel for a long moment. He drew a quiet breath before opening the next page. A scanned page revealed the table of contents. First story, Little Red Riding. Second story, Snow White. Third story, Sleeping Beauty. Little Red Riding Hood, standing nearby, stared intently at the phone. After a moment, she softly murmured, "OHSO, mine was the first story." Yu Sheng's eyes hovered on the table of contents briefly, then moved to the next scan. On yellowed and damaged pages, the cheaply printed text presented the first story, accompanied by simple illustrations and phonetic annotations. The entire story, including pictures, spanned just 2 pages. It was extremely brief, clearly intended for young children who had only recently begun reading independently. Yu Sheng continued flipping through scans. The print grew increasingly jumbled, occasionally breaking into unsettling blank spaces. Chapter 224, Abrupt Awakening. After glancing through the next few scanned images, Yu Sheng furrowed his brow. The book contained ordinary story passages and illustrations, but scattered among them were glaring layout errors, misprints, and blank spaces where entire sections had clearly been omitted. The early pages weren't too bad, but the mistakes got progressively worse toward the end. Yu Sheng closed the pictures and started typing a message to ask what was going on. Before he could send it, Bai Li Qing's message appeared first. "Did you see it?" "I did," Yu Sheng quickly replied. "But what's wrong with the later pages? I saw lots of layout mistakes and missing sections." "Poor print quality." Bai Li Qing seemed to have anticipated his question and swiftly replied. "Most copies from this batch were recalled and destroyed years ago. But of course, the council couldn't have controlled every corner of Boundary City, so some books inevitably slipped through. One of them ended up being donated to that welfare home, maybe just to pad their charity records, or maybe it was entirely unintentional." A few moments later, she sent another follow-up. "We found the book listed among the orphanage's assets from when management changed hands. Honestly, it wasn't easy tracking this down. The images you saw came from matching titles across other databases. On the other hand, because most editions vanished from circulation, this book ironically became a rare collector's item among niche book lovers. Special Affairs Bureau is still trying to locate any surviving copies. According to transaction records, the last known copy surfaced a month ago, bought by a charity affiliated with Sunshine Foundation. We've already sent people to investigate, though we're still unsure exactly how this book might help." Bai Li Qing's message was long. Yu Sheng scrolled carefully through it, feeling an uncomfortable ache when he thought about how such a poorly made storybook had once been Squirrel's most treasured possession. His thoughts were interrupted by Little Red Riding Hood, who leaned over, looked at his phone, and suddenly gasped. "Huh." Yu Sheng turned his head. "What is it?" "Sunshine Foundation, I feel like I've heard that name recently," the girl murmured, brows knitted tightly as she tried to recall. "Just these past few days, I think." Suddenly, her eyes sharpened. The high school student's mind sparked with sudden clarity. "Snow White," Little Red Riding Hood shouted urgently, turning toward the campsite. "Snow White, where are you?" In an instant, Snow White poked her head out from one of the small houses nearby. "What's up?" "Didn't we get a batch of donated books delivered to the orphanage recently, through the Sunshine Foundation?" Snow White froze briefly, stepping out as she nodded. "Yeah, there was a whole shipment. Sunshine Foundation donated them, moving them into the reading room almost killed me. Why?" Then she spotted Yu Sheng standing next to Little Red Riding Hood and cheerfully waved. "Hey, brother, had your meal yet?" Only afterward did she notice the grim and solemn expressions on Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood's faces. Her expression quickly tightened. "Is there something wrong with the books?" Little Red Riding Hood stared intently into her eyes. "Did you really check them thoroughly? There wasn't anything unusual." "I checked each one. I even gave you the full list afterward." Little Red Riding Hood frowned, recalling clearly that she had indeed reviewed the book list afterward, and that particular book wasn't listed. But the timing was simply too suspicious to overlook. "Where are those books now?" Yu Sheng asked gravely. "I need to examine them immediately." "They're still stacked exactly as they came in the reading room on the northwest side, second floor, far end," Snow White hurriedly answered. "I haven't even had the chance to put them on shelves yet. They're untouched." "But what's actually happening?" she trailed off. 86 years ago, Zhaolila gave a fairy tale book to Anka Ayla, who had just descended into this world," Little Red Riding Hood explained, voice heavy with worry. "And according to recent market records, a copy identical to that old storybook was bought a month ago by a charity affiliated with Sunshine Foundation. Then, just a few days ago, Sunshine Foundation donated a batch of books to our orphanage. All the strange occurrences began after that." Little Red Riding Hood paused, her voice tense. "Coincidences exist, but do you believe it could be this coincidental?" Yu Sheng had already reached out toward empty air. "Whatever it is, I'm going over there first." The words were abruptly cut short by a sharp, piercing noise that surged into Yu Sheng's mind. It was the cry of an infant, shrill and urgent, mingling with the frantic blare of alarms and a deep, throbbing hum, like waves of sound flooding and overtaking the world, roaring through his consciousness. Yu Sheng sucked in a breath sharply, turning his head toward the campsite. The cursed children were still running between their small, simple houses. The older kids and guardians seemed entirely unaware of any threat. Foxy, standing beside him, jumped at Yu Sheng's sudden reaction and the alarmed look on his face. "Benefactor, what's wrong?" "It's Anka Ayla's noise, it's clear and close," Yu Sheng spoke rapidly. Even now, the relentless cries kept surging through his mind. "I can feel it trying to drill into reality. No, it's about to break through. Get the children back inside, quickly." As if sensing something else, he urgently looked up, turning sharply to Little Red Riding Hood. "You need to get back too. Everyone must inject sanity-blocking agent. Have the Special Affairs Bureau and Council staff take control of the camp immediately." Little Red Riding Hood couldn't hear the noise, but she instantly understood the emergency from Yu Sheng's reaction. Without question, she turned and ran towards the camp. Snow White was only half a beat behind, both girls disappearing swiftly into the cluster of shelters. Within moments, the entire camp stirred as if responding to an invisible alarm. The playful chaos of the previous second vanished as cursed children instantly fell into orderly lines, directed quickly by the older children and guardians into their assigned shelters. The council personnel rushed to distribute sufficient sanity-blocking agent, and the nearly adult guardians swiftly injected themselves first, then calmly and methodically helped their younger siblings based on their varying levels of erosion. Every action was carried out as if rehearsed countless times, precise and efficient. Yu Sheng, Foxy, and Irene quickly made their way into the camp. Threads blacker than night glided silently through the air. Irene, sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder, quickly moved her tiny hands, deftly weaving invisible threads. The silk-like strands expanded gracefully overhead, forming an eerie, living net that covered the entire camp. Countless fine threads gently fell downward, brushing the air around the shelters. "No contamination yet, but some children are uncontrollably falling asleep," the little doll said urgently. "Some are already dreaming. Yu Sheng, do you sense that Anka Ayla? Is it invading the valley? Has it gotten in?" "Don't panic, I'm tracking it in reverse." Yu Sheng waved rapidly, trying to concentrate deeply. He chased the source of the continuous noise in his mind. The power within his blood connected him to the entire valley and every child inside. Carefully, he searched for any trace of angelic invasion. But after multiple careful scans, he found no sign of Anka Ayla. He knew that presence. He'd faced that towering shadow in the Black Forest before. Yet it wasn't here. But the noise was growing sharper. The awakening of Anka Ayla was advancing rapidly. Yu Sheng lifted his head, eyes moving over the quieting shelters. One by one, the houses became silent. The cursed children were falling into sleep, one after another. Nightfall had come to the real world, and the strength of fairy tale surged dramatically in the darkness. The infants' cries grew clearer and more intense. The awakening of Anka Ayla felt as if it had already broken through some invisible barrier, as if it had already entered. "A container." The word suddenly appeared again in Yu Sheng's mind. The cursed children were all protected by the blood pact, and the sheltering wasteland would at least safeguard their consciousness. There was no sign of angelic intrusion into the valley. Anka Ayla didn't seem to have found its way here. Little Red Riding Hood and Snow White, the most deeply eroded members of fairy tale, had been stable until this moment. Irene, the astonishing little doll, was continuously monitoring everyone's minds here, and even she found no trace of contamination. So was the chosen container not one of the children here? Could it possibly be Squirrel, long trapped in the Black Forest, who no longer had a physical form? Or perhaps old Zheng's nephew, that young man he'd met only a few times. A phone rang suddenly and urgently, snapping Yu Sheng's attention back. He instinctively grabbed the phone and saw Li Lin's name flashing across the screen. He answered immediately, and the young Special Affairs Bureau operative's hurried voice filled his ear. "What do you mean the orphanage stood up?" Chapter 225, Growth. "Orphanage has stood up." Li Lin's voice trembled over the phone. Although he was an elite operative, perhaps not yet fully seasoned, this young man usually kept his cool. But this time, whatever he was seeing had clearly surpassed all his training and experience. To be precise, those two buildings, they're growing. They look like some sort of plant, twisting around each other with a deafening noise. We've already called for backup. Right now, we've withdrawn beyond the outer wall. The nearby blocks are being evacuated, and just now, the ground. Suddenly, the call began to break up, as though harsh interference had disrupted the signal. Right after that, Yu Sheng heard a baby crying, mixed with a shrill noise like an alarm. At first, he thought it was all in his head, but a second later, he realized the sound was coming from the phone. The crying on the other end and the static in his mind overlapped, making him dizzy. Finally, Irene's frantic hollering brought him back to himself. "Hey, Yu Sheng, what's going on? Hello, what happened?" Enkaela Orphanage is actually the real container for the Dark Angels. Yu Sheng gasped and summoned a large door that led somewhere far away. "Foxy, Irene, come with me." But just as he was about to step through, he remembered something and his hand froze. He looked around at the camp's little houses. Through the blood-based link he had forged, he sensed that almost every child was already in a deep sleep, and some had even entered the sheltering wasteland. "Irene," Yu Sheng turned to the little doll, "I need you to split yourself in two. Is that even human language?" "Don't interrupt, split your focus. One part of you needs to head into the sheltering wasteland. Remember how we opened the teleportation door to the Black Forest last time? I just realized something that might help me break through the wolf packs in there. I'll need your abilities." He paused, a strange gleam appearing in his eyes. Irene recognized that look right away. Yu Sheng has a new idea. "I'm about to give Enkaela one huge strike." Under the dark night sky, unsettling roars and squeaking, scraping noises filled the air, as if some unstoppable force were tearing the world apart. Towering shapes, part cement and steel, part black alien substance, rose toward the heavens like wild, out-of-control limbs. They twisted and wrapped around each other, forming a spiral that connected earth and sky. Yet beyond Orphanage's walls, all that noise and horror vanished. From nearby streets, everything looked normal. The dreadful mutation and corruption seemed trapped inside those walls like a phantom scene. Still, Li Lin knew something was leaking outward. He could see how the outer wall bulged from time to time, like the stirring limbs of a fetus inside a womb. Even after withdrawing, he occasionally heard strange sounds overhead. Glancing up, every couple of minutes he caught a glimpse of that twisted, umbilical cord, which always disappeared in a blink only to reappear, growing even more grotesque each time. Before pulling out, they had tried to charge into the buildings and set up emergency surveillance devices, but the building's structure changed in the blink of an eye. It was as if the place sensed their intentions, doors vanished, and twisted shadows swarmed to block them. They had no choice but to retreat. Now the sensors left inside the perimeter showed nothing but chaotic data. The surveillance feeds grew steadily more unreal. Indescribable figures appeared around the two main buildings, swaying people, thrashing limbs, and disturbing, inhuman shapes. That was when Li Lin saw something flicker in the corner of his vision. A shimmering door appeared in midair nearby, and the three members of the hotel stepped out. For some reason, he breathed easier, like he'd just seen backup from the Special Affairs Bureau. Yu Sheng strode over, gripping his sinister-looking staff, and looked briefly back at Orphanage's main gate. Through the darkness, the wall and gate twisted now and then, as if some force inside was slamming against them, trying to break out of this forbidden zone. "How's it looking?" Yu Sheng turned to Li Lin, the Special Affairs Bureau operative. "I saw those two buildings." "The mutation is trapped inside the wall for now, but it's spreading," Li Lin answered quickly. "Before we retreated, we tried to get surveillance gear into those two main buildings, but they seemed to erase their own doors, then sent out those twisted shadows to block us. We had to fall back." Yu Sheng nodded. "Got it, you stay here, we three will go in." Li Lin froze. "Wait, just the three of you, you're going straight in." Yu Sheng was already moving. He glanced back. "Yeah, what else would we do?" "I just thought maybe you had a bigger plan, or you'd coordinate with backup from the Bureau, come up with a combat strategy." "Oh," Yu Sheng scratched his chin, then shook his head. "Haven't really thought that far. Our society isn't exactly professional." He marched forward, leaving Li Lin and his coworkers gaping. The next moment, he passed through the deformed main gate, which bulged against the night sky. Inside, Yu Sheng saw the truth behind the wall. The upper halves of the east and west buildings had become clusters of strange fragments, held together by fibrous black strands. The lower halves still looked roughly like buildings, but they were drowned in thick shadows. Beyond those two main structures, the entire orphanage yard brimmed with roiling darkness and pulsing, shapeless matter. The swing sets and slides used by the cursed children were wrapped and swallowed by that creeping substance. the sandpits and flower beds brimming with an inky liquid. And that eerie crying of a baby. Yu Sheng heard it in his mind and in the real world at the same time. Irene clung to Yu Sheng's hair. The little doll tensed up completely. I'm starting to think just barging in was a bad idea. Next to her, Foxy's 9 tails were all fluffed out, like a row of unsheathed swords. Benefactor, it doesn't look like we can get through. Yu Sheng didn't reply. He simply stared at the 2 twisted towers that still grew into the night. It seemed to him he could see something Li Lin, Irene, and Foxy could not. He saw a path winding through that swirling darkness, through the thick, tar-like material around the buildings. He glimpsed faint glowing traces stretched across the shattered ground, leading all the way to the east building's spiraling form. A subtle warmth pulsed in his chest, growing hotter by the second, with a hint of both burning and trembling. Reaching into his coat, Yu Sheng found the source, a bullet tipped with a spiral-shaped point. It was heating up as if just fired from a blazing gun barrel, fulfilling a mission to strike its target. From the corner of his eye, Yu Sheng saw those shifting shadows and sticky black substance turn into lines of looming trees. The swing sets and slides, once coated by the strange fluid, now sprouted bright flowers like in the dense forest. Little Red Riding Hood would walk along that lonely path. The big bad wolf would ambush her. Wolf Granny waited in the last little house, hungry for its prey. And the hunter, he would cross the forest to reach that little house. Follow me. Yu Sheng spoke softly, clutching the bullet in his palm. He moved forward as though guided by instinct, heading toward the 2 main buildings that wound around each other like a massive umbilical cord. Foxy followed without hesitation, tails bristling. Irene held on to Yu Sheng's head, eyes wide, and suddenly flung out her arms. Ugh, fine, I'm the doll of Alice's little house. Black threads unraveled from Irene's hands. They drifted around the 3 of them, weaving together into a shifting barrier. Yu Sheng hardly noticed. He just walked, following the path only he could see. Soon, he seemed unable to recognize the writhing shadows and sticky walls. He slipped past what looked like dead ends and barriers, guided by faint light. Irene let out quiet exclamations as he passed through what appeared to be solid walls and locked doors, as though he were simply crossing patches of forest light. On the first floor, the lobby was filled with dense thickets. The reception desk's doorway overflowed with shrubs, and a fallen tree trunk blocked the stairs. Vines hung from the ceiling. Nearby walls had cracked open, and a dim glow flooded the classroom beyond. Yu Sheng climbed a slope tangled with vines. He squeezed through a broken window that felt like a hollow in a dead tree. He pushed aside tall grass with his staff. At the end of that path, he paused, seeing a small sign half buried in mud and rotting leaves. It read, Reading Room. Yes, the reading room. Every story in an orphanage like this begins here, he thought quietly. He muttered to himself, for the cursed children who grew up in orphanage, all tales start in this place. Chapter 226, Descent. An orderly emergency evacuation was underway in the nearby neighborhoods, and it was almost finished. Numerous node devices and defensive equipment had arrived on site and were being installed around the orphanage's perimeter walls. An invisible barrier was rising over the entire area. Anyone with spiritual talent who gazed at the streets right now would see a faint glow shining in the night sky, a cocoon of light enveloping the masses of shadows underneath, shadows that kept swelling and writhing as if in constant flux, like some eerie chrysalis. Because an angel's descent posed the greatest threat of all, the Baseline Technology Restriction Act had been temporarily lifted. A large amount of technology far exceeding standard usage rights had been deployed here. As layers of defensive devices gradually powered on, the boundary of the sealed zone finally began to stabilize. At least from the orphanage's outer walls, those horrifying sights were no longer visible. Yet the situation within those walls remained grim. One after another, a dozen black vehicles pulled up to the site, bringing in more Special Affairs Bureau operatives. One of the cars drove right up to the orphanage's entrance. Its door opened, and a woman with long gray-white hair stepped out. She wore a white suit dress and gazed up at the sky over the orphanage with a solemn expression. Li Lin felt his breathing tighten. Even though that pale figure did not appear to look directly at him, he could clearly feel her gaze fall upon him. "How long have they been inside?" Bai Liqing asked. 32 minutes, Li Lin answered at once. Since they went in, there hasn't been any obvious change in the pollution readings, but the overall environmental depth keeps rising. It's currently at internal depth L2. We can't gauge the danger level. He had barely got the words out when a monitoring technician hurried over and handed him a tablet. "It's reached L3 and is still climbing," Li Lin said, a bead of sweat plainly forming on his forehead. He braced himself and spoke to Bai Li Qing. "Our regular monitors are down. We can't get any video signals from inside." "Understood." Bai Li Qing simply nodded, then continued to stare at the sky above the orphanage. Behind her, a pair of hidden, immense eyes slowly opened, scanning the space within the walls. With mere human sight, one would see the orphanage looking perfectly normal from the outside. However, in Bai Li Qing's mind, the real image of it slowly sinking into a nightmare emerged. She saw two towers twisting upward like umbilical cords, the ground covered by sludge that pulsed and swelled. And within those writhing cords, she could make out 3 tiny points of light moving about. She kept her gaze on those 3 lights until a dizzy spell she could not resist forced her to look away. "Can we lock on to them?" she asked inwardly. "It's too difficult," came a mechanical, almost wooden reply from a female voice. "They've nearly departed the real world. In about 10 more minutes, I suspect we'll lose them entirely. But it's certain the Dark Angels, corruption really doesn't affect them. They've been inside the orphanage over 30 minutes now, and the marker of sight I left on them remains clean and intact." Bai Li Qing gave a soft ahem, retracted her gaze from the orphanage and took out her phone. "It's me, prepare for shattering. If there is no cease order within 24 hours, or if we observe any sign of angelic descent during that time, proceed with dome fragmentation. I'll take responsibility. We need to drive that thing outside if we can. Of course, the best outcome is that we get through this night safely." Inside the orphanage walls, the angel's dream had merged with reality, like blood fused to flesh or mud soaking into mud. Everything was entangled. The limits of the real world felt blurred and unstable beneath this perimeter, and everyone's thoughts echoed hollowly amid the ongoing collapse of the material realm. That echo spread through consciousness, slowly transforming into the image of a far-reaching forest. It was the first tale from a certain fairy tale book. An old, low-quality book full of mistakes and blank spaces, yet it once brought great joy to many cursed children. Yu Sheng walked into a room. It had once been the reading room at the far end of the orphanage's 2nd floor. Now its original layout overlapped with a vision of the dark forest, making everything look strange and jumbled. Tall trees shot through the ceiling and the floor. Their crowns dangled broken lighting fixtures and bits of overhead framework. The walls had turned into crumbling dirt and stone, partially buried beneath rotting leaves and thorny shrubs. Even the bookshelves and tables lay embedded in the trunks, fused with the wood. All around the floor were scattered books. Cautious, Yu Sheng stepped through this dense forest, where the surroundings kept shifting and expanding. His eyes swept over the scattered books, and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw a small stack of brand-new books, still sealed together with plastic ties, lying in a patch of weeds. He felt a strong tug in his mind, as though some force was drawing him to them. Even the hot bullet in his hand seemed to tremble faintly. Yu Sheng hurried over, untied the plastic band, and let the brightly colored children's books tumble out. They were all normal books. Most of them were new, printed within the last couple of years, with decent paper and solid print quality. None of them had anything to do with Squirrel Night. But Yu Sheng still sensed a strange connection, perhaps coming from the dark forest, or maybe from Anka Ayla, an intense attention fixed on these books. He frowned, then glanced over at the little doll Irene, who was standing alert in the midst of the forest illusion. "Irene," he called. "Aya," she stammered nervously, still watching the surroundings. "Check these books," Yu Sheng said urgently. "Is there anything hidden inside them, like the message we found at old Zheng's place?" "Give me a second." Irene jumped off Yu Sheng's shoulder before he could finish, straining a bit as she flipped through the oversized volumes. It's so heavy, wait, there's a piece of paper stuck in here, didn't you see it?" While she spoke, she flipped one book open, and right in front of Yu Sheng, she naturally pulled out a slip of yellowed, torn paper. It was sitting in plain sight between the pages, as if it had belonged there all along. Yu Sheng took the slip. The first line leaped out at him, Little Red Riding Hood. There's more," Irene called. "This one has them too, lots of them." She leafed through several books in quick succession, pulling out one tattered page after another and handing them to Yu Sheng. More and more fairy tales emerged, one faded page at a time. Then he spotted a crudely illustrated cover with a forest and a reddish-brown squirrel. "Squirrel Night takes you through the stories." Immediately, Yu Sheng realized why Snow White, who had inspected these donated books from the Sunshine Foundation, never found anything suspicious. Those heretic cultists had infiltrated the supply chain and used a technique similar to how they once exchanged covert letters with old Zheng. They had taken the original old book apart and slipped it inside these normal donations. That was how they smuggled a symbolic relic, an older copy of Squirrel Knight that strongly connected to Anka Ayla, into the orphanage. And perhaps this was also a vital step in raising the orphanage into a proper vessel. Countless clues came together in Yu Sheng's mind, clearing away the tangle. Irene, still perched among the books and weeds, lifted the last 2 volumes in her hands and gave them a little wave before tossing them aside. That's it. That's all of them. Yu Sheng nodded slowly, sorting through the scattered story pages, but his gaze kept returning to the cover. On the cover sat a red-brown squirrel with a fluffy tail. She was posed rather clumsily, holding a pine needle as she pointed to the book's title. She blinked, then hopped off the page and landed on Yu Sheng's wrist. "Ah, it's you," the squirrel squeaked happily. She turned around to hug Yu Sheng's finger. "I'm so glad you're all right. Those wolves are terrifying, and this time you brought friends." "Wow," Irene murmured, eyes wide. "I guess that's, the dream world for you." Foxy didn't seem at all surprised. He simply said hello to the squirrel, who greeted him with equal warmth. "Hello, Squirrel Knight is so happy to meet a new friend," she squeaked, then noticed the book in Yu Sheng's hands. She saw the old cover, with a squirrel sitting on a tree stump along a woodland path, clutching a pine needle in its paws. You found it?" The squirrel's eyes went round with human-like astonishment. She even dropped the pine needle she was holding. "Where did you get that?" "This isn't the one you originally gave away," Yu Sheng clarified. He set the squirrel on his arm and flipped through the disassembled pages so she could see. "It's from someone outside who's been preserving another copy from the same printing. For some very complicated reasons, it ended up here in the orphanage." The squirrel held onto Yu Sheng's sleeve and watched him turn the old pages. In a tiny voice, she said, "Ah, so it's definitely not our original copy. The one we had was full of notes." Yu Sheng perked up. "Full of notes?" The squirrel nodded, as though smiling. There were a lot of blank spots in the book where no text had been printed. So some of the older kids wrote stories in those spaces or told us stories using the pictures. Other kids who could write added in the missing parts or made up their own. Some wrote down tales they'd heard from other places, too. That book was everyone's treasure. It was their treasure. Her voice trailed off. Suddenly she started to cry. "I'm sorry I lost it. It's gone forever, sniff." Yes, she had lost the precious treasure that so many children in the orphanage had poured their hearts into. All of their stories were in that book. Chapter 227, Causing a Commotion. It took Yu Sheng a long time to settle Squirrel once again. During that time, he finally felt he understood the underlying chaos of this strange otherworld called fairy tale. It was shaped by the boundless imaginations of the cursed children, by the dark angels, misunderstanding of human stories, and by the changes that generation after generation of fairy tale members made to the stage, once they fell into its subsets. All that piled up over 86 years had warped this fairy tale system beyond recognition. Now this enormous, mutated collection of stories loomed like a swollen mass of flesh on the brink of rupturing completely. And from that swollen growth, Anka Ayla's child was about to be born. A low rumbling rose from deep beneath the earth, and the groaning of growing trees echoed through the black forest. Yu Sheng carefully tucked the stack of fairy tale fragments into his clothes. Holding the heat-radiating bullet in one hand and gripping his weapon in the other, he slowly stood up with caution. Irene perched on his shoulder while Squirrel, at some point, had scampered into Irene's arms. Foxy stood nearby, her ears twitching and her fur on edge. "Benefactor," Foxy said in a tense voice, "something's changed in the air around us." Yu Sheng said nothing. He only glanced up at the sky. The broken remains of the orphanage's structure had vanished from sight. Through gaps in the treetops, he could see a hazy twilight sky that clearly wasn't the borderland. The fading light of dusk streamed through the forest, casting shadows across the tall trunks. Distant wolf howls echoed, drifting closer and then fading away, as though forming an invisible circle around them. A faint, rustling whisper brushed across Yu Sheng's body. When he looked down, he saw a ghostly layer of fabric taking shape over his clothes. It was the hunter's attire he had once worn, now appearing on him again. He felt a flash of surprise, then realized what it meant. The subset was closing in. Fairy tale was overtaking reality entirely. Inside the orphanage's walls, the power of the real world had vanished. Now he stood fully in the black forest. Depth must be at least L3, he muttered, recalling knowledge from the archives. Foxy stared at the hunter's outfit now forming on Yu Sheng and opened her eyes wide. "Benefactor, your clothes." Yu Sheng smiled. "This is the identity I got in the Black Forest, don't worry." He raised his head toward the depths of the trees. Endless trunks flickered in his field of vision. From the hunter's perspective, the true paths in this forest were slowly coming into view. Far in the distance lay that giant fissure, standing like a gash in the land. Thin, writhing tendrils crept around its edges, as though they were alive. But before he could focus on that fissure, uncountable wolves began appearing all around them. Some were the size of ordinary wild wolves, while others were twice as large. Some even stood on two legs like humans, hunched over, their eyes glowing with hungry green light. All of them exuded savage, murderous intent. Their shapes flickered in and out among the trees, merging into a hair-raising pack. Holy, Irene swore the moment she saw the wolves. There are so many. That's the immune mechanism of this otherworld called the Black Forest, Yu Sheng said calmly, tightening his grip on his weapon. Because we're about to do something drastic, the forest is reacting. The wolves drew closer, and the nearest of them crouched low, ready to pounce. "Foxy," Yu Sheng said. "Yes," she answered immediately. "Let's make a scene." "Understood." In the next instant, streaks of fox fire lit up the darkness. They raked across the surrounding pack in a furious barrage, lashing out like the whips of a relentless reaper. The evil wolves howled and lunged, throwing themselves into the flames. A grand eruption of combat roared to life among the flickering trees. Foxfire whirled, ripping through the air. The evil wolves snarled like a dark tide, surging in endless waves. Yu Sheng stepped forward, moving toward the fissure at the center of this stage. With every step, the forest trembled as though struck by a violent quake. More and more wolves, larger and stranger, kept appearing out of the shadows of trees and twisting out of the very air itself, trying to rip apart the intruders who threatened this world. Irene clung to Yu Sheng's hair with one hand and held Squirrel in the other. "When do I get to fight?" she shouted. "It looks like we're getting overwhelmed here." Yu Sheng swung the tetanus staff and slammed it down, snapping a lunging evil wolf in half. "Don't worry about me. Keep an eye on the sheltering wasteland." All right." While the little doll hurried to focus elsewhere, Yu Sheng's peripheral vision caught movement from a giant tree. Its trunk and branches started to twitch, the bark shriveling and shifting until it sprouted fangs, claws, and fur like steel needles. Hunched over, it became yet another massive evil wolf. With a roar, it lunged at them. Only to be cut short when a silvery fox tail, blazing with blue jets, shot into its open jaws. The explosion that followed tore it apart in a thunderous mushroom cloud. 3 piercing whistles followed in quick succession. Several fox carrot missiles streaked across the sky, blasting apart clusters of wolves that kept materializing in the distance. Yu Sheng grinned at the billowing explosions. "I always said letting out a big roar before you actually pounce is a dumb idea. Yell for even a second too long, and someone's stuffed a missile in your mouth." He hadn't even finished speaking before another dark wolf slipped through the crossfire unleashed by the fox roaming cannon. It pounced at Yu Sheng from a blind spot. In Squirrel's shriek, Yu Sheng cursed under his breath and darted aside, raising the cold gleam of his weapon, only to be saved when another figure dashed out of the shadows and tackled the wolf. Several more shapes swarmed in, tearing the beast apart in seconds. Yu Sheng turned and saw a girl in red emerge from the gloom. A vague pack of wolves followed, shapes shifting at her side. "You finally showed up," he said with relief. "I was starting to worry something had happened to you." "Why do you always have to make such a huge mess every time?" Little Red Riding Hood sounded exasperated. "Couldn't you have tried something stealthy? This is the Black Forest. We do stealth here. This isn't Snow White's stage with that lunatic stepmother crashing around like a maniac." "Hey, I didn't mean for it to escalate this fast. We couldn't even take our first step without all hell breaking loose." Forget it." Little Red Riding Hood kicked a wolf off to the side. "Just tell me what to do next. I just got here and I'm lost." Yu Sheng pointed toward the distant fissure without slowing down. "That way, we need to force a path through." She glanced over but saw only an endless stretch of forest. Still, she asked no questions. She just nodded and lifted both arms high. "By the way," she growled, "I almost never use this move. Dr. Lin would chew me out for days if she knew." Darkness spread beneath her feet, as though the shadows themselves were rippling, creeping over the ground. They rose like a physical tide, even stretching into the air, tainting it with gloom. "But who cares? I'll be 18 soon. Either we settle this today or this is my last time." Within those shadows, countless shapes loomed, restless illusions taking shape. The red coat on Little Red Riding Hood's shoulders shifted into a cloak as vivid as blood. It flared in the wind while a strange gleam flickered in her eyes. When she opened her mouth, her voice echoed with a wolf's howl. Ow! At that call, Little Red Riding Hood's true wolf pack materialized. Every wolf she had ever seen, every wolf she had ever fought, every wolf she had ever killed. They all emerged from the cloak's edges, from the creeping darkness at her feet, and from the air around her. In the span of seconds, those wolves outnumbered the pack lurking in the black forest. A fierce clash erupted between wolf and wolf, turning the woods into a chaotic battlefield. Foxy charged into the thickest cluster of evil wolves. After hearing Yu Sheng's command to go all out, she rolled forward in a burst of light. When she rose again, she stood as a massive nine-tailed demon fox, easily as large as 2 vans. One sweep of her tails ignited a ghostly blue firestorm that consumed everything around her. Little Red Riding Hood, riding on the back of her largest wolf, stared at the rampaging demon fox in disbelief for a moment, then turned to Yu Sheng. "She can do that?" Yu Sheng laughed. "I never told you, when she gets serious, things get wild." Chapter 228. We can make this even bigger. Yes, when Foxy the demon fox stirs up trouble, the commotion can shake the world. Just imagine, a 9-tailed demon fox as large as a house, wreathed in blazing fox fire with clusters of fox roaming cannons hovering around it. Every so often these cannons launch a barrage of saturation fire. Meanwhile, the giant fox gallops wildly through the forest, rolling and biting anything in sight. One snap of those jaws can carve a half-meter-deep pit in the ground. Ancient trees or massive rocks, once they're in that mouth, they crunch with a single bite. Any evil wolf that pounces forward gets crushed beneath razor-sharp fangs and claws. Now picture this huge white demon fox, well-fed no less, tearing through the forest. The destruction it can cause is beyond words. Just by rolling around up front, Foxy practically bulldozes a path. If not for the endless hordes of wolves generated by the Black Forest, Yu Sheng would have believed this cyber fox immortal could plow right through on her own. The problem, though, is that these evil wolves truly are endless. And Foxy, by herself, can only eliminate whatever is close at hand. Fortunately, Yu Sheng doesn't rely on Foxy alone. He also has Little Red Riding Hood's wolf pack, the real wolf pack. Countless wolf shapes surge from the shadows. Under Little Red Riding Hood's command, they form a wave-like spearhead that clashes fiercely with the evil wolves pouring out of the forest. The holes Foxy punches through are quickly secured by the pack, who then push forward again. Even if enemies keep coming without end, Yu Sheng's group still draws closer and closer to that strange rift. A colossal evil wolf topples with a furious howl, struck by 3 fox carrot missiles. In the rising dust and the blazing, eerie foxfire, Yu Sheng spots the bizarre rift just a few hundred meters ahead. It is pitch black inside, like an empty nightmare. Its edges are ragged, trembling in the air as if about to collapse. Now thin tendrils, almost like feelers, stretch out from the rift's sides. They wiggle through the air in nauseating motions, as though searching for something. Yu Sheng senses Anka Ayla's presence, and he knows that the other is also seeing him. "We're almost there," he shouts suddenly. A thunderous rumble comes from the front. The giant silver-white demon fox charges toward them. Foxy flings aside every evil wolf blocking her way, wagging her many tails with delight. "Benefactor, am I awesome or what?" Yu Sheng is briefly at a loss. Then he chuckles and reaches up to pat under Foxy's chin. Yes, absolutely awesome." Beaming with joy, Foxy bounds off again, pouncing on a new giant wolf that suddenly appears, nearly as huge as she is. But just then, a wave of anxiety and pressure floods Yu Sheng's heart. He snaps his head up to stare above the rift. Something vast, covered with countless eyes, looms there, almost tall enough to pierce the sky. It emerges at the top of the tier, like a majestic watcher sweeping across the dusklit heavens. Wherever that looming shadow casts its gaze, the foxfire burning through the forest is snuffed out in a blink. The path Foxy created seals itself shut. Dead evil wolves revive on the spot. Wolf Granny appears, too, several of them tall and eerie, coming from deep within the wolves' ranks. Almost instantly, Yu Sheng senses how Little Red Riding Hood's summoned wolves begin to shrink back. And with the foxfire receding, gaps form in the once stable line of defense. In Irene's arms, the squirrel lets out a shrill cry. Anka Ayla is here. Little Red Riding Hood rides up on a wolf, positioning herself behind Yu Sheng. She fights to quell her dread of Wolf Granny, then lifts her gaze to the shadow above. Her voice trembles. What is that?" "You can see it?" Yu Sheng asks, startled, but he recovers quickly, speaking in a low tone. That is Anka Ayla, or at least part of it. He pauses, taking a careful breath. His expression grows tense. Just as I expected, the moment we got close to that rift, this thing decided to act in person. Before he can say more, the surrounding wolves launch a fresh assault. In the sky, the enormous shadow seems to awaken from a half-dreaming state and begins descending. The noise that pours from it feels like it could pierce every mind, and its colossal malice weighs on the air like something solid. Then the real onslaught arrives. The black forest itself comes alive. Towering trees, thick bushes, massive boulders, even every inch of soil, every trickling stream, every single flower. They all begin to mutate and grow, sprouting clacking limbs and countless blinking eyes. Not far off, Foxy is suddenly locked in a fierce struggle. It's as if Anka Ayla is twisting in its own nightmare, this angel now redefining the world around it. "You Shang, do something!" Little Red Riding Hood shouts by reflex. She sees the very stones underfoot rolling and merging into terrifying shapes. A chill races down her spine. "We won't last if it keeps going like this." Yu Sheng only glances at the little doll perched on his shoulder. "Irene, it's time." Now Irene's eyes widen. "Are you sure I haven't finished linking everyone?" "It's enough if you've got some of them," Yu Sheng interrupts. He closes his eyes. "We're not trying to defeat Anka Ayla, we can't. You can't defeat the dreamer in their own nightmare." He stretches out his hand, even though his eyes are shut. In his mind, he clearly sees the massive shadow in the sky. He sees the dark angel Anka Ayla manifesting in its own nightmare. But we can try to break the nightmare, to push this fairy tale substructure past its limit. Black strands of silk begin to shimmer in the air. A cold aura digs into flesh and mind alike. Yu Sheng hears Irene muttering in his head. "Fine, fine, if you say so, we'll do it." The black spider threads ripple like living strands of hair around Irene. One by one, they burrow into Yu Sheng's body, then stretch out from his hand to spread across the entire black forest. Though he has already cooperated with Irene more than once, Yu Sheng still shivers at the moment those threads tunnel inside him. In the illusions woven by that silk, he glimpses Irene's hazy shape and her crimson eyes, which makes it all feel even stranger. But from that eerie coldness, Yu Sheng also feels something familiar and reassuring. He senses the little doll trying her best to help, senses she has completely loosened her control over those threads. She wants him to weave them through the dream in whatever shape he finds most natural, like a door. Yu Sheng pictures that door in his mind. It's much like when they first worked together, using Irene's power to open a teleportation door to the Black Forest. Only now it's huge. Boundless even. It resembles a mirror in which the entire Black Forest is reflected. And yet it is also small and precise, linked to one stage after another. Yu Sheng keeps his eyes closed. In that brief moment, through Irene's senses, he glimpses what is happening on the sheltering wasteland. Those children and the guardians, who were knocked out of the sub-stories and fell onto the wasteland, have been gathered in one place, all lying on the grass. They appear to be asleep, each one wrapped in dark strands of silk. The threads pierce their dreams, shuttling between all the sub-stories. One after another, doors materialize. They become the evil queen's magic mirror. They become the portal hall leading to an eternal ball. They become the ship's hold where the little mermaid once hid, the glowing window lit by the matchstick girl's flame on a winter night, the giant's front gate in Jack's beanstalk tale, and the briar-choked castle entrance from Sleeping Beauty. Yu Sheng imagines there is a door there. A door connects one place to another, bridging spaces that were once apart, or severing them if it closes. It can open or cut off. He is the collapser. Now the door's handle turns. Little Red Riding Hood stares at Yu Sheng in astonishment. She has no idea what's going on, only that black threads just burst out from Yu Sheng and Irene. Now both of them stand motionless. Each second that passes feels like a whole year. Because the Black Forest is swiftly becoming an enemy. Everything here is alive now, no longer the forest Little Red Riding Hood once knew when visiting grandmother. Then she hears it, the turning of a doorknob. She sees no actual door in the air, but the gentle click is unmistakable. There's no sign of anything opening, yet she swears she hears a faint creaking sound echo through the entire world. Nearby, towering trees shake themselves awake. Their trunks warp into hideous, twisted faces. Giant wolves leap from the foliage, claws glinting with bloody malice. The shadow wolves that were defending on all sides are forced back, tangled by vines and stones coming to life. But in the very next second, the balance shatters with a roar from above. In the evening sky, brilliant flames streak across the forest canopy. Like fireflies that glow in the clouds, they descend in a shower of dazzling lights. Little Red Riding Hood's eyes go wide, reflecting those shining dots that grow bigger by the moment. Then she sees the forest burst into flames. The blaze surges upward and spreads in a frenzy, almost as if it has its own will, racing through the awakened trees. White phosphorus bombs, matchstick. Little Red Riding Hood recognizes what's fueling the raging fire. She cries out in shock and excitement, raising her gaze to the heights. There she witnesses Thunder Titan leaping from a falling dragon, still clutching bombs in its arms. Chapter 229, Crossroads. 7 Thunder Titans, each clad in a different set of armor, fell from the sky and hurled massive bombs, bolts of lightning and dazzling rings of fire into the black forest. White phosphorus bombs streaked across the heavens like shooting stars, igniting a fierce blaze in the forest. Thick smoke billowed upward, scorching the dusk light. Moments later, a squadron of V-2 Iron Men dive bombers burst through gaps in the clouds, dropping explosives onto the densest wolf packs below. As they dove, they fired their tail guns wildly at the ground. The sky was ripped apart, in the most literal sense. Little Red Riding Hood saw the air above the black forest shatter like a broken mirror. The once intact twilight was now cut into countless jagged fragments, and each fragment showed a different scene. A tall, shadowy spire, a blood-soaked palace, a brightly lit ballroom, a wide field alive with flutes, a ship returning through the night, a thorn-choked castle. It was as if every subset of reality was collapsing into the black forest as its center. At that same moment, all kinds of beings, dragons, giants, soldiers, flaming debris and sails, castles, demons, began plummeting from those shattered mirrors into the black forest. The walls between the subsets had been forced open. The black forest, the first stage of these fairy tale collections, now flung open a grand door to every story. A formidable giant in steel armor took heavy steps forward. Ordinary evil wolves could not pierce the might of a Titan's power, even though, by Titan standards, this one was more like a dwarf. The wolf packs pulled back before him. From the giant's shoulder came a voice both familiar and delighted. "Red Hood, I'm here to help. Isn't this exciting?" Little Red Riding Hood looked up, stunned, and saw Snow White standing tall on the Titan's shoulder. Even though summoning 7 Titans at once put a massive strain on her mind, Snow White's face glowed with excitement, like she had finally broken free from all the rules, free from counting every borrowed minute of her life, free to throw caution to the wind for once. Little Red Riding Hood lifted her arm and pointed at a distant corner of the sky. "Your mother is coming to kill us." A heartbeat later, a powerful voice boomed across the black forest. "Come, come, come. Even in this bizarre place, I'll blow you all to." That shrill, ranting voice cut off midway when a pillar of fire burst upward from the ground. A knight in heavy armor lunged straight into the air, sword slashing toward the evil queen in her lavish court gown. For the king's glory! He was defeated within moments, but almost immediately an army rallied in the burning forest. Led by Scarecrow, they opened fire on anything that didn't look like an ally. The Thunder Titans hesitated only briefly before joining the fray. A plump tabby cat came racing out of the haze of gunpowder. The moment the knight was struck down, the cat flicked its paw and summoned a new set of companions in the blink of an eye. A priest from town, a ragged wandering swordsman, a traveling mage, and a newly emerged hero from a village. King tossed a battered sword to the dazed hero, slapped his arm with a furry paw, and pointed toward the enemy entangled with the Thunder Titans overhead. "Go get her, remember to shout about your bonds, your friendship, and everyone back in the village, then charge in and strike. Don't forget to shout first. If you do, you'll definitely land a hit. Now go." Dorothy, dressed in a commander's uniform and gripping a saber, stumbled out of a nearby crater. Her face was stained with blood, yet her grin shone brightly. "Everyone, let's go. Attack the targets marked by the signal flare first." A mermaid's voice rose across this burning, frantic, feverish battlefield. Her song carried a gentle, ocean-like warmth that seemed to wash over everything in the midst of chaos. A princess with floor-length golden hair yanked a golden spike from the chest of a dying demon and melded it back into her shimmering locks. Half her body was drenched in blood. Under the mermaid's singing, she closed her eyes, breathing as if savoring a sea breeze. "Ha, so this is the mermaid's song effect." She opened her eyes, baffled, and looked at the half-human, half-fish girl perched on a nearby rock. "Did you say your song can grant us buffs?" The mermaid paused, then stared at her blankly. "I never said that." "Then what's the point of your singing?" "Because it sounds beautiful." Little Red Riding Hood stood at the heart of this furious battle, gazing around with a dazed expression. She felt like she was seeing a war erupting among countless fairy tales, unleashed by the most bewildering forces. Dorothy's resistance army and the heroes appointed by the king were now attacking the vicious queen. The Matchstick Girls' white phosphorus bombs rained on the wolf packs. Dragon slayers dropped from the sky. Wicked witches perished in the fallout of a falling red dragon. Jack's beanstalk strangled the Red Queen. And a giant who guarded the golden goose had his skull smashed by a speeding pumpkin carriage and came crashing down from the heavens. Meanwhile, the Little Mermaid sang on that battlefield, sometimes a soft ballad, sometimes a wild rock anthem, occasionally even a bit of bebox, serving no practical purpose except to sound wonderful. It was like a BGM for this grand, delirious spectacle. Then Little Red Riding Hood heard a piercing noise high above. She glanced up in alarm, seeing how the shadow that stretched across the sky, Enka Ayla's projection, was spasming as if in terrible pain. Cracks covered its surface, and the eerie eyes upon it winked out one by one. She also sensed a faint rift standing at the center of the black forest, like it had always been there, but only now had it revealed its true form. She saw Yu Sheng turn toward her, a wide grin on his face. "What did you do?" Little Red Riding Hood shouted in confusion. "Enka Ayla made you endure so many nightmares," Yu Sheng answered with a brilliant smile. "Now it's time for it to have one. I waited for its gaze to settle here, then I tore up every script of these stories. Now it's too busy to stop me." Amid the pounding artillery, Little Red Riding Hood raised her voice. "So you planned this all along?" Yu Sheng laughed loudly. "Of course." He then turned away, striding toward the rift. "I'm going to see what's behind this stage." Little Red Riding Hood called after him on impulse. "What about us?" Without turning, Yu Sheng waved his hand. "Keep causing mayhem, as much as you can, until the forest collapses, everything burns, and you all meet again out on the wasteland. You can rest there. If all goes well, the next time you open your eyes, you'll be back at the valley camp." Little Red Riding Hood stood there, dazed, watching Yu Sheng, Foxy, and Irene depart. After several seconds, she mumbled what she had just heard. Meeting again in the barren fields after death, celebrating to the fullest, then returning to life in the shelter. Why does it sound so cryptic? By then, Yu Sheng was too far away to hear. He led Foxy and Irene across the heart of the battlefield, through the final patch of scorched ground occupied by the wolf packs. Clearing away all threats with ease, they soon reached the rift. Up close, its size was even more enormous than they had imagined. It loomed before them like a sky-reaching wall, filling their vision. A soft humming rose from it now and then. Somehow the wails of infants and other sharp noises had vanished. "This is really creepy," Irene muttered, tense. "Are we really going inside?" Yu Sheng didn't reply. Instead, he turned to look at the little doll in his arms. Nestled in the doll's embrace was the tiny squirrel. "You can stay in the Black Forest," Yu Sheng said. "We have no idea what's beyond this point. Maybe it'll be dangerous, maybe it'll be terrifying, or maybe it'll be something completely unexpected." "Squirrel Knight," the squirrel lifted her head from the doll's arms. She started to speak, then hesitated. After 2 seconds, she waved her paw with sudden determination. "I'll go with you." "Why?" The squirrel shrank back a little but met Yu Sheng's eyes. "I want to see what Enka Ayla really looks like." Yu Sheng studied her for a moment, then gave a small nod. "Okay, you can come with us, but stay in Irene's arms, don't wander off." Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the rift. He felt a brief plunge, his senses twisting, a dizzy wave, and fleeting visions in the darkness. It was as if he'd fallen into a vast network of roots, all tangled in the dark. Those root-like strands supported countless platforms. He also felt as if he was racing through a tunnel, like cargo being sent along a pipe. He couldn't tell how long he drifted, maybe only a few seconds, maybe ages, until suddenly he felt solid ground beneath his feet. Yu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. Foxy, Irene, and the little squirrel stared in amazement at the same sight. They stood in a white corridor, whose walls and floors gleamed like metal. Yu Sheng's gaze flicked over the corridor's surface until it landed on a plaque. Though the writing was unfamiliar, somehow he understood its meaning. Enka Ayla Maintenance Passage. Chapter 230, Time-Space Overlap. The 4 of them, now including Squirrel, which lowered the human ratio of the group even further, stood dumbfounded in a silver-white corridor. For a moment, no one spoke. After a long pause, Foxy was the first to break the silence. "Benefactor, so this is what's behind the stage." "This isn't what I pictured," Irene mumbled. I thought there, DB tentacles, flesh, eyeballs, and creepy chanting everywhere. Wasn't that how it always looked before? Don't ask me, I don't know what's going on either, Yu Sheng said, waving a hand. Then he pointed at a sign on the wall. But we're definitely inside Anka Ayla, inside its interior. The sign says so. Anka Ayla Maintenance Passage. Foxy's eyes went wide. Benefactor, you can read the words here. I understand what they mean, but I don't recognize the letters themselves, Yu Sheng replied with a frown. He glanced down at his hunter outfit. Maybe it's connected to the hunter's perspective. Irene blinked, then quickly caught on. Maintenance passage, as in inside Anka Ayla's body. Yu Sheng had no answer. He only motioned for the group to stay alert as they ventured deeper along that mysterious maintenance passage. What was this place? Was it truly inside Anka Ayla, or just a path leading to it? Why would the space behind Fairy Tale's stage turn out to be such a clearly man-made corridor? And at the heart of it all, what exactly was Anka Ayla, the entity called a Dark Angel? Countless questions swirled in Yu Sheng's mind. In the silent corridor, he and Foxy were the only ones making any noise with their footsteps. He had no idea which way to go. He could only follow a certain intuition in his heart, heading deeper along the passage and choosing whichever path felt right whenever they came to an intersection. The hunter's bullet was still giving off a faint warmth, guiding him toward a hazy destination. By sensing the bullet's heat, he could at least tell he hadn't gone off track. From time to time, they heard a low humming noise from beneath the floor or above the ceiling. It sounded like machinery in operation, yet it was strangely unreal, like a distant echo of some ancient memory in a dream. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame Yu Sheng. He looked ahead on instinct. In one flicker, the brightly lit white corridor turned into a fractured, twisted wreck. Jagged dark red shadows pierced the walls and floor, and a muddy, pulsating substance gushed from broken pipes. It smothered everything in sight. Above them, a massive hole yawned open in the ceiling, revealing outside light that shifted in a wild dance. It looked like distorted stars stretched to infinity. Squirrel gave a tiny shriek. Even Irene yelled, "What the?" Yu Sheng and Foxy stopped at once, muscles tensed. Foxy was already hugging both of her tails, ready to unleash a round of fox-carrot Gatling at whatever horror lay ahead. But in that same moment, the terrifying vision vanished. The corridor became pristine and well-lit again. Yu Sheng and Irene exchanged a look. After a moment of silence, the little doll spoke first. "Do you think that was the past or the future?" Yu Sheng's voice was grave. "It could be the present, its real appearance." "You've definitely become a professional spirit realm detective," Irene remarked with a twitch of her mouth. "You know exactly how to suggest the creepiest possibility." "Benefactor," Foxy said nervously, still holding her two tails. "I suspect some kind of illusion is at work here. I saw a scary movie like this when I was little." Yu Sheng couldn't help asking, "A scary movie? Which one?" "I forgot the title. It was about a person on a boat. Halfway through the journey, everyone else on board died in an accident, but he didn't realize it because he had observer effect displacement syndrome. He kept sailing along with the wrecked ship. As the journey continued, he sank deeper and deeper into another world. Eventually, he reached a timeline where all life had been wiped out. That's when he finally snapped out of it and went insane." Irene's hair practically stood on end. "Why are you telling us that here of all places?" Foxy sounded aggrieved. "Benefactor asked me to talk about it." Just then Yu Sheng raised a hand, cutting off the doll and the fox girl. "SHH." The corridor fell silent. They heard footsteps. Many footsteps. It sounded like a squad of people running toward them from behind. They were very close. Yu Sheng's eyes narrowed. He spun around to face that direction. He saw nothing. The corridor was still empty. Yet the footsteps persisted, as if that group was hurrying right past him, completely invisible. Like the humming in the background, they carried a dreamlike quality. In those unseen steps, he heard mechanical hisses of pressurized gear and the clank of equipment bumping together. "Sounds like about a dozen people ran by," Irene murmured, gripping Yu Sheng's hair nervously. "They're invisible." "Hey, you're supposed to be a cursed doll," Yu Sheng muttered, peeling her hand away. "Try not to be more on edge than me, and stop pulling. I've already started losing hair lately." Foxy's ears twitched at the air. "They seem to go that way," she said, pointing down the corridor toward a branching path. But the sound vanished after they turned right. Yu Sheng frowned, then made up his mind. "Let's follow them." They raced along the corridor, took the turn Foxy indicated, and walked a bit farther. There, a pair of damaged silver metal blast doors blocked their path. Yu Sheng hesitated, about to walk up to the doors, when those invisible footsteps rose again. It sounded like the same group had reached this big door. Then came low voices, speaking hurriedly in bursts. Static made it hard to make out the details, but Yu Sheng could pick up bits like break it open, lost contact, and continue the mission. Then came an explosion, a piercing, tearing sound, a few startled shouts, and a distant, fuzzy alarm. Yu Sheng's brow furrowed. In that moment he felt a sudden spark of understanding. It's them. Irene looked puzzled. Them who-s them? That deep dive squad from 70 years ago. Yu Sheng ran his hand along the blast door's damage. We're hearing their echoes. He set Irene on the ground and crouched to slip carefully through a gap in the twisted door. Irene and Foxy followed. Together, they gazed at the space beyond. It was a large hall with a sunken center. A massive support pillar stood in the middle, wrapped in countless pipes and cables. Many old, inactive screens hung around it. More cables dangled from the ceiling like long-dead nerves or veins. All around the hall stood rows of strange devices, some shaped like rectangular cabinets, others like cylinders. Each had openings and monitors, though none of them were lit. Looks like some kind of control center, Irene whispered. Yu Sheng didn't respond. He carefully surveyed the area, then walked toward the center of the hall. But the next second, the same slight dizziness struck him again. He halted abruptly and saw the hall twist into a hideous, decaying ruin. Darkness and rot clung to the walls and floors. Those cables overhead turned into throbbing veins and nerves. The devices around the hall swelled and pulsed like hearts. The giant pillar in the center became a massive, tentacle-like shadow, its lifeless monitors transforming into countless cold eyes that blanketed its surface. That shadow curved downward as if to reach for Yu Sheng and the others, sprouting more tendril-like growths at its tip. But in another blink, the vision vanished. The room went back to normal. Yu Sheng steadied himself and kept moving forward. Foxy followed close behind, her tails floating defensively in the air. The footsteps rose once more, this time confused and frantic. The invisible deep divers from 70 years ago must have run into trouble. Yu Sheng heard gunfire, panicked voices, and unsettling static woven with low, chaotic murmurs. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure wearing heavy protective armor stumble by, only to vanish again in an instant. It felt like this place was a warped nexus of space and time, layering different timelines on top of one another, and maybe even overlapping different layers of reality itself. All at once, Yu Sheng felt a surge of heat. He lifted his hand. The bullet from Hunter lay there, trembling. The warmth in its casing grew stronger, like it had just been fired from a chamber. In a heartbeat, it turned searing hot, too intense to hold. His hand jerked, and the bullet clattered to the floor. He bent down to pick it up. The moment he reached out, the color drained from everything around him. Then a distant, muffled voice reached his ears. Final report. This is the Deep Dive Squad, Operation Coming of Age. Chapter 231, They. Final report. This is the Deep Dive Team, Operation Codename Coming of Age. A faint voice echoed in Yu Sheng's ears, leaving him frozen in place. He raised his head and saw the mysterious control hall lose all color. Foxy and Irene were suspended like two phantom figures in a black and white world. Even the falling bullet hung in midair, a few centimeters above the ground. Only that low voice continued, echoing through the stillness as if spoken by someone right next to him. This scene was exactly like those times he experienced conversation with the dead. The voice kept speaking, as though the speaker stood less than a meter away. Yu Sheng saw nobody there, yet he heard someone muttering into some sort of recording device, not directed at him, but rather a self-recorded report. Everyone in our team has lost the ability to move. We collapsed in this hall. Our bodies are melting like wax. Our minds are tangled up with all sorts of strange things, all mixed together. My name is ISNO, I can't remember. This is the final report. I don't know if this recording will ever reach headquarters, but I want to record what we've seen. Enka Ayla was a ship, at least when it first set sail. After it made contact with that device called the umbilical cord, we learned many of its secrets. Don't understand where this ship originally came from. The memories passed to us through the umbilical cord were wild and chaotic. It seems to have drifted for a very long time, so long it's beyond rational understanding. It came from a place entirely different from our known universe. Perhaps it's that outside the scholars once guessed at. But now, that ship has turned into something beyond our grasp. I can't find the words to describe all I saw when I connected with the umbilical cord. I saw steel melt in the light. I saw blood flowing through its fuel pipes. I saw it grow flesh. Its engine roared with a burning howl. It kept talking to me, saying countless things, and the droning noise nearly destroyed my mind. We escaped from the chamber where the umbilical cord lies and came back here to wait for death. The damage it caused us is irreversible. Our protective gear failed. This change is happening from the inside out. I feel something watching us right now. It's looking through each of our own eyes. I think I understand. We are all becoming part of it. A heavy bout of breathing followed. Yu Sheng sensed the voice drifting strangely through the hall, then it steadied in a different spot. We don't know what comes next, death or something worse. We were prepared for anything when we set out, and we don't fear it. But we worry about the disastrous consequences once it breaks free. Enka Ayla, this otherworldly ark that has learned to think, is still trapped for the moment in that dream called fairy tale. One day it will tear itself free. Deep inside, something is growing, some kind of new life maturing at the far end of the umbilical cord. But that cord is damaged. We can't be sure what that new life is. One thing is certain. The moment it utters its first cry, Borderland will witness countless deaths. To whoever gets this recording, whether Special Affairs Bureau reinforcements or some other team investigating later, you must stop that thing from being born, no matter the cost. If you pass through this hall, you'll find a short corridor. At the end is the room housing the umbilical cord. Inside, a mortal mind can barely connect with Enka Ayla. That might be the only way to fight, or at least drive out these dark angels. We failed. Our minds couldn't endure its onslaught. But if you've made it here alive, if you can still keep your sanity and understand these words, then maybe you can succeed. Try it, there's no reward or payment. We have nothing left to offer you, not even some grand noble cause. All we can do is beg you to try before its child enters our world. Suddenly, the bullet hanging in midair fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Colors rushed back into the control hall, and the world whirred to life again. Yu Sheng looked down and saw the bullet bounce twice, rolling to a stop by his foot. Nearby, a dark stain, like dried blood, spread from the strange machine to where he stood. Could this be the blood that they left here 70 years ago? He lifted his gaze and found a figure standing quietly nearby, staring straight at him. It was a hunter's outfit floating in midair. Beneath the hood was empty darkness, with no face to see. The entire form looked like an illusion without a trace of reality. Yu Sheng glanced at himself and noticed his own hunter garb had vanished at some point. Foxy was beside him, carrying Irene. Irene held Squirrel in her arms. All three looked at that hazy figure. In unison, they gasped, "Hunter." Yu Sheng's expression did not change. He steadied himself, then stepped forward. "It has been so many years," came the hollow voice, echoing directly in his mind. "I'm trying to return to this place for so long, even though we forgot why we had to come back. Enka Ayla turned us into hunters within the Black Forest. This hunter's outfit became a strong shell, trapping us in that angelic dream that repeats over and over. We tried to speak with the Little Red Riding Hood who wandered in, but we weren't allowed to do anything except shoot the evil wolf. Each time we tried to remember our mission and purpose, the memories wore away during the remembering." The figure raised a hand, pointing to the center of the hall. 10 bodies lie there, but there are 12 souls. At the last moment, we managed to send 2 of those bodies back to reality. We hoped the leftover nerve signals in their brains might bring news of what happened here to headquarters. Ever since, we've been waiting for reinforcements. But honestly, we had no real hope. In those days, the 2 bodies we sent out were already heavily contaminated. It was impossible for them to carry any rational message. So when you showed us that group photo, we were stunned. It broke the role that Enka Ayla forced upon us. "Yes, you all snapped out of it," Yu Sheng said with a faint smile. "You even fired a bullet at me. It hurt, you know." "We're sorry, but that happened on the Black Forest stage," the hunter replied. "It was the only out-of-bounds act we could manage, and that was only because you had taken in wolf's blood at the time. We could then treat you as an evil wolf. Death in the Black Forest is always temporary. Repeated deaths lead to deeper corruption and wolf-like transformations that are even more dangerous." Yu Sheng thought for a moment. "Probably best not to mention I physically entered that place, so that bullet really did kill me." He decided to stay quiet. "Anyway," he said, "your reinforcements are here." He pointed to himself, then to Foxy, Irene, and Squirrel beside him. "We're not from the Special Affairs Bureau, but they hired us. Sorry we're a little late." The hunter only shook its head in silence. Then it raised its hand, pointing to a door on the other side of the hall. "Through there is the room with the umbilical cord." "What else is inside?" Yu Sheng asked, his face growing serious. "What do I need to do?" "It's a small room that seems like a maintenance platform. The umbilical cord is in the center of that ring-shaped platform. It connects to a lower level we never reached. We don't know what's down there, but that's where Enka Ayla's child is being nurtured." If you touch the umbilical cord, you can form the deepest link with Anka Ayla. But as for what happens next? The hunter trailed off. After a long pause, it shook its head slowly. I don't need to tell you it's dangerous. We can't promise you anything. In fact, no human has ever connected with the Dark Angels and emerged unscathed. From a purely logical standpoint, it's fine if you just leave now. If I'd been logical about this, Yu Sheng said with a grin, I wouldn't have come in the first place. He waved a dismissive hand and continued, That's enough. I'll go check it out. You all can rest here. It's been so many years, you deserve a break. He turned and walked toward the door the hunter had pointed out. Foxy followed at once. Irene and Squirrel both looked anxious, but since Irene was in Foxy's arms and Squirrel in Irene's, they had no choice but to tag along. Behind them, the hunter's voice called, Wait. Yu Sheng only gave a small nod without turning around. He wore a faint smile. Don't worry, I'll try. He opened the unlocked door, revealing a dimly lit corridor. At its far end, a ring of dull red lights flickered in the darkness, like a silent invitation, or perhaps an ominous warning. That baby's cry echoed again. This time it wasn't distant or faint, but close and painfully real, as though it came from within that pulsing red glow. Yu Sheng's lips curved slightly. He took a step forward and walked into the shadows. Chapter 232, The Fetus. As Yu Sheng walked forward, an unsettling feeling rose within him. It was as if the whole world had vanished, leaving only the corridor before him and the dim, reddish light at its far end. Black Forest, the orphanage boundary city, all of it seemed to fade away. It was as though those places belonged to another reality, and this new world had already collapsed beyond repair. His footsteps echoed. From somewhere up ahead came the cry of an infant. Over time, the sound no longer seemed as jarring, as though he had grown accustomed to it. Foxy walked beside him, holding Irene, who in turn held Squirrel. Together, they passed through the reddish glow at the corridor's end and entered the final door deep within the Anka Ayla vessel. It was labeled the Umbilical Cord Connection Bay. A strange, specialized chamber spread out before Yu Sheng. In truth, it looked more like a maintenance platform in the middle of a tall vertical shaft, just as Hunter had described. The floor was a ring-shaped platform, shrouded above by a darkness that seemed endless. From that darkness, a thick silver-white structure dangled. It was made of 2 main pipes and countless smaller cables and bundles. This cord dropped through an opening in the center of the ring-shaped floor, extending down into the depths below. Yu Sheng moved forward with caution, stopping at the edge of the platform to peer into the hollow center. He gazed upon the so-called umbilical cord. This thing looks like a pipeline for transporting materials, Irene remarked. From Foxy's arms, she craned her neck to stare curiously. It has so many cables. Is this the Dark Angel's umbilical cord? Yu Sheng said nothing. He only rested his hand against the guardrail and looked down. The cord extended far below into a place too deep to see clearly. Dim, hazy lights glimmered in the darkness, hinting at a faintly translucent dome far beneath, glowing with weak radiance. His gaze fell on a section of the umbilical cord partway down. Something there caught his attention. One part of the cord was obviously damaged, but the cause was unclear. One of the 2 main pipes was simply missing a chunk, and the cables around it were neatly sliced, as though an invisible void had consumed that section. Foxy soon noticed it as well. She tugged on Yu Sheng's sleeve. Benefactor, the pipe there, look, it's broken. Anka Ayla has been searching for its umbilical cord. Maybe this is the reason. It probably is, Yu Sheng muttered with a frown. Then at that exact moment, a wave of dizziness struck him again. His vision blurred, and the ring-shaped floor beneath his feet turned into a bone-like layer, coated in a sticky dark red substance. The chamber's walls seemed to melt into a fleshy surface, like the inside of a living organ. The silver connection bundle became a cluster of thick blood vessels and nerves. Its fractured portion quivered in midair, as though in pain. And at the edge of the pit in the center of the floor, something like a hand slid into view. It was difficult to call it a real hand, more a strange shape that resembled one. Yu Sheng froze. An instant later, the eerie sight vanished, and the chamber returned to normal. Irene and Squirrel cried out in surprise. Behind them, Foxy's tail flared open with a loud poof. Holy, the little doll exclaimed, looking pale. That really scared me. Yu Sheng frowned. During that brief vision, he had heard something, a soft whisper as if a voice were trying to tell him something. Is it Anka Ayla, or is it that child forming in the dark beneath the umbilical cord? He hesitated, then leaned forward and reached out toward the silver-white bundle. Benefactor, be careful, Foxy cautioned from the side. It's all right, I can sense it won't harm us, Yu Sheng said. He pressed his hand against the surface of the umbilical cord. The one who's really afraid here isn't us, it's... He never finished the thought. A sudden, violent sensation of weightlessness hit him, cutting him off. The ring-shaped platform at the center collapsed without warning. Yu Sheng barely had time to shout before he plunged through the air. Splintered floor sections and twisted guardrails fell with him. From above, he heard Foxy and Irene shriek, along with the roaring wind in his ears. A glimpse of motion showed Squirrel jumping in after him. Yu Sheng tumbled through endless darkness, his mind spinning. Will Squirrel be all right? She just jumped down. How reckless. No, she'll be fine. Foxy can fly. Before the thought finished, he slammed into something, the umbilical cord. Once again, his hand brushed against that broken section. Long ago, we fled from our home. My memory begins when the creators lit the engines. A calm, low voice, drained of all emotion, cut through Yu Sheng's chaotic thoughts. In that moment, all color drained from his surroundings. A world of black, white, and gray descended. Yu Sheng found himself floating in a gray, misty shaft. There was no top or bottom in sight. In the hazy distance, faint images came into view, like memories surfacing from a deep ocean. A massive ark switched on its engines and drifted away from a giant artificial structure, almost like a man-made celestial body, suspended in the infinite darkness of space. Behind it, the stars blazed and trembled, as though they might collapse at any moment. A terrifying rift cut across the cosmos from some unknown dark region, slashing the starry sky apart. Every scene was drained of color, as if viewed during a conversation with the dead. Yet from the cosmic tier, Yu Sheng somehow perceived a splash of searing red, as if that hue could pierce space-time, life, and death alike, imprinting itself directly onto the core of all things. In the next moment, he saw the ark become a point of light among the stars, speeding up in that fragmenting universe. Not just a single point of light. Thousands of them were escaping in every direction under the same sky. We are Anka Ayla. That name was bestowed on us by the creators. In your language, it can be directly translated as Ark, the low voice continued. There were 13,500 vessels named Anka Ayla, all launching at once. We carried seeds from our homeworld, searching for a place to sow them. That was the creators' command to us. Yu Sheng watched as those bright spots engaged their warp drives, each one traveling faster than light. Yet none could outrun that cosmic rift tearing through reality. The lights winked out in droves. In just a few breaths, the countless arcs became mere flickers of heat in the silence after destruction. After that, events grew even harder to comprehend. He saw some arcs strike an invisible barrier, disintegrating mid-travel without any sign of attack, dissolving into scattered rays of light. He saw other arcs strangely reset back to the moment of departure, only to hover in space, empty and motionless, before the cosmic crack devoured them. He saw one arc, maybe the very last, tossed about in a swirl of twisted, maddening light. Like a small bird in a storm, it was flung vast distances, eventually landing in a vacuum. He saw it begin to fall. He saw it warp from the inside out. In one instant it sprouted flesh, in the next it became a shadow of nothingness. He saw it torn by an unseen force into countless fragments, each fragment a miniature Anka Ayla. Then, in a blink, the shards merged again into a cold glow. It shifted through countless shapes, becoming something indescribable, like scrambled data in a system. At some point it learned to think, in a way that was chaotic and broken. Yu Sheng found himself conversing with it. He came face to face with its mind. Then more images surfaced through the gray mist. Yu Sheng drifted downward until he felt himself on solid ground. He walked forward and the fog parted. He saw it there, a mass that defied easy description. It lay curled on a pale bed, a twisted bundle of countless limbs, claws, wings, tails, like every creature from an entire ecosystem had been fused into one. It hovered at the edge of logic and imagination. Above this angel's fetus floated a severed umbilical cord. It stretched from the fetus's surface and drifted upward into the gray haze. "That is my child," the calm, low voice said softly. "Isn't it lovely?" Yu Sheng did not respond. He simply gazed at the giant lump of flesh. How could he answer? What was there to say? It was dead. Perhaps it had been dead from the very first moment it was conceived. Chapter 233, Fairy Tale. It was a lifeless embryo. Yu Sheng had no idea how to explain his conclusion. He did not have the knowledge or experience to judge whether this strange lump of flesh before him was alive or dead. No one knew what angel's fetus should look like or how it should function. Yet the moment he saw this bizarre mass, the answer appeared in his mind. He knew it was dead. It had no breath, no blood flow, no thoughts, no soul. From the start, there was never any chance it would be born and grow as a living being. But the thing was still growing, little by little. It was hard to see with the naked eye, yet Yu Sheng felt he could hear tiny sounds of growth within it, like small bubbles popping. This dead angel's fetus grew bigger by the minute, silently preparing for a birth it should never have. Yu Sheng sensed both the lifeless state and the ongoing growth of this strange organism. He felt confused and torn. He could not tell if the information flooding his mind was some truth he had discovered, or if it was knowledge forced into him by Anka Ayla. He stood there in a daze, trying to sort out the contradictory messages in his mind, until Anka Ayla's voice rang once more. "I can't see Ta very clearly. It's been this way for a long time." Yu Sheng looked up at the broken umbilical cord that stretched from the dead fetus into the air. The calm, gentle voice continued inside his head, without a hint of malice. "Our connection is weak. It's an ancient glitch from long ago, back when I wandered through the void. I'm not sure about Ta's current state, but I have tried my best to send Ta nutrients. My creator said this is my most important mission." "You are there and you have your eyes. You can see Ta, can't you? Tell me, are they doing all right? Have they grown up?" Yu Sheng opened his mouth. He took 2 steps closer to the silent fetus, but then cautiously pressed his lips shut. He did not know what impact his answer would have. He only knew that the gentle voice belonged to a dark angel. So he kept silent, trying to use the connection between him and Anka Ayla to sense the other side and gain a bit of control. Suddenly, the calm voice broke the silence. "Ta is already dead, isn't it?" Yu Sheng felt his heart stop for a beat. He inhaled sharply and stood there, body tense. After that, Anka Ayla fell quiet for a very long time. No one could guess what this ancient, strange, and unfathomable mind was thinking. When enough time passed, Yu Sheng finally made a move. He reached out toward the dead angel's fetus. A dead angel's fetus was still a kind of dead being. Yet this being had never truly lived or thought, never even had time to form awareness before it died. What can it show me in a conversation? Yu Sheng wondered. There is no mind or soul in this hollow shell, so what is there to reveal? He did not know. Still, he wanted to try speaking with this child, if at all possible. Darkness fell. Unlike any previous conversation with the dead, Yu Sheng saw no movement from this odd lump of flesh. It did not open its eyes or mouth. Nothing came to greet him but a vast darkness and emptiness. However, at the center of that void, he thought he saw a faint glow. Yu Sheng walked toward that glow and finally saw what it was. His expression shifted slightly, though he was not really surprised. It was a book. An old, tattered fairy tale book, as if countless children had flipped through it again and again. Its title read, "Squirrel Night Takes You to Read Stories." Yu Sheng looked around. In that endless black void, this fairy tale book was the only thing that existed. He hesitated, then carefully picked up the battered book and opened it. Its pages were filled to the brim. Just as Squirrel had once described, the book was crammed with the wild, imaginative stories of cursed children. Missing paragraphs and blank pages caused by poor printing were now covered in scribbles, pinyin, and doodles of all kinds. Some stories were only 2 or 3 sentences long, hardly making sense. Even the children who wrote them might not have known what they intended if they looked back on them later. Yu Sheng flipped through the pages and sensed something. He lifted his head, yet there was only darkness around him, nothing but this fairy tale book in his hands. Still, Yu Sheng frowned. He could feel a faint presence hovering nearby. He couldn't see it or hear it, but he sensed that Ta was here. He realized there was a listener. That presence had not been born into the world yet. In theory, there truly should have been nothing in this darkness, and yet someone was listening. A small audience was ready. It was time to tell a story. Holding the fairy tale book, Yu Sheng took a slow breath and sat down in the darkness, legs crossed. He knew what to do. Gently, he turned to the first page of the worn book and cleared his throat. Long, long ago. Far away, the dark spire that kept releasing demons collapsed with a crash. It was the 3rd time it had fallen tonight. The demons spilling from its tower were struck by Titan Summoning's lightning and burned to ash in the blink of an eye. Little Red Riding Hood gasped for breath. One hand rested on the wreck of an armored vehicle, while the other covered a wound on her arm. She peered through her bangs at the battlefield. The Red Dragon dived for the 4th time, plunging straight down onto the prince's anti-air defenses. Farther off, The Royal Knight Corps was locked in a fierce struggle with the Red Queen's troops, both sides battling for a strategic high ground. Wolf packs darted through the smoke and shadows, assassinating witches who slipped into trenches and outposts, or carrying intelligence back to Dorothy's hastily built command post. The Black Forest had been scorched into a wasteland, each inch burned at least twice. Little Mermaid kept playing BGM. Perhaps the twisted nature of this dream had wrecked everyone's sense of time, because Little Red Riding Hood felt that this war had lasted for months, or even years. Then she noticed something. The fallen dark spire was not regenerating the way it had before. Far across the battlefield, defeated witches also failed to reappear out of thin air. As time passed, everyone on the field noticed these changes. King was the first to approach, bounding over to Dorothy's ruined armored vehicle and climbing on top. It stood on its hind legs and peered into the distance. After a while, it looked down at Little Red Riding Hood uncertainly. It seems like the enemy is really thinning out. My Knight Corps is taking out their last batch of soldiers. Little Red Riding Hood blinked, unsure what was happening. A second later, some long-buried memory broke through her thoughts. She suddenly looked up at that giant rift in the center of the Black Forest, the one now visible to everyone. High above the forest, the huge shadow cast by Anka began drawing back into the rift. And after that, they all lived happily ever after. Yu Sheng finished the last part of the story in his memory and gently closed the book. The darkness around him did not respond. Is there really a listener here? Did Ta truly exist? Did these stories have any effect? Yu Sheng was not sure. He had simply wanted to try. He stood and waited quietly in the dark, hoping for something to change. He waited a long time, nearly giving up, until he thought he heard something, like the faint laughter of an infant. Yu Sheng was not sure if he really heard it. There was no time to find out, because the moment that tiny laugh drifted by, the darkness collapsed without a sound. In the space of a blink, he found himself back in the pale, foggy illusion. The lifeless angel's fetus still lay before him. His hand was still pressed against it. All at once, Yu Sheng saw countless thin cracks appear across the surface of the angel's fetus. The lines expanded and multiplied in a flash. In silence, it crumbled to fragments, then to sand, then to dust. Finally, it dissolved into particles finer than ash and vanished into the air. Yu Sheng's eyes went wide. He had no idea what was happening and stood there at a loss. Then he heard Anka quiet voice in his mind, breathing a soft sigh. So my mission has ended. Yu Sheng frowned, about to speak, when the pale fog rippled all around him. Colors returned as the haze melted away, dreamlike. Yu Sheng saw streaks of swirling light and shadow. Then he felt himself plummet as if down a long tunnel, falling and falling for what felt like years. A moment later, his mind blurred and he landed somewhere, though it was as if gentle hands had caught him at the very end, placing him lightly on the ground. Dizziness and confusion filled Yu Sheng's thoughts. He could not open his eyes for a while. Then, as his ears rang, he heard someone calling his name. Something furry brushed against his face, slightly damp. Yu Sheng opened his eyes and saw a large red-brown tail swishing in his field of view. Chapter 234, Shutdown. Yu Sheng's vision swayed for a long moment before he could finally make out Squirrel's shape. The little creature was perched on his cheek, licking his nose with its tiny tongue. Nearby, Irene's frantic voice rang out. Yu Sheng, are you awake yet? Holy cow, you just scared me half to death. When you fell from that height, I thought for sure we'd need a shovel to scrape you up. You could phrase that more nicely, Yu Sheng said at last, rolling his eyes. Once he was fully awake, he saw the little doll standing next to his head and Foxy, the demon fox maiden, crouched at his side. She was staring straight at Squirrel's licking, then reflexively licked her lips. At that, Yu Sheng twitched at the corner of his mouth as unpleasant memories rose in his mind. Don't tell me you plan to lick me too. Foxy quickly wiped off some imaginary drool, then she gave Yu Sheng a goofy grin. Heh, as soon as I saw you were okay, I felt relieved. I was scared too, Squirrel said, hopping down from Yu Sheng's face and rubbing its paws. It mumbled. I jumped right after you and then Foxy caught me with her tail. She's amazing. She can even fly. The three of us sort of floated down and then we saw you lying here like you were asleep. Irene was still trying to guess if you were just dead or just alive. Yu Sheng propped himself up and sat upright, not paying much attention to Squirrel's final remark. Instead, he started looking around. What is this place? He rose to his feet and surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed. How long ago did you come down? We just landed a few minutes ago, Irene replied at once. She then pointed upward. But when we came down, we noticed there's a thick shell overhead. This area used to be a big, sealed structure, except there are a bunch of holes in that shell. There's a really big one you fell through." Yu Sheng let out a small sound of acknowledgement and said nothing more. The area around them was dim, though not in total darkness. Faint lighting, like emergency lights, glowed along the ceiling and walls, allowing him to see. He noticed that this was a huge space, yet unlike the cold, metallic interiors elsewhere in Anka-Ala, the ground here was made of soil. Farther off, he could see many withered remains half buried in that dirt, along with a suspicious, rotting substance that had spread throughout the soil. He looked up again and in the gloom, faintly made out the shell Irene had mentioned, a massive dome, already damaged many years ago. Slowly, he realized where they were. So this is the ecosphere Anka-Ala carried. Irene cocked her head, her crimson eyes blinking. Huh. Yu Sheng bent down and scooped Squirrel into his arms. As he walked forward, he spoke casually. It's a scaled-down version of the homeworld ecosystem, meant as a blueprint and seed for rebuilding an ecological system in some new homeland. If I'm not wrong, there should also be a genetic vault here, kept in cold sleep or some even more advanced stasis. But just like this ecosphere, it's definitely been dead for ages. Irene looked dazed, not sure how much of that she understood, but Foxy nodded thoughtfully and kept pace, as though following Yu Sheng's explanation. They build things like that back where I'm from too, to develop ecological planets. They're always made by the big developers. Irene stared at her. Your hometown has everything, huh? Foxy simply grinned and swished her tail in pride. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng continued walking through this ecological wasteland. His eyes drifted over the withered corpses, the dried-up riverbeds, and the exposed pipelines in the soil. He tried to imagine what it had looked like in the past. He knew this had been Anka-Ala's child, an angel fallen from some far-off, doomed world, leaving behind its reflection here in Homeworld's last ruin. If that reflection had truly been born in the borderland, Yu Sheng thought, it would have spelled disaster for everyone. Even for Anka-Ala itself, it would be the same. That shadow could never become the homeland in its memory, nor bring back its creators. It would only watch another nightmare crawl out of its corpse. And by then, the dark angels would truly be out of control. A slight tremor rumbled beneath their feet. Then came a low, distant roar. Yu Sheng stopped at once. Foxy's ears instantly perked up. "Did you hear that?" Irene asked, nerves on edge. "I think something's moving deeper in." Right then, Yu Sheng's face changed slightly. He became very still, as though listening for something. A calm, gentle whisper rippled across a dimension normal senses could not detect. After a few seconds, Yu Sheng inhaled sharply, his eyes going wide. "Irene, wake up everyone in the sheltering wasteland. Have them retreat to the real world for now." What? All right." Though Irene was confused, she snapped to action as soon as she saw Yu Sheng's expression. She moved quickly, but still blurted questions as she did. "What is it? What's going on all of a sudden?" "Anka-Ala is shutting down," Yu Sheng said, spinning around. His face had gone pale. Irene froze in place. The next instant, she gave a yelp. "Holy. We have to evacuate. This place is about to go," Yu Sheng said, snatching the little doll and slinging it onto his shoulder. He prepared to open a door back to the real world. But then he remembered something else and stopped short. "Wait, there's still Hunter. We have to go back in. There's still time." "Hold on. If Anka-Ala is shutting down, what about the Black Forest? What about Fairy Tale? And Squirrel?" Irene asked, now perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder. With her feet off the ground, her brain suddenly worked better. If all of Fairy Tale collapses, then Hunter won't have anywhere to go. Yu Sheng hesitated, standing in place. The low rumble rose into a harsh roar. The tremor underfoot grew stronger. This ancient, colossal, and heavily mutated ark was collapsing from the inside out. At that moment, Yu Sheng had a sudden idea. "We'll connect it to the valley." Irene's eyes went wide with shock. "They're both otherworlds. They've both been parasitized by the Dark Angels, and I've already spilled blood in both places more times than I can count. If we managed this once, there's no reason we can't manage it again," Yu Sheng said, taking a measured breath. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "I'm going to merge Fairy Tale with the valley." "What do you need us to do?" Irene asked at once. "I have to perform this step myself, but it'll take some time," Yu Sheng replied, opening a shimmering door. "You and Foxy head out first. Explain what's happening to everyone outside." For years, Anka-Ala has been sunk into the borderland. Now that it's shutting down, it'll break away and disintegrate. Let the Special Affairs Bureau know. As for me, I'll send Squirrel and Hunter back to the Black Forest. Then I'll start the merging. Irene, send one of your bodies to warn the cursed children in the valley that there might be some big changes soon. Have them stay put in their camp and keep away from anything that starts shifting. Got it. Got it. So once again, I'm going in 2 directions at once. Irene bobbed her head, then clambered onto Foxy's back. She waved her hand. You handle it, okay? Foxy glanced back at Yu Sheng, looking worried. Benefactor, are you going to? Yu Sheng raised his thumb and grinned. Don't worry, I'm definitely dying here. Foxy gave a helpless huff and flicked Yu Sheng's arm with her big tail. Then, just before the next violent quake hit, she jumped through the door with Irene in her arms, returning to the real world. The instant every monitoring device went haywire and alarms blared, Li Lin could practically hear a barrier shattering. It was as if a dark wall had concealed a great mirror that blocked reality from a nightmare, and now that mirror had cracked under the strain, splintering into pieces. Then everyone present heard a rumble from deep underground. The thunderous noise grew in strength. A colossal, immeasurable energy surge spiked on the far-end sensors. In an instant, Li Lin saw how the orphanage's barricade collapsed without a sound. 16 temporary force fields vanished by half, and the rest wobbled. Next, a beam of light rose into the night sky. That beam erupted from the center of the orphanage. Within the glow, 2 twisting strands, like a pair of umbilical cords, were uncoiling and drifting upward, silently dissolving. A radiant shape floated up inside those shattered walls. Bai Li Qing watched it with an icy expression. Then she raised her phone. Prepare to initiate dome fracture. We may lose our signal soon before that. She got no further. A door suddenly appeared 3 meters away. Foxy and Irene burst out of it. The little doll dashed through the door, shouting, Wait! Whatever that fracture thing is, hold off on it for now. Bai Li Qing stared in confusion at the 2 who had just hopped through the door. Moments later, Li Lin received new orders, looking flabbergasted. He turned around and gazed over the wreckage of the orphanage wall. Through the broken remains, he could see the brilliant cluster of lights slowly rising into the night. He raised his walkie-talkie and took a steadying breath. All units maintain alert and keep monitoring. Check all recording devices. We may be witnessing the very first angel's descent. Chapter 235, Rebirth and Fusion. The angel fell from the earth, then plunged into the sky. Li Lin and his colleagues from the Special Affairs Bureau stood under the night sky as if led by an invisible hand. They looked up, staring in a daze at the glow slowly rising overhead. It climbed higher and higher, and then it began to crack from within. During that moment, more than one person had sudden visions in their minds. They felt as though that ball of light had transformed into a vast silver-white metal creation, a seed with a swollen center, bearing several glowing rings at its tail. It lifted from the orphanage's yard, but in the next instant it grew so huge it seemed to cover the entire sky. They also felt the light sprout flesh and blood, turning into a twisted creature formed by countless mismatched limbs. It stretched out countless arms toward the sky, then gradually melted into pure radiance. Li Lin believed he saw a gigantic stone, uneven and blanketed with moss and tiny sprouts. It flew ever higher, singing a fractured ballad from far away. It said it came from the stars to plant seeds on Earth, and that now everything was finished. The seed was going home. Then it fell toward the stars. The glow shattered, becoming countless streams of scorching fire that accelerated above the borderland like a backward meteor shower. In the latter half of that process, they split even more. Some fell into the sky, while others gently drifted off course, descending into the distance. Bai Li Qing stood on the ground with arms crossed, calmly watching. Her eyes tracked every piece of debris splitting apart overhead, analyzing where each might land. Then she picked up her phone. Little Song, dispatch a few recovery squads. I want you personally leading one of them. Some fragments might fall inside the borderland, on the outskirts. I'll send you the approximate coordinates soon. Prepare for the highest level containment. We can't be sure yet if the remnants left behind by the angel's disintegration are dangerous. Foxy and Irene stood not far from Bai Li Qing, also gazing upward. After a long while, Foxy muttered softly, "It's really spectacular." "It just vanished like that," Irene said, pursing her lips. Then she glanced at the orphanage. "That place is pretty much leveled. Little Red Riding Hood and the others will probably have to stay in the valley for quite a while," Foxy mused. "I wonder how our benefactor is doing." "Hard to say, he must be busy. After dealing with 2 otherworld connections, he'll probably swing by the valley," Irene said as she clambered up Foxy's tail. "No need to worry. When he's done, he'll come home. Let's head back first. We'll wait for him there." Foxy lifted her tail and curled Irene into her arms. Yes, let's go home and make breakfast for Benefactor. Wait, shouldn't we grab a taxi? Benefactor said there's no taxi at this hour. Don't worry, I know the way. Hey, there are tons of Special Affairs Bureau people right here. We could hitch a ride. They jump at the chance to help us. I know the way, my nose works great. At least put away your tail, and don't start running all of a sudden, ah. A rumbling sound quickly faded beneath the night sky. In the stunned silence of the Special Affairs Bureau operatives, a fox blasting off at breakneck speed sped away with a squealing doll in her arms. What? Now everything had grown quiet. Little Red Riding Hood's wolf pack had dispersed. The King's Night Squad and the adventurers had withdrawn. Dorothy's Resistance Army and Snow White's Thunder Titan had also pulled back. When the invisible curtain fell, the heroes of the tale left this ruined stage, just like the end of every story says. From now on, they would live happily ever after. Only the stage remained, cooling slowly in the lingering smoke. The massive rift up above was crumbling from top to bottom, fading away. Yu Sheng climbed a small slope. He sat quietly beside a giant, charred tree trunk, gazing out over the scorched land. The once black forest was now ash. The Titan's power had torn open the ground, and bombardment had left countless craters in the shattered earth. The sky looked like a torn mirror, tilted above the forest. Large cracks of darkness spread across it, giving it a menacing look. Some parts of the dome still glowed with a pale twilight, while others reflected an upside-down castle, farmlands, and villages. Fragments fell from the clouds. Yu Sheng caught one and saw that it was a broken piece of blue sky. At its edge, a flicker of fireplace flame danced softly, crackling faintly. He placed that jagged blue sky shard into the ground next to the queen's head, now just a split stone with a short sword stuck in its forehead. The sword bore a cat crest on its hilt. The hunter stood nearby, that hollow, distant form still clad in hunting gear. Ta stared silently at the ashes of the black forest. Ta said nothing, only lingered in a long hush. Squirrel sprang out of the ash close by. She shook off the dust, hopped lightly onto Yu Sheng's knee, and pressed something small into his hand. Here, I found this in the dirt pile. Yu Sheng opened his palm. It was an acorn. He rubbed the acorn slowly, then looked over at the nearly vanished rift and the faint shadow above it. Time is almost up. Yu Sheng's voice was soft. As if to answer him, the broken, slanted sky above the black forest made a series of snapping sounds. Then, from far away to right before his eyes, the black forest began to collapse. Squirrel clutched Yu Sheng's finger in alarm. She realized his fingers were turning cold. She looked up in surprise and saw Yu Sheng's body dissolving. Don't be scared, it's just a little state switch, Yu Sheng said with a gentle smile. He looked at the small creature on his lap, recalling what he'd felt and learned when the angel's fetus had dissolved in his hands, knowledge of death on a deeper level. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. This was his first attempt at shifting from living to dead, without sustaining any wounds at all. It turned out to be simpler than he had imagined, like flipping a nimble switch. Click! Yu Sheng scattered into drifting ash, swirling like clouds and mist that spread throughout the rapidly collapsing, fairy tale wasteland. And then the story began. Once upon a time, there was a valley with no name. People said it was just the backyard of Wudong Road, number 66. This backyard had many extraordinary features. One of them was that it led to countless incredible places. South of it lay a vast forest, ruled by Little Red Riding Hood and her wolf pack. In that forest were a lovable squirrel and a silent hunter. North of it rose a very tall tower, where the long-haired girl kept a pretty little room with a balcony. From that balcony, you could see a slumbering dragon and a giant beanstalk. There was also a banquet hall filled with constant celebration, a busy town that always held festivals, and a port with the scent of sea air. And there was a strange kingdom ruled by a cat. People said that cat was the greatest king ever. Under that king's rule, knights were brave and loyal, advisors gave wise counsel, and adventurers set out each morning to face monstrous foes. By evening, they returned triumphant as heroes, sharing stories of distant lands at the tavern. There were many more places and many more tales. All of them in one way or another connected to that valley. The valley held countless doors, some bizarre, some clever, some hidden, and some astonishing. Perhaps one was just a certain room in the northern tower. Another might be a cave at the foot of the mountain. It could even be the hollow of an old tree in the black forest, or a patch of mottled shadow. Cursed children could roam freely among these hidden pathways. They might slip from Cinderella's fireplace to a castle banquet, or push open a castle closet door, and find themselves in the mysterious flower fields deep in the Black Forest. Their entire childhood would be filled with countless surprises. A happy ending. What? Little Red Riding Hood heard a rumbling in the depths of the valley. It sounded as if the mountains had come alive, like giants shifting their massive bodies to make room. She stepped out of her room. Though she was still mentally exhausted from the long, fierce battle in that dream, she wanted to see what had changed in the distance. After all, Irene had rushed over earlier and dragged everyone into the sheltering wasteland, then rattled off a few quick words like, "When you wake up, there'll be a big event in the valley. Don't run around, just stay at the camp. If the sky collapses, it's just a technical adjustment." Yu Sheng switched on creative mode. Then she vanished. Now no one knew the details. Everyone was left confused. Many younger siblings also came out of the nearby houses. They all wore the weariness left behind by that great battle. Some still showed traces of fear, but others, like Snow White and the long-haired girl, had clear excitement in their eyes. Little Red Riding Hood noticed the change first, the most obvious one from where they stood. She stood in the middle of the camp, pointing into the distance with wide eyes. "Long-haired girl, your tower is sprouting out from over there." "What do you mean, my tower? Whoa." Chapter 236, After the Calm. The rumbling in the valley lasted for a long time, then slowly died away. A row of armored Titan giants stood on the small square at the edge of the camp. Boys and girls perched on their shoulders, arms, and heads, gazing into the distance where unimaginable changes had just occurred. Morning light shone on them like warmth after a dream's end. Smaller cursed children clustered around the giants' feet, their eyes fixed on the sky with wonder. A stretch of clouds, glowing with the colors of dawn, was rolling in from afar, something the valley had never seen before. Little Red Riding Hood stood on the shoulder of the Thunder Titan alongside the long-haired girl princess. From this height, they could see far, far away. They even spotted an entire forest on the far side of the valley, one that seemed to have sprouted in the blink of an eye, taking the place of what had once been a wide section of mountain terrain. A faint buzzing came from overhead. Little Red Riding Hood glanced up to see Dorothy's drone returning to camp. Not long after, another Titan nearby raised an arm. Dorothy came dashing along that Titan's shoulder, excitement lighting up her face. "Hey, Red, it really is your Black Forest? I saw the little house. Although the forest looks different now, like there's a spring and flower fields, it's much prettier than before." "Yu Sheng said we shouldn't go near places that are still changing," Little Red Riding Hood reminded her with a slight frown. "It might be dangerous." "Oh, I just sent the drone, I didn't go in myself," Dorothy laughed brightly. "Anyway, I'll send another one to the northern tower soon." "No need," the long-haired girl princess chimed in, waving her hand. "That's definitely my tower, I know it by heart. It looks much nicer now. At least it's not crawling with demons or hellworms spewing fire through the windows." Dorothy let out a disappointed sigh. "Too bad my drone's control range is limited, and my own skills aren't enough yet. I wanted to see how big the forest was. Maybe if I sent out a reconnaissance plane." "Don't cause more trouble for Yu Sheng." Little Red Riding Hood shook her head. "The valley has finally settled down. He should be back any minute." Just as she finished, a commotion erupted below. The long-haired girl princess glanced down to see a shimmering door appear in midair at the center of the camp. A group of young children ran toward it in loud excitement. "Oh, our big brother is back!" The princess broke into a grin and leaped right off the Titan's shoulder. Her long, golden hair billowed in the wind, weaving into a glowing slide. It stretched straight down toward Yu Sheng, who had just pushed open the door. Yu Sheng had barely stepped out before a sharp swoosh rang through the air. A golden-haired blur zoomed straight toward him like a human comet. He reacted on pure reflex. "I've dodged too many flying tackles at home," and moved aside in a flash, leaving a faint afterimage behind. He couldn't help it. Living with 3 dolls who might randomly pounce at him, plus a cyber fox immortal who could pull off a lethal sonic headbutt, had honed his instincts. Maybe he wasn't yet good enough to dodge Foxy's headbutt, but a person-shaped projectile. That was second nature by now. By the time he realized who was charging at him, it was too late. He watched as that golden blur whizzed right past and crashed into a dirt mound 10 meters away. But she was no ordinary girl. This was the princess who could battle demons floor by floor in a high tower. Yu Sheng didn't have time to worry. She popped out of the dirt in seconds, spitting clumps of mud. "Why'd you dodge me, old brother?" she muttered, indignant. "I just wanted to say hi." Yu Sheng opened his mouth to speak, but someone else called out before he could respond. Little Red Riding Hood approached, smiling. "Don't mind her, she's overexcited, especially now." Yu Sheng turned and found himself face to face with the short-haired girl he knew so well. Off to the side, the Titan giants were bending down one by one, lowering huge arms for the rest of the group. Familiar faces hopped off, laughing and joking as they made their way over. The smaller cursed children had already formed a tight circle around them. A chubby tabby cat stepped forward with a regal air, head held high. Its face was serious. "It's all over?" it asked. Yu Sheng lowered his gaze to meet the cat's eyes and slowly smiled. "Yes, it's all finished." Everything fell quiet then, as though the whole world had paused. After a few moments, someone let out a cautious whoop. Another person clapped, then stopped. The cursed children hesitated, almost confused. It seemed that ever since they had begun to understand the world, they had been waiting for this day, but now that it had come, none of them knew what to do. They didn't even know what expressions to wear. All their lessons and drills in fairy tale never covered this particular moment. Then Yu Sheng raised his hand, breaking the stillness. "Smile," he said. "Just start smiling and celebrate however you want." Scattered applause gave way to grins, which grew into laughter and finally cheers. The youngest cursed children cheered first, then the older ones, and finally their guardians. Everyone shouted and whooped, some even bursting into tears and laughter at the same time. Yu Sheng cheered with them. After a good while, when the noise eased up a bit, the cat king padded closer to him. "I am pleased, meow," announced the cat with a dignified nod. A hint of a smile seemed to touch its furry face. "In reward, I hereby name you the belly-scratching minister. From now on, you may rub my belly whenever you wish." "That's the highest honor," Little Red Riding Hood whispered in Yu Sheng's ear. "It never lets me do that." The king cast her a haughty glance. "That's because you smell like dog." She glared at him. "Wolf, I smell like wolf." "It's practically the same." "You're begging to lose your whiskers." "Meow." Girl and cat bickered, clearly not for the first time. Nobody bothered to intervene. A few people even cheered them on. Yu Sheng simply stood there, grinning, letting the happy noise wash over him. These kids, no, all of them, really, every laugh and quarrel they have from now on, every breath they take, every step forward in life feels like an extension of everything I've worked for. It feels like I'm rooted here now, part of the meaning behind this moment. Raising his gaze, Yu Sheng saw more figures standing at a distance. Adults, employees sent by the council, along with engineers and security staff from the Special Affairs Bureau, watched from afar. "We're going to hold a grand celebration," Yu Sheng said. "Everyone is invited." "Even Teacher Su?" a little boy nearby asked, eyes bright with curiosity. Yu Sheng nodded with a laugh. "Of course." "Hooray!" He ruffled the boy's hair, and then turned to face Little Red Riding Hood. "Before that, though, let's settle some business," he said, trying to look more serious. "I need to fill you all in on how the fairy tale Otherworld has changed. This affects your future roles and the future of the fairy tale organization." "All right." Little Red Riding Hood was indeed the organization's most experienced guardian. She instantly focused, nodded solemnly, then briskly called out the names of the others: White Snow, long-haired girl, King, summoning them to gather. "Everyone else, you're dismissed. Go on, do whatever you like." "So where are we talking?" Yu Sheng asked, glancing at the circle of guardians. "Where else? The castle you built for us," the long-haired girl princess replied, pointing at a large structure at the far end of camp. "It's huge. We're officially making it our activity center. Great place to hold a meeting." Yu Sheng raised his head and spotted the building he had once conjured for the orphanage's cursed children, a fortress with a small courtyard gate. Someone had even hung bright, colorful flags on the roof, giving it a real castle vibe. They all headed across camp to the castle. It now had electricity and running water, though only basic interior work. At least the entrance hall had a big mat on the floor so their feet didn't clack against bare stone. Temporary lights hung from the walls and ceiling. A large round table took up the center of the hall with chairs arranged around it. It was simple but looked surprisingly proper. "We were going to bring in a long table, but King insisted we do a round one," Little Red Riding Hood explained as she switched on the overhead lights. "He said that way it would be a round table meeting. I'm not sure what difference it makes, but everyone seemed to like the idea, so we went with it." Yu Sheng reached out and fiddled with the big rotating platter that sat in the middle of the table. After a moment, he cleared his throat. "Well, for starters, I'm pretty sure that in a real round table meeting, you usually don't put a giant spinning tray in the middle." Chapter 237. Now you all have a vast future ahead. When Yu Sheng heard Little Red Riding Hood's grumbling, she looked embarrassed. The girl tried her best to keep a straight face. Special Affairs Bureau delivered it, so it didn't feel right to be picky, she said. We actually plan to remove this giant round piece, but its axle runs straight through the table. If we pulled it out, we'd be left with a huge hole, which would look worse. Plus, King actually fell in once. That's a very practical reason, Yu Sheng replied, struggling to maintain a composed expression. After a small twitch of his mouth, he moved on and took a seat at the round table. He lifted his head, eyes scanning his surroundings. Seeing this, Little Red Riding Hood started pointing things out. That door on the left is our temporary storage. Most of the supplies from the Special Affairs Bureau are piled up there. The door next to it leads to a corridor that goes to the backyard. We plan to tidy that area up and maybe plant a small garden. As for the rooms on the right, we haven't decided what to use them for, so for now they're dorms for Teacher Sue and the rest. Yu Sheng nodded as he listened. What about the second floor? Just then, he noticed the group of teenagers around the table fall into a moment of awkward silence. The ones closest to him hesitated, mouths opening and closing, until finally the long-haired girl princess broke the hush. Brother, she said, you never built any stairs to the second floor. Yu Sheng froze. Oh no. We haven't decided with Sun Gong from the construction team where to put the stairwell, Little Red Riding Hood added. So if you have time. By now, Yu Sheng's toes were practically digging through his shoes. He lifted his eyes at a 45-degree angle toward the ceiling light. In the distance, soft clunking and faint squeaks echoed from the back of the hall. After a few moments, he blinked, forced a straight face, and nodded at Little Red Riding Hood. There's already a staircase behind the main hall now. The long-haired girl princess clapped. Brother, you're amazing. If you find anything else that's inconvenient or illogical, tell me, Yu Sheng said. I put this place together so quickly, I didn't manage to perfect every detail. He couldn't bring himself to confess that this was his carefully crafted masterpiece at the limit of his house-building power. From now on, I definitely won't mention that again, he thought. Luckily, no one else seemed to mind. Yu Sheng smoothly steered the conversation back on course. Anyway, he went on, I've merged Fairy Tale with this valley. You've probably noticed the two major points of fusion. One is the Black Forest and the other is the tower, each on opposite ends. Other stages are merged in as well, but I didn't have time to create direct valley connection points for each one, so most connect through the Black Forest and the tower. I'll prepare a detailed node map soon so you'll know how everything fits together. For now, you can think of the Fairy Tale Otherworld as part of this valley, part of Wudong Road number 66, really. It still exists, but just like the Night-Shrouded Valley once did, its nature has changed completely. As director Bai Li Qing said, it's been emptied of harmful entities. Now it's an empty shell attached to my backyard. The changes from merging are tremendous. The biggest is that all stages are harmless now. Because Anka Ayla's nightmare has ceased, none of the dangerous entities will return. Yes, Fairy Tale is safe at last, completely. He paused, spotting Little Red Riding Hood drawing in a deep breath, the long-haired girl princess swaying happily, and King letting out a low purr while narrowing his eyes in satisfaction. Yu Sheng smiled and continued. Another change is that as an otherworld, Fairy Tale went from abnormal to a wilderness type. Each substage now exists in a pocket of space around the valley, so you can enter them physically, no need to fall into a nightmare. You just walk straight in, whether it's the Black Forest or the tower, just as if you were exploring the rest of the valley. He noticed subtle, complicated expressions around the table. I know what you're thinking, he said. Those stages never gave you good memories, but that's exactly why I suggest visiting them again when you can. Go see the places that used to scare you. It'll help you shed the shadows lingering in your mind. Trust me, it's necessary because... He paused, letting his gaze linger on each person seated there. Then he spoke with deep seriousness. Because all of you have a long future ahead now. Many people seemed taken aback. Even those who were laughing a moment before looked a bit stunned. Yu Sheng wasn't surprised by this. When a long nightmare ends, that comforting sense of reality takes time to settle in. Even if you believe you're prepared for what comes next, the little details, things you never imagined, will pop up, catch you off guard, and gently remind you how much has changed. The long-haired girl princess rubbed her eyes. Brother, please, I'm about to cry. As everyone's big sis, Little Red Riding Hood remained the calmest. Although she froze at first, she quickly came to her senses. So, she said, from now on, no more kids in the borderland will be swallowed by the nightmares from Fairy Tale. That means there won't be any new Little Red Riding Hood, or Snow White, right? Yu Sheng thought for a moment. Does your wolf still exist? It's still here, Little Red Riding Hood replied. A shadow wolf emerged from the darkness beside her. She stroked its head gently. Snow White's Thunder Titan and King's underlings are all around too. None of that's vanished. Honestly, we'd feel weird if our powers disappeared, Dorothy muttered. She was the short-haired young woman sitting across from Yu Sheng. I haven't charged my phone in 2 months, thanks to Machine Spirit. Poor Machine Spirit, Snow White teased, shaking her head. Yu Sheng didn't pay much attention to their banter. So, he continued, since Fairy Tale turned from a nightmare collection into a harmless otherworld, it shouldn't go around pulling in children anymore. Still, your powers remain, which means part of Fairy Tale's function is active. Theoretically, you could train a new Little Red Riding Hood or Snow White. Little Red Riding Hood looked dumbfounded. None of them had ever considered cultivating another round of roles, not after living through that endless cycle of nightmares. Yu Sheng had expected that reaction. That's what I meant by Fairy Tale's future, he said. It's time to think about what comes next. Until now, Fairy Tale was a group of orphans clinging together for warmth. But now that your nightmares are over, what's your plan for yourselves, and for the organization? Will you keep being Spirit Realm detectives, and for how long? Will you accept new members? All of these are important issues to consider. We, the long-haired girl princess, started, then hesitated. You're right, we really haven't thought it through. I didn't plan on anything past next year. My grades are awful, Snow White admitted, rocking in her chair with her arms crossed. Sure, we go through normal school and take tests, but I never seriously imagined graduating. Maybe I'll just stay a Spirit Realm detective. The pay's decent. And there's the orphanage, Little Red Riding Hood added. We have so many younger kids that we have to keep caring for them, but after that. She looked up in thought, then smiled awkwardly. I don't really know how to do anything else. I guess I might be a Spirit Realm detective my whole life. I can sing, said a tiny, lively girl, raising her hand with excitement. I'm a big online singer, and I got tens of thousands of new followers this week. The long-haired girl princess glared at her. Be quiet, you're the worst when it comes to fighting. Clearing his throat, Yu Sheng redirected everyone's attention. So it seems Fairy Tale will keep operating, possibly for a long time. But remember, now Fairy Tale is truly stable, safe, and no longer fueled by nightmares. That means you'll have to think carefully about bringing in fresh faces and passing down what you've built. Today, I'm just giving you a heads up. In the meantime, study your powers for yourselves. Pay attention to how Fairy Tale's otherworld has changed and how it affects you. All I did was fuse it with this valley. You're the only ones who truly know Fairy Tale inside and out. Yu Sheng went on at length. Eventually, he noticed the teenagers had all gone quiet, gazing at him with such focus that he felt a bit uneasy. He stopped, looking self-conscious. Am I talking too much? Not as much as Red Riding Hood does, the long-haired girl princess teased. She can talk forever once she starts a meeting. Little Red Riding Hood lightly smacked the princess's shoulder, then turned back to Yu Sheng. A warm smile spread across her face. Not at all, she said. You are Fairy Tale's guardian now, the greatest one. Sensing the mood, the long-haired girl princess jumped up. Come on, everyone, let's all call him brother, she cried. I'll go first, brother. Yu Sheng didn't even have time to react before everyone else stood up too, and their voices jumbled in a playful chorus. Big brother, brother, Uncle Yu, Grandpa Yu. Yu Sheng's eyes widened. Who in the world just called me Grandpa Yu? Chapter 238, Planning the Future. The meeting was over. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood sat together at the highest rooftop of the castle. They watched the scene unfolding below. The exhausted little ones, nearly nodding off where they stood, were being collected by their older brother and sister figures to catch up on sleep. The guardians, yawning as they left the castle, walked across the camp. After a long while, Yu Sheng finally looked away and gazed at the thin clouds drifting across the sky. You're not sleepy? He asked without turning his head. I'm still too excited to sleep, Little Red Riding Hood said. She leaned back and lay flat on the castle's slanted roof. In just a few days, I can take the driving test. Yu Sheng thought for a moment. What birthday present do you want? How about a car? She joked. Can't afford one. Little Red Riding Hood laughed and then shook her head. Actually, I haven't really thought about it. I haven't been in the right mood to think about gifts. Honestly, I've always been afraid. Don't make fun of me, I'm really scared. I know, Yu Sheng said. They fell silent, savoring the sudden calm. After a while, Little Red Riding Hood broke the silence. By the way, I've been thinking about what you said earlier regarding the future operations of the fairy tale organization, plus the way we'll add new members and pass on these identities. It's pretty exciting. Oh, Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows. I thought maybe the words New Little Red Riding Hood would give you a mental block. It does a little, she replied. But precisely because those words have weighed on me so long, I'm looking forward to the change that's coming. A gentle smile spread across her face. Think about it. So far in the fairy tale organization, whether it's Little Red Riding Hood, Snow White, or anyone else, each person has been an orphan forced into a nightmare. But from now on, a new Little Red Riding Hood might just be a mysticism Major applying through a normal recruitment process. Or maybe a rookie spirit realm detective who sends in a resume. They won't be terrified of their lifespan. They won't bear so much pain and loneliness. They'll just be coming for a stable, long-term job. We'll train them like teachers, letting them work normal shifts, go on normal vacations. When they put on the red cloak, they're employees and apprentices of our group. When they take it off, they go home to be with their families. Of course, I'll probably start by training Zio. That kid actually has a lot of talent, and she's already made contact with the Black Forest a few times. While teaching her, I'll figure out how to help a newcomer control a wolf pack without the influence of Anka Ayla. Once I figure that out, it'll be valuable training for everyone else. Little Red Riding Hood rambled on, smiling the whole time. It was as if she could already see these future Little Red Riding Hoods living a calm, ordinary working life. Perhaps the job was still wild by normal standards, but for members of the fairy tale organization, that level of ordinary was practically unbelievable. She beamed as though she were experiencing that life right now. Yu Sheng didn't interrupt. He stayed patiently by her side until her voice gradually faded and the warm daylight blended with the soft sound of her breathing. At the edge of his vision, he saw a flicker of gold. 2 tufts of golden hair swayed at the roof's edge like antennae, followed by the rest of a golden-maned figure creeping up along the slope, like some shadowy creature. Soon, the long-haired girl princess's head appeared over the edge. She peeked around and waved happily at Yu Sheng. "Brother, I'm here for Red Riding Hood." Yu Sheng pointed next to him. "She's asleep." "I knew it," the long-haired girl princess said with a wrinkled nose. Immediately, strands of her hair stretched across the roof. They carefully wrapped around the slumbering Little Red Riding Hood and began to lift her. "I've shared a room with her for years. The look she had at the end of that meeting told me she'd pass out in under half an hour." Yu Sheng watched, a bit astonished. His eyes drifted toward the mass of hair crawling across the rooftop. "That's a whole lot of gorgeous golden hair you have, but it's acting more like it's from some cave-dwelling, tentacled creature. Aren't you supposed to be all elegant and fairy tale-like?" "Being elegant doesn't help reduce an enemy's attack power," the long-haired girl princess replied with a sidelong glance. "And it definitely doesn't help me run faster when I'm escaping a tower. At least I'm not twisting my hair into a giant projectile." Yu Sheng fell silent. Before long, though, she spoke again, sounding hesitant. "Brother, is our orphanage really gone?" "From the pictures Li Lin sent, it's leveled," Yu Sheng said with a sigh. "There's just that small guard booth at the gate still standing, plus the base of the old barrier arm, basically a ruin." "Oh, then that means Sleeping Beauty's post is still there," the princess joked, but her expression soon grew serious. "So does that mean we'll be living here for a long time?" "That's the idea," Yu Sheng said with a nod. "For now, at least. You can still decide for yourselves. If you want to go somewhere else, the Special Affairs Bureau and the Council would definitely help, especially after you all just dealt with an event on the level of an angel's descent." Hearing this, the long-haired girl princess's eyes lit up. Then can we keep living here in the camp, but have the Special Affairs Bureau give us the budget they would have spent rebuilding the orphanage? You know, just deposit it into our accounts." Yu Sheng stared at her. She quickly added, "And also maybe deposit some funds into your hotel's account too." "You come up with ideas so fast," Yu Sheng said with a laugh, waving a hand. "Don't worry about that. I'm going to visit the Special Affairs Bureau myself soon. There's a ton of stuff I need to discuss with them. And if you really plan on staying here long-term, I'll open up another door from the camp to the outside world. You can't have a few dozen people all coming and going through my basement forever." "Oh, I see. Sounds like there's a lot to do." Yu Sheng grew curious. "What made you think of these plans all of a sudden?" "I ran into Snow White and King on my way here," she answered, still clinging to the roof edge in a very odd pose with her hair. "They're planning our next steps. If we're going to live here, we'll need to gradually renovate. Everyone wants to build more housing and move out of these temporary shacks, so it'll be more like a town. Snow White says we'll call it, town. and she wants to build a Titan altar next to it. Yu Sheng was stunned. Then he realized how the meeting had sparked all these ideas. The cursed children, freed from their fears about life ending too soon, were starting to plan for the long term. Their imaginations and motivation were off the charts. Who knew what this place would look like in the end? This could be pretty fun, he thought, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Brother, you're smiling. Why? Asked the long-haired girl princess. I'll grant early approval. I mean the Titan altar, just don't build it on my vegetable plot. Okay. With that, she carried Little Red Riding Hood away, wrapping both of them in a giant bundle of golden hair. Yu Sheng watched that soft, yellow mass slither along the camp's main path, eventually disappearing into the little house the two girls shared. Come to think of it, she wasn't this wild when I first met her, Yu Sheng mused, recalling how she had once seemed like a quiet young lady. But he also remembered meeting Matchstick back when her mind was under strain, and how different she acted once she was normal. Yes, for someone dealing with the fairy tale organization, this behavior must be perfectly natural. He sighed and opened a door, stepping through to Wudong Road, number 66. The moment Yu Sheng emerged, he looked around and listened carefully. Everything seemed in order. No fires, no giant holes, only Irene's loud gaming commentary drifting down from the second floor. There was also some trashy variety show babbling on the living room TV. Her laughter rang out, bright and clear. He let out a sigh of relief and walked in. Foxy's excited voice came from the dining area. Benefactor, you're back. He looked up to see Foxy bounding toward him, thankfully at normal speed, not like a rocket. Yu Sheng's ribs remained intact. She barreled into him and squeezed tight with all those fluffy tails. Yu Sheng patted the fur behind her ears. Got delayed a bit in the valley, talking to Little Red Riding Hood and the others about changes in the fairy tale otherworld. Were you worried? I was, Foxy replied, smiling broadly. But Irene said you were busy, so she went upstairs to game and watch TV. I made you breakfast. Yu Sheng froze. Breakfast. Mem, it's the same dish you tried last time. Irene called it fox stew. She ushered him to the dining table and lifted the lid from a large pot. Within was a swirl of colorful ingredients, bubbling and sloshing. It's delicious. Yu Sheng stared at the moving contents, his face turning a bit pale. Hold on, it's moving, and there are even more colors this time. Sure, no Irene around to meddle, so it's more successful. I think if I keep at it, I'll get about 60 or 70% of the flavor Mother used to make. Yu Sheng. He said nothing more, just silently stared at the pot. Chapter 239. Something feels off. Be honest, that first bite was tough for Yu Sheng. It wasn't because he wasn't hungry. He was actually starving after not eating for so long, nor was it because he was afraid to try this so-called food. After all, he had already tasted Foxy's cooking once before and discovered that, despite its strange appearance, it was surprisingly okay. Plus, the fox girl herself was sitting right next to him now, eyes wide and hopeful, waiting for him to dig in. There was no way he could refuse. The real challenge was that the stew in the bowl kept dodging his spoon. Yes, the jumbled stew, imbued with who knew what kind of cyber-immortal arts, was actively avoiding the spoon. It writhed and squirmed, and sometimes it bulged in the middle as though giving him the middle finger. This is way beyond my idea of what's edible, Yu Sheng thought. He stared at the bowl on the table for quite a while, battling his own thoughts. Finally, he glanced up, looking conflicted. Is it supposed to do that? Oh, my mistake, I forgot one last step. Foxy smacked her forehead and started tracing several glowing symbols in the air. Then she muttered something at the table, a bunch of motions that didn't look even remotely like ordinary cooking. Afterward, she let out a long sigh and smiled. All done, benefactor. Now it understands. Yu Sheng was confused. Understands? Understands what? Who understands? Wait, we're cooking here. Why is the final step to talk to the food so it understands? He pictured the machine's spirit from the Borderlands machinery and wondered if Foxy's pot could somehow forge a food spirit. He looked back into the bowl. Sure enough, that ever-shifting stew had settled down. After several seconds of hesitation, he turned to confirm with Foxy. Let me just be totally sure, this stew isn't sentient, right? Of course not, Foxy said, waving her hand. It's just that the world naturally has spiritual energy. Soulful stew means temporarily cooking that energy into the dish, but if there's too much of it, the stew acts up. That's what Mother told me. Yu Sheng was pretty sure that phrase alone would make any normal person do a sanity check. Language is truly something magical, he thought. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to imagine the shimmering stew as just some entity's tentacle or wolf granny's heart. Basic ingredients, no big deal. Closing his eyes, he took a bite. A gentle warmth spread through him, accompanied by a decent flavor. There was nothing weird about the taste, and nothing squirmed around in his mouth. It didn't resemble any food texture he knew, but it was definitely edible. It even tasted better than the last stew Foxy had made. "This is not bad at all," he said, opening his eyes. He seemed pleasantly surprised by the swirling colors in the bowl. "It's actually an improvement over last time." Foxy, who had been sitting there eagerly awaiting his verdict, lit up with a smile. She rocked back and forth, her many tails swaying. "As long as Benefactor likes it," she said, eyes gleaming. Yu Sheng took a second spoonful. He felt his exhaustion melt away within a few short breaths. The drowsiness clouding his mind cleared up, not in a jittery rush, but as though he had received proper rest and nourishment. His body felt fully recharged, and the warmth of that food continued to spread through his limbs, gently restoring him. Frowning in mild confusion, he watched as Foxy pulled two small chicks from behind her tails and prepared a tiny bowl of stew for them, too. "Plain boiled, salt-baked dinner time," she cooed. "You get to share in the Benefactor's fortune again today." The two chicks scampered over happily. They looked a bit larger than before, clearly well cared for. Plain boiled now had a tuft of pale golden fluff on its head, while salt-baked had a faint, half-transparent glow around its tail feathers. Yu Sheng paused. "Something feels off here. Let's check again." He rubbed his eyes and looked at Foxy. "What's wrong, Benefactor?" "I just want to confirm," Yu Sheng said, pointing at the stew on the table. "Are you saying this is really just the home-style dish you used to eat back home?" "Not exactly every day," Foxy answered honestly. "Only on special occasions, like if I got a perfect score on a test or on holidays. Making this is hard work, and it's especially draining to do the spirit infusion part, so I only do it once in a while." Yu Sheng's lips twitched. This silly fox definitely mixed up cooking with something else. And what on earth is her home like anyway? Seeing Foxy's clueless expression, Yu Sheng didn't bother asking more. He simply finished his bowl of shimmering stew. Then he gazed at the chicks, who seemed satisfied and were now strutting around on the table, their feathers looking shinier than before. Deep in thought, he watched Foxy humming happily as she cleaned up the dishes. He found himself in a staring contest with those two wandering chicks. Plain boiled and salt-baked stopped and tilted their little heads, showing no fear at all. Their bright eyes gleamed with a strange light. Yu Sheng even suspected that they might be on the verge of developing real intelligence. But he had no proof. Meanwhile, outside the city, Borderland isn't an endless stretch of space. Although Boundary City is so vast that it seems like an infinite urban sprawl, it does have limits. At the city's edge, massive factories and three-dimensional farmland form a ring belt. Beyond that ring belt lies a set of city district walls established by the council. Past the walls sprawls the wilderness, an area that's no longer part of the safest, most stable region known as the prosperous urban area, and therefore often called the outskirts. In these outskirts, only a few steady settlements stand on the barren plains. A handful of council-run observatories and outposts guard important spots or circle around those settlements. Normally, the Special Affairs Bureau doesn't bother venturing too far out here. But today was different. Several shooting stars had fallen from the sky above Boundary City, crashing somewhere in the outskirts. They had to be tracked, secured, and retrieved as soon as possible. Song Cheng leapt from the vehicle and tugged his coat tighter against the cold wind sweeping over the plains. He started walking forward. The terrain was flat, and the wild grass stretched out in every direction. The far-off city looked like a ragged silhouette on the horizon. If he turned another way, he could see tall columns of light shooting up into the hazy sky. Those pillars came from boundary stones placed by the council at the far edges of Borderland. In theory, that was as far as any ordinary Borderland resident would ever go in a lifetime. "This landing spot is out in the middle of nowhere," muttered a Special Affairs Bureau operative wearing heavy protective gear. "If it were any farther, it'd be outside the frontier." "Better this than closer to the city," another operative replied. "If it landed near the urban area, that'd be a huge headache, though in that case, Third Squad would be the unlucky ones working overtime." Song Cheng cleared his throat. "What do the instruments read now?" "Depth is at 0, leaning slightly toward L1 but within the safe range," a subordinate reported. "No sign of contamination." Song Cheng nodded. A moment later, someone up ahead shouted, "Found it! The impact site is over here." It was a crater about 10 meters across, burned and blackened like a scar upon the wild, grassy plain. A small drone hovered above the crater with a buzzing hum, collecting data on the surrounding environment. Next came a spider-like robot that moved in to deploy basic monitoring and safety gear around the crater's edges. Only after these checks did the heavily suited Special Affairs Bureau operatives approach for a closer look. A faint glow caught Song Cheng's eye. With his years of field experience as a Special Services Bureau commander, he looked intently at the object in the bottom of that impact crater, a chunk of translucent white crystal with an irregular shape, fused and reformed at the edges. The soil around it was still warm, wisps of steam rising softly. Smaller, glimmering crystal fragments dotted the area like scattered stars, blinking in tandem with the main crystal. He heard someone behind him murmuring nervously, "So this is part of a Dark Angel's corpse." "It's just a few small pieces," Song Cheng said. "Its main structure probably evaporated during the fall." He motioned for the staff to come forward. "Proceed with the recovery protocol, start with a drone for contact testing." A while later, Song Cheng stepped away from the crater and returned to the command vehicle. "How are the other recovery teams doing?" he asked. "Teams 2 and 3 are still searching in the general area director specified, but they haven't found any fragments yet," an operative wearing a headset reported. "Team 4 just sent word they've discovered a small chunk. They're doing first-stage contact tests now. Oddly enough, that fragment landed near a settlement, barely 200 or 300 meters from the perimeter wall. The settlement itself isn't damaged, but the people there saw the Angel's descent flash up close, which could lead to complications. Headquarters has dispatched an assessment squad." "Got it," Song Cheng said, glancing at the sky. "It's about to get windy out here. The forecast shows some temporal turbulence. Once the container's loaded, let's pull out. I'd rather not blink and skip straight to Monday." "Understood." Song Cheng gave a slight grunt of acknowledgement. He was about to head back to oversee the recovery himself when the communications officer's face suddenly changed. The officer spoke quickly into a channel, then turned around with obvious concern. "Leader, we might have a problem," the communications officer said, sounding tense. "Team 3 just checked in. They found a crater, but the inside is empty." "Empty?" Song Cheng exclaimed. Chapter 240, A Pair of Enigmatic Sisters. Yu Sheng had planned to catch up on sleep once he got home, but 2 bowls of fox stew ruined that plan. He wasn't sure if the Cyber Fox Immortal's stew was actual food, but its medicinal effect was fierce. Right now, he felt bursting with energy, like he could run another speed challenge through Nightfall Valley. Since he wouldn't be napping, he decided to do something more productive. "I need to drop by the Special Affairs Bureau," he said as he walked into the living room. Doll, who was called Irene, sat cross-legged on the coffee table watching variety shows. "You stay here with Foxy." Irene looked up from the screen. "Okay, will you be back by lunchtime?" "Hard to say, might not make it," Yu Sheng answered. Then he glanced over his shoulder and saw Foxy walking out from the dining area, wiping her hands on her tail. "If I'm not back by lunch, just heat up the leftovers in the fridge." Foxy blinked. "Already ate them." "Still got anything stored in your tail?" Yu Sheng asked. Foxy broke into a grin. "Yes, there's more." "Then just make do with that," Yu Sheng said, waving a hand. "Tonight, Little Red Riding Hood and the others plan to hold a celebration in the valley, so we'll have a proper meal then, on the Special Affairs Bureau's tab anyway." "Sounds great." Yu Sheng pulled out his phone and sent a message to Bai Li Qing. Once they agreed on a time, he let out a quiet breath. Then he opened a door that appeared in midair. He stepped through it and found himself in a vast, silent space. It was a tiny, fragment-like island adrift in endless darkness. Outside the floating island lay an infinite void. Overhead flowed a brilliant, glowing stream that arced across the entire space. A wondrous elevator structure rose from the center of the isle, extending upward into the darkness. The entire scene was majestic and mysterious, just as he remembered, quiet as ever. He stood on end floor of the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters building, which some called the roof of the borderland. It was indeed a good place for a private talk. The area was deserted, and Bai Li Qing hadn't arrived yet. Yu Sheng wasn't worried. Strolling around the broken, drifting island, he soon found a small rest area beside that glowing elevator. There, he poured himself a glass of iced water and sat down on a sofa to wait in silence. He gazed at the grand, lonely view. Beneath that radiant stream of light, his mind began to wander. He thought about the cursed children in the fairy tale organization and their future, about himself, about this incredible world, and about the Ark named Anka-Ayla. He remembered the Ark's long journey, as well as the ancient memories it had shown him. Lowering his head, he watched the ice cubes float in his glass. Tiny bubbles formed on their surfaces, drifting upward and sometimes merging. Some clung to the cup's sides, while others popped gently at the surface. After a while, he felt a sudden sensation that made him straighten up and clear his thoughts. He lifted his head to find a pair of massive eyes silently watching him. Only the eyes were visible, pale, almost colorless irises, suspended in the air, beautiful yet lacking any human warmth. Yu Sheng paused, then greeted them hesitantly. Hello. He knew who this was. It was Bai Li Qing's younger sister. But this was his first time seeing her without Bai Li Qing around. Hello, spoke a cold, flat voice that seemed to echo in his mind. I invited your sister here to discuss something, Yu Sheng explained, feeling awkward. I know, the eyes replied in that same emotionless tone. She's still in a meeting, it's boring. So that's why this feels odd, Yu Sheng thought as he tried to hold a normal conversation with a pair of disembodied eyes. She's basically just two windows, nothing else. He couldn't read any expression or sense any emotion. It felt as if he were speaking to an all-seeing security camera. Still, it was Bai Li Qing's sister, so he tried to stay polite and searched for a topic. So, I never asked your name. You are. Bai Li Snow, the eyes answered calmly, though I haven't used that name for many years. Yu Sheng froze for a moment. That's a pretty name and surprisingly ordinary, too. But before he could speak, the eyes seemed to sense his thoughts and went on. Big sister and I both have names our mother gave us. Yu Sheng had no words for a second. Yes, I'm indeed my mother's daughter, Bai Li Snow said, just like my sister. I didn't actually say anything, Yu Sheng muttered. I could tell. Oh. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed that his inner questions had been read so easily. Yet those questions kept multiplying. Did Bai Li Snow always look like this? Just two eyes floating around? What exactly happened to her? Why does she seem so distant from Bai Li Qing? Is she here just out of curiosity because the meeting was dull? Still, he didn't want to pry. He wasn't the nosy type, so he quietly sipped his iced water again. But perhaps his reaction was too subdued, because after a brief silence, the eyes took the initiative to speak once more. You destroyed a dark angel. Yu Sheng stopped sipping. He remembered the withered, dying biodome and the final farewell from Anka Ayla before it shut down. After a long pause, he shook his head. It chose to die on its own. All I did was keep it company at the end. He could feel those piercing eyes studying him, not hostile, just curious. All the same, it's an extraordinary achievement, Bai Li Snow said. A dark angel has fallen for the first time in known history. People will soon learn of this, and many will be shocked. Of course, nobody will dare storm the borderland and demand the truth, but before long the impact will show itself. Yu Sheng responded half a minute later with a slow, "Oh." You don't seem that concerned, said Bai Li Snow. He raised his head. Why should I be? For the first time, Bai Li Snow appeared surprised. She fell silent for 2 seconds, then spoke again. You know, like in those stories where the hero tries to hide after some amazing feat, afraid it'll disrupt their peaceful life. Yu Sheng said in genuine astonishment, You read stuff like that. Besides watching and reading things, what else can I do? She asked. Well, she has a point, Yu Sheng thought. He cleared his throat. Well, I haven't worried much about that. My peaceful life has already been pretty chaotic, so there's no point in obsessing over it. That makes sense, Bai Li Snow agreed. You certainly do have a crowd of lively people around you. Exactly, he said with a dismissive wave. Let the rumors spread however they spread. I've got my reasons for looking into dark angels anyway. If some commotion brings new intel, that's fine by me. Bai Li Snow fell quiet. Just then, Yu Sheng heard a soft sliding sound from the elevator door nearby. He turned to see Bai Li Qing step off, a gray-white ponytail swaying as she hurried forward. Sorry, as soon as I got your message, I tried to end the meeting, but it still ran longer than I expected, Bai Li Qing said quickly. Then she spotted the floating eyes facing Yu Sheng and stopped in her tracks. What are you doing here? When did you wander out? In that moment when you stood up and said, I'd like to add 2 more points, Bai Li Snow replied. Bai Li Qing. Yu Sheng. He watched Bai Li Qing walk over and sit across from him. Then he watched the giant pair of eyes vanish behind her. After a long moment, he broke the silence. Your sister is actually kind of interesting. She is, Bai Li Qing said with a slight nod. But she's also dangerous. Don't stare into her eyes for too long. You can tell her state isn't really human anymore. She may treat you well, but there are some inhuman and irrational powers she can't always control. Yu Sheng considered that. I didn't sense anything off, but I guess she's just being cautious for my sake, he thought. He decided not to argue. Still, it made him even more curious about Bai Li Qing, Bai Li Snow, and the bond between these two mysterious sisters. Chapter 241, Regarding the Aftermath. Yu Sheng had always been curious, but he also knew when to hold back. He could guess, using even his duodenum to think, that Bai Li Snow couldn't have been born with those strange features. There must be a tangled, astonishing story behind it. If someone made it into a TV drama, it would probably run for over 80 episodes across 3 seasons, plus a couple of specials at the end. From Yu Sheng's interactions with Bai Li Qing, and from Bai Li Snow's demeanor, he could plainly see that neither sister wished to share too much of the past with outsiders. At least for now, he and Bai Li Qing were not close enough to open that door. So Yu Sheng tucked away his curiosity, for the time being. He had more pressing questions to discuss with this woman who served as director in the Special Affairs Bureau. After all, his curiosity about the Dark Angels was even stronger. He cleared his throat, putting on a solemn face as he looked at Bai Li Qing. "So, about Anka Ayla, what exactly do you want to know?" "Everything," Bai Li Qing answered, her expression barely changing. No matter what, she always seemed able to keep a straight face. "From the moment you all stepped inside that wall until the Angel's descent, I want to hear every detail. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The Special Affairs Bureau is willing to offer any payment that doesn't break certain boundaries." The last sentence perked Yu Sheng up. He leaned forward. "Can you send the budget for rebuilding 2 orphanages to the hotel and fairy tale accounts?" Bai Li Qing froze, her stern face still a stone for about 5 seconds. "Why 2 orphanages?" Yu Sheng answered calmly, "So I can ask for a bit more." "I didn't expect this request from you," she replied, and for the first time in all their encounters, her control slipped so quickly. "I thought you'd want something like special privileges in Borderland or maybe access to the Bureau's classified database, things that can't be measured by money." "But think about it," Yu Sheng said with a laugh. "I only recently figured out what Otherworld even means. That kind of intel is useless to me right now, especially to someone like me, a newbie spirit realm detective. If you gave me full database access, I wouldn't even know where to start. I don't even know what I don't know. And anyway, that kind of thing is pretty abstract. If I really have questions, I can just come to you or ask Song Chang. If it's something I'm allowed to learn, you'll tell me. If I'm not supposed to know it, you have 10,000 ways to keep it secret. Money, on the other hand, is straightforward. Those of us at Fairy Tale really do need it, especially for feeding that 9-tailed fox who's been hungry for decades. You have no idea how expensive her meals are." Bai Li Qing looked briefly stunned. It took her a moment to let out the tiniest smile. "You're quite clear-headed." "I'm a pragmatist," Yu Sheng said, spreading his hands. "My vision doesn't stretch very far." "Fine, I can agree to your request. This is within my power to handle," she said without much hesitation. "Compared to the impact of an angel's descent on the entire world, what you're asking is not much at all." "Then let's talk about Anka Ayla." Yu Sheng grinned and shifted his position on the sofa. "It's a long story, starting from when we first walked into that umbilical cord, rising from the orphanage into the sky." He spoke slowly and carefully, and Bai Li Qing listened just as intently. For a long time, Yu Sheng recounted everything he remembered. Only when some particularly confusing or bizarre part came up did Bai Li Qing interrupt him with a question. At last, she stood and poured them both a drink. There was a hint of dazedness in her eyes, and Yu Sheng took note of it. "Unbelievable, isn't it?" he said, letting out a long breath. "Especially after hearing the truth behind Anka Ayla." "A ship from outside," she murmured, looking more bewildered than ever. "People have guessed all sorts of things about the origins and true purpose of the Dark Angels. I thought at least 1 or 2 of those speculations had to be close to the truth. I never imagined the real story would be stranger than the wildest rumor. A ship." "It was a ship when it set out," Yu Sheng reminded her, "but after it fell, it changed. I have no idea how, but it shifted so much that even the metal itself grew a soul." Bai Li Qing fell silent, pondering deeply. Then she heard Yu Sheng's voice again. "That still leaves one big question." "One big question?" she echoed, frowning slightly. "Is Anka Ayla one special case, or are all Dark Angels like it?" Yu Sheng spoke gravely. "Anka Ayla was an exiled ark, but what about the others? Forest Angel, Goddess of Beauty, Heka's Star. From what I know, each Dark Angel looks different. Not only that, but their abilities vary dramatically. Are they truly the same as Anka Ayla? If they aren't the same, how similar are they?" Bai Li Qing sank into thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Personally, I think they're all different. At the very least, they can't all be exiled arks like Anka Ayla. The differences among them are just too great. On the other hand, the intel you've brought raises another possibility. Perhaps each dark angel experiences some kind of mutation. Yu Sheng nodded in agreement, wearing a serious expression. It seems they come into our world from beyond the cosmos, Bai Li Qing continued. During that process, they become unrecognizable, as if they're shaped into forms we can't identify or understand. At least with Anka Ayla, this transformation wasn't something the Dark Angel itself triggered or controlled. We've always seen the Dark Angels as a kind of hostile intruder, but Anka Ayla looks more like the victim of an accident. It was flung here by some enormous disaster in its homeworld. That still doesn't mean all Dark Angels share the same story, Yu Sheng cautioned. Exactly, we only know Anka Ayla's story, Bai Li Qing said with a firm nod. At most, we can guess that some of the others might be in a similar situation, but even if there are more Dark Angels like Anka Ayla, it doesn't change the danger they pose to this world. Ultimately, if they set off a calamity, they don't even need ill intent to do it. Their existence alone is a disaster. Yu Sheng didn't reply. In his mind, he saw the orphanage courtyard where that towering umbilical cord reached into the sky, and he remembered the angel's fetus, nearly ready to emerge from its nightmare into reality. He knew she was right. What matters more to me now, Bai Li Qing went on, is whether any other Dark Angels have a mind that can communicate like Anka Ayla. If there are others, how many? And how can we even recognize them? Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then looked at her with uncertainty. You're not planning to launch me at the next Dark Angel whenever it appears, are you? Of course not, Bai Li Qing said, sounding perfectly sincere, though she quickly looked away. Yu Sheng's eyes narrowed. Madam, that's not very convincing. And more seriously, he said, I have to remind you, in that last incident we encountered far too many unpredictable variables. A lot of the steps we took can't be repeated. Like the fairy tale book, we used to communicate with the Dark Angels or the cursed children who acted as a bridge, not to mention that squirrel, and even the path left for me 70 years ago by the deep dive team. Without a single one of those pieces, it never would have worked. It's not like I just walked behind a wall and did some talk therapy, and the Dark Angel let go of its obsession and died with an ah. If you threw me at some newly arrived angel, I'd be the one going ah, and I might not even get that far. Bai Li Qing turned back toward him. We wouldn't do something so rash, she said, looking earnest again. She sipped her drink, then changed the topic. Earlier, you mentioned that you merged the fairy tale otherworld with that valley of yours. Yes, he replied. My valley has expanded by more than double. The bureau agents you sent there all witnessed it. You should get their detailed reports soon. But you're welcome to go see it for yourself. Now I think it's quite scenic. There are even clouds in the sky, and a part of the valley has a fairy tale area with day and night cycles. It's not so dull anymore. You can roam the primeval darkness of the forest or look down on the mountains from the tall tower. By the way, the princess with the long hair is charging 20 to enter the tower, and it's not me who's collecting it, she is. He sounded like a tour guide recruiting passengers for a bus, and Bai Li Qing's expression nearly cracked again. But she was still the director, so after a quick cough, she asked, Does that mean you've essentially absorbed all of fairy tale? Not exactly, Yu Sheng waved a hand. They just live in my valley now. Though it seems they might be staying there for a long while, fairy tale remains independent. Of course, they did say I'm the greatest guardian of fairy tale now. I have to admit I'm pretty happy about that, but it's more of an honorary title. As he spoke, his face lit up with genuine warmth. He looked even happier than when Bai Li Qing promised to fund orphanage reconstruction. She, too, smiled. She hadn't looked this relaxed since they first witnessed the angel's descent. Chapter 242, Annihilation and History. Yu Sheng stood at the edge of the shattered, floating island, gazing at the boundless chaos void. A brilliant stream of light stretched across the darkness beyond, and he seemed lost in thought. Bai Li Qing's voice rose behind him. What are you thinking about? Just some stray thoughts, mainly about Anka Ayla, Yu Sheng replied honestly, sounding a bit wistful. I know it might sound strange, but I've never really felt much about these so-called Dark Angels. Anka Ayla is the first Dark Angel I've actually communicated with, and the memories it showed me are hard to shake. Footsteps approached. Bai Li Qing came to stand beside him. What exactly do you mean? That it's about the disaster that struck its homeland, or the extinction of its entire civilization? Both, Yu Sheng said, ruffling his hair. That dead ecosphere was already tragic, but the disaster in Anka Ayla's memories was even more harrowing. Maybe because I directly experienced its recollections, I almost feel like I watched the whole thing unfold with my own eyes. Bai Li Qing pursed her lips, as though she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yu Sheng noticed she had shown that same expression before. Every time he brought up some detail from Anka Ayla's memories, this female director would look unsettled. He frowned. Do you know something I do? Instead of answering, Bai Li-ching asked a question. What exactly did you see in that disaster from Anka Ayla's memories? Yu Sheng thought for a moment before answering. Some parts were more like abstract impressions, hard to describe in words, but from what I recall it felt as if something tore the entire universe apart. That might sound exaggerated, yet I saw a red fissure appear among the stars and all celestial bodies were slowly disintegrating or burning. The exiled arcs got caught by a beam of red light. I couldn't see what happened next. They just seemed to dissolve one by one into that glow. He trailed off as though remembering that horrifying sight made his head spin. Bai Li-ching was silent for a few seconds, then murmured, "It isn't exaggerated." Yu Sheng blinked, realizing that her quiet words held something he had not expected. Huh, wait, so you know what that thing is? I thought everything about the Dark Angels was a total mystery. Everything about the Dark Angels is a mystery to us, but the red light you mention and the universe ripping apart is not, Bai Li-ching said calmly. At first I wasn't sure, but now I think I am. The phenomenon Anka Ayla remembered also showed up in our own world, or to be precise, before this world even came to be. Yu Sheng froze, his thoughts churning. After a pause, he finally caught up with her meaning. Before this world was born, so that red fissure and light appeared here back then? Wait, does that mean? Bai Li-ching looked at him solemnly. It means this world was destroyed once. Yu Sheng stood there stunned. What? It's not exactly a secret, but only a few know, and even fewer do research on it, Bai Li-ching said quietly, as though discussing an ancient legend. It's just as the words suggest. The world we live in was destroyed in the past. Everything you see now was formed after the second singularity explosion. In the Bamosians' ancient tales, the greatest among the ancient holy spirits performed this monumental act, remaking the world. In Terra's oldest academies, there are also records of the old world. I'm no expert, so I only know bits and pieces about the second singularity explosion in the old world. But one thing is certain. The thing you saw, that red fissure from Anka Ayla's memories, it's what the records call annihilation. Yu Sheng's mouth hung open. At last, he managed a sharp intake of breath. I need a moment. There's too much to process. I have to piece my worldview back together. He tapped his temple, quickly sorting his thoughts. At length, he spoke in a rush. All right, I think I get it. You're saying our world was once completely wiped out by that annihilation thing. Then the ancient holy spirits, basically like gods, stepped in. The greatest among them recreated the world after the apocalypse, giving us the borderland and the rest of the universe. Right. Now these dark angels have been showing up more and more, and our latest finding is that at least one dark angel came here because its own homeworld also got hit by annihilation, and it ended up falling into our world. Is that the idea? Bai Li-ching nodded slowly. I believe so. Yu Sheng pressed a fist to his forehead as though he had a dull headache. This is huge, really huge. So if I put it simply, from our world's viewpoint, the arrival of all these dark angels might mean that annihilation is still chasing us. Bai Li-ching's eye twitched, then she composed herself. That's the worst-case scenario, but it's not likely, she said carefully. From the guidance left by the ancient holy spirits, annihilation truly ended long ago. The old world's destruction was eons past. Anka Ayla's account supports that. It drifted for so long that the red light eventually vanished from its scanners, so I personally don't believe annihilation will return. But the number of dark angels invading our world keeps growing, Yu Sheng said gravely. Before, we assumed they were attacking. Now I can't help thinking something is driving them, and whatever that is seems to be getting closer. Bai Li-ching's face grew tense. It was the most visible shift in her expression that Yu Sheng had ever seen. He let a silence fall between them for a time, then asked suddenly, "Those ancient holy spirits, are they still in contact with us? It sounds like they sometimes give guidance. Is there any way to reach out to them now?" "It isn't easy," Bai Li-ching replied, shaking her head. "Long ago they had more contact with mortals, but after the second singularity explosion, when the universe stabilized, that contact dwindled. The Bamosians say it's because the ancient holy spirits shifted their focus to the edges of the observable universe. They have a far greater mission there, to guard the frontier of the cosmic veil and maintain reality's stability. Only on rare occasions does one return to speak briefly with a chosen person. Even then, the last time that happened was over a decade ago." Yu Sheng frowned, turning everything over in his head. "And these Bamosians you've mentioned, who are they? Are they closer to the ancient holy spirits than the rest of us?" "They're mortals too, just an older civilization," Bai Li-ching explained. They devote themselves to unearthing history and pursuing truth, so they know many ancient secrets. Their people are famed for producing prophets who can sense the flow of events, sometimes even glimpse the near future or see the essence of things. Their supreme leader is the oldest and most powerful prophet of them all. As for being closer to the ancient holy spirits, they're not so different from anyone else. They just happen to know more. I see, Yu Sheng said, still frowning. And the last time the ancient holy spirits spoke to anyone was years ago, so they don't show up for these dark angel invasions. Bai Li Qing merely spread her hands without comment. Yu Sheng let the matter drop, but felt new thoughts stirring. If these ancient holy spirits truly existed and still had reason and intellect, they must have a reason for not returning to stop the angels. Maybe they really didn't care about mortals, or else something at the frontier was even worse than the dark angel threat. It's either bad news or worse news, Yu Sheng thought, then shook his head. Still, life goes on. He exhaled. Yeah, life goes on. Yes, Bai Li Qing agreed with the barest hint of a smile. Right then, a melodic phone ringtone cut through the moment, interrupting her. Bai Li Qing glanced at the screen, then placed the phone against her ear. Yu Sheng blinked, half sure that after just a few words on the other end, Bai Li Qing was wearing a look that said, "It seems life won't be going on so smoothly after all." Chapter 243, Hidden Dangers and Trade-Offs. On the other end of the phone, someone was speaking in rapid bursts. Bai Li Qing's expression was unusually grave. Yu Sheng stood beside her, unsure if he should interrupt or stay quiet, so he leaned in to listen. He caught words like settlement, missing, traces, and surrounding energy reactions. Then, when he heard the phrase angel remnants, he immediately perked up. A while later, Bai Li Qing began issuing orders to the person on the phone. She told them to lock down certain transport nodes, pull surveillance footage, and scan the walls and boundary stone. After finishing the call, Yu Sheng took half a step back. His curiosity could no longer be contained. "So," he asked, "something happened." "It's the wreckage from Angel's Descent," Bai Li Qing said, taking a long breath. Though it was confidential, Yu Sheng was involved in the Angel's Descent incident. They would need to cooperate in the future, so she did not hide the truth. "You've already seen the footage of its fall. Let me put it plainly. When Anka Ela went through the falling ascension, its main structure broke apart and vanished. Still, a few fragments that carry an entity fell toward the surface after crossing Boundary City's airspace. The Special Affairs Bureau sent out several recovery teams. One of those teams just reported that some of the wreckage may have gone missing." Yu Sheng felt a dull ache in his back molars when he heard this. "There's only an impact crater on site," Bai Li Qing said darkly. "The pit is empty. The Special Affairs Bureau is searching the surrounding area, but the outlook isn't promising." Yu Sheng muttered. Maybe it just vanished into thin air. He knew he did not sound convincing. After all, we're dealing with dark angels, right? They're already strange when they enter our world. If some pieces disappear after hitting the ground, maybe that's normal. "I wish I could think that way," Bai Li Qing sighed. "But I learned long ago to dismiss the optimistic option first." "All right, so were there any suspicious signs at the site?" Yu Sheng scratched his head. "Like someone who got there first." "That's the biggest concern," Bai Li Qing answered gravely. "Dark angel fragments must never fall into the hands of angel cultists or those fanatics from Holy Revere Hermitage. Yet from the team's report, nobody else left clear tracks in the crater's vicinity." She paused. "But that doesn't guarantee someone didn't take the fragments. There are always tricky types in this world, ones who leave no trace at all." Yu Sheng's eyes went wide. Seriously, thieves can slip right under the Special Affairs Bureau's nose and vanish like that. Bai Li Qing fell silent and stared at him. After 2 seconds, Yu Sheng realized what she meant. He shrank back in discomfort. "Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't take anything." "I know it wasn't you." Bai Li Qing's voice was weary. After a short pause, she went on. "The incident happened in the outskirts. Beyond Boundary City, the wilderness is less stable. Sometimes criminals crawl through gaps near the boundary stone to do sneaky things, black market deals, petty theft, that sort of thing. A few of them are skilled enough to hide their tracks. Even so, this is the borderland. They rarely dare pull off anything big right under our gaze, let alone walk off with angel fragments, dangerous pieces that we'd normally lock up in a core containment zone. But they'd have to know what they were taking, right?" Yu Sheng spread his hands. "Maybe someone was just passing by, saw something shiny in a crater, and pocketed it without knowing it was a fragment. This world is one big collection of random possibilities." Bai Li Qing said nothing. She pressed her lips together for a moment, then pulled out her phone again to give swift orders to one of her subordinates. Yu Sheng hovered nearby, watching her work. After a few minutes, he tried speaking again. Just how bad could this get? Honest, we can't be certain yet, Bai Li Qing replied, glancing at him. It all depends on who took the angel fragments and what those fragments really are. The first pieces we recovered are already on their way back to headquarters. Once there, the team will be quarantined for observation, and the fragments will go to the high-risk laboratory after a basic risk assessment. We need to learn the true nature of these fragments. Maybe, as you say, they turn out to be special but harmless stones. But if we're not that lucky... She let the thought trail off. Yu Sheng understood. All right, we'll wait and see, he said, sighing as he returned to the sofa. He stared blankly at the sky for a couple of seconds before muttering, Anka Ayla, even in ruin, you're leaving us a huge mess to clean up. Sometimes events spin out of control, Bai Li Qing said as she sat down across from him. As director, she seemed calmer than he was. You learn to deal with it in time. You're surprisingly at ease, Yu Sheng said, finishing the drink he had left on the table. Seems there's no quick fix for this, so I'll head back. I've got a bunch of stuff at home. All right, Bai Li Qing said, rising to her feet. I won't see you out. Yu Sheng nodded, but just as he reached for the door, he remembered something. Turning back, he looked at Bai Li Qing. Oh, one more thing. Go ahead. Fairy Tale, the orphanage with cursed children, is holding a celebration tonight, Yu Sheng said earnestly. It's in the valley. I know the Special Affairs Bureau has always looked out for that orphanage. So, would you like to come? He hesitated, then added, I know you're busy, especially with all this trouble, if you can't make it. Before he could finish, Bai Li Qing interrupted. Will that hunter be there? Yu Sheng paused, then nodded. Yes, they will be there. Squirrel will come too. I have time, Bai Li Qing said, and a small smile seemed to appear on her lips. Could you pick me up beforehand? Sure, it's set to start around 6. I'll call you in advance, Yu Sheng said with a grin. He gave a casual wave. See you tonight. See you tonight. The phantom door closed in silence and then vanished. Bai Li Qing stood there for a moment, thinking quietly about Yu Sheng's departure. She sighed, soft and barely audible, then turned and walked back to the bar. She poured herself half a glass of strong liquor and settled onto a bar stool, sipping slowly. Behind her in the empty air, giant eyes without color began to take shape. They watched her in silence. You should just say you want to go. No need to pretend you're only going because of those deep diver matters. It was just an offhand question, Bai Li Qing answered without turning around. She heard the voice echo in her mind. What about you? What did you talk about with him? I asked about the Dark Angels, the eyes said slowly. Then we just made small talk. Oh, and I told him my name. Your name? Bai Li Qing stopped mid-sip, surprise creeping into her voice. Do you really need to sound so shocked? The eyes drifted in front of Bai Li Qing. They floated a few meters away. I only gave my name basic courtesy. Bai Li Qing paused, gaze fixed on those eyes. After a while, she finally spoke. Wait, what was your full name again? Just joking, Bai Li Qing said, tugging at the corner of her mouth. We're all wound so tight, a bit of humor helps. I forgot you used to tell jokes, said the voice. It was hard to sense any emotion from that gaze, but it seemed just a little gentler now. But let's get back on topic. When do you plan to reveal the news about this angel's descent? Once the recovered fragments are safely returned to headquarters, Bai Li Qing replied. As for the details of Anka Ayla, I'll only share them with Terra Academy, the Alglade Astrological Society, and the Bamosa Hermit Society. We'll keep quiet about the fact that dark angels can be reached through communication, at least for now. Oh, the eyes showed a hint of confusion. Why hold back? Isn't it exciting to learn something new about dark angels after all these years? This might be a breakthrough in our understanding. And then out of the woodwork, we'd see groups calling themselves Rational and Objective or Universal Love and Progress. They'd wave little flags, urging every faction to understand and communicate with the dark angels. They'd go on about the tragic fates that might lie behind each dark angel and demand we save them. Give it a few months, and they'd be shouting slogans like love and understanding, reflection, or tolerance to criticize the frontline forces that have fought the angels all this time. Bai Li Qing paused and let out a soft sigh. One group of angel cultists is headache enough. Imagine if we also had dark angel protection groups. Can you picture how absurd that would be? In midair, the eyes gave a faint quiver. If I still had skin, I'd have goosebumps right now, they murmured. Exactly. Mob wisdom and mob foolishness are both astounding forces in this world, Bai Li Qing said, swirling the liquor in her glass. I hate that kind of nonsense, so at the very least I want to delay it. Even if one day we really do learn more secrets about the Dark Angels, even if we find that, like Anka Ayla, they can be reasoned with, Then we must make sure it happens in a controlled, steady way. Above all, we need to ensure the best interests of our world. In the end, I've always disliked stupidity. She took another sip. The pale eyes watched in silence as she lowered the glass. Chapter 244, Stealing Some Leisure. A faint, illusory door swung open without a sound, and Yu Sheng stepped into the living room. The moment he entered, he saw three Irenes squeezed neatly together on the sofa. In front of them was a laptop, and they were studying something with intense focus. Curious, he leaned in for a closer look. "What are you three doing?" "Our account got banned, so we're trying to figure out how to appeal," said Irene, the main host, the one carrying the picture frame without even lifting her head. Then she suddenly realized who was speaking. "Oh, you're back already." Yu Sheng casually patted the heads of all three Irenes, his gaze landing on the giant ban appeal screen on the laptop. The corner of his eye twitched. "Was it because you started cursing people in the game again?" "I did not curse them this time." Irene, one of the trio, immediately flushed red. "I just truly believe that teammate was lacking intelligence, and so was the developer. I really do think that." "That's still called cursing," Yu Sheng said as he gently pushed aside one Irene who was typing. "Especially since when you curse, you pull in their entire family tree and even their neighbors' pets. Honestly, you have no grounds to complain that your account got banned. Stop messing around. It'll be locked for a couple of days anyway. You might as well spend that time figuring out how to improve your own skills." He barely finished speaking when Irene unleashed a barrage of grievances. "How am I supposed to improve? You see this keyboard? I can't even press W and the space bar at the same time. After I click the left mouse button, I practically have to do a fancy hand flourish to reach the right one. And that mouse sensitivity, don't even get me started. I have to stretch my arms across the entire desk just to turn the camera." Before she could finish, Yu Sheng tossed a paper bag right at the chattering little doll, knocking her flat on the sofa. All three Irenes jumped up at once. "Hey, what was that for? I was just complaining a little and you—" But Yu Sheng cut her off with a single sentence that made the little doll fall silent. "Enough, enough. Take a look inside the bag. I got it for you." The three Irenes froze. Then the one who had been toppled over finally came to her senses. She dug through the paper bag and practically dived inside. A second later, a delighted squeal echoed from within. "Ah, new clothes, they're new clothes." Yu Sheng grinned, plopping himself down on the sofa with satisfaction. "I swung by the shopping mall on my way back from the Special Affairs Bureau. I dropped into the doll store to get these for you. I've been meaning to buy you new outfits for a while. I didn't forget, I've just been too busy lately. But today I finally got the chance." Irene popped her head out of the bag, clutching two tiny new dresses in her arms. Her eyes gleamed. "Yu Sheng, you're so nice, but aren't fancy doll clothes expensive? The fabric looks really high quality." "You don't need to worry about that," Yu Sheng said with a laugh. "I just got a big payout from the Special Affairs Bureau. The money hasn't hit my account yet, but things are a bit looser now." He didn't get to finish. The moment he said a big payout, the Irene who'd burned her last dress went racing toward the bathroom with the new outfits. She was shouting as she ran, "No peeking, I'm gonna go change." Yu Sheng sat there on the sofa, half exasperated, half amused. Who wants to peek anyway? Just as he said this, a fluffy silver-white shape appeared beside him. Foxy leaned over the sofa back. Benefactor, did you buy something for me too?" Without skipping a beat, Yu Sheng pulled a comb from his pocket and handed it over. "Here you go, a special brush just for your tail. Didn't you say the ones at home weren't working well? This one's bigger, has more teeth, and from what I heard, it's perfect for large breeds during molting season." He was halfway through his explanation when another Irene popped up under his elbow, suspicious. "Wait, a special brush for shedding season? Did you buy this from a pet store?" "Obviously," Yu Sheng gently pushed her back down. "If I asked about what kind of comb a nine-tailed fox needs at a normal store, they'd think I was nuts. Besides, Foxy's been using a regular brush, and she already said it doesn't help." Foxy didn't care one bit about their conversation. She was just thrilled to have her new gift. She tried it out on her tail, then gave Yu Sheng a bright smile. "Thank you, benefactor." She carefully tucked the brush away into her bushy tail, as though it were some treasured item. By then, Irene had finished changing and dashed back from the bathroom like a rocket, leaping onto the coffee table across from Yu Sheng. "Ta-da! My new dress." It was a long gown of pale purple and deep red in a Gothic style that Irene loved. It was far more playful than the dark outfit she usually wore, and it fit her surprisingly well. Yu Sheng didn't hold back on his praise. "That's because I'm already gorgeous," Irene said proudly, spinning around on the table. Then she paused, twisting around to scratch her back. But this part in the back feels a little itchy. Itchy, come here, let me have a look. Yu Sheng frowned slightly and beckoned the little doll over. It shouldn't be. Normally doll clothes don't have tags in the back, and I cut off any tags on the rest of it. Irene hopped onto Yu Sheng's lap, muttering under her breath, "Well, something's itching me." After a quick inspection, Yu Sheng's expression turned a bit strange. It's a bit tight at the back. There are these decorative ruffles, and they just fused the seams at the waist with some hot glue. Didn't bother finishing them properly. Irene stared, then started griping. What kind of sewing is that? Who makes clothes that way? Is it possible, Yu Sheng scratched his chin awkwardly, that the people who design doll clothes only care about how it looks in photos, not how it feels to wear? Irene hashat elegant speech, birdsong and blooms, melodious tones. Don't worry, I'll fix it for you, Yu Sheng said, trying to calm the now indignant little doll. There aren't many spots to fix, I can handle it. Really? Irene looked up with her crimson eyes still skeptical. Yu Sheng raised his hand. Absolutely. Fine, Irene grumbled as she hopped off the sofa and turned toward the bathroom again. Then I won't bother trying on the other one yet. It looks like it's built the same way, so I'll wait till you fix it first. Yu Sheng watched her wander off, still muttering to herself, and couldn't help but smile. Then he leaned back on the sofa and released a long breath. He truly preferred this kind of life. No major disasters, just Irene's chatter at home, Foxy prowling around, always on the hunt for snacks. Little hiccups happened, but nothing spun out of control. And he could let himself sink into the couch, letting his mind drift while he stared at the clock on the wall, listening to the ticking of its hands. He knew, of course, that peaceful times like this might only make up a small part of his life. After hearing from Bai Li Qing about the old apocalypse and annihilation, he had a strong feeling that the future would be anything but calm. Still, that didn't stop him from enjoying these few minutes of comfort. After a while, Yu Sheng rose from the sofa. The celebration in the valley was coming up, and as the master of that valley, also the largest guardian in fairy tale, he really needed to go over early. Foxy, Irene, let's go. We should check if Little Red Riding Hood needs a hand. Oh, yes. Coming benefactor. Inside that valley, now merged with the realm of fairy tale, the makeshift town was alive with excitement. Adults and children were busy preparing for the evening festivities. On a broad square at the edge of town, the cursed children had piled up a massive stack of kindling. They planned to light a great bonfire there to mark the beginning of a new life. Wood for this bonfire came from the black forest's dead branches and from the thorny vines once found at the base of the ancient city walls. Warriors sent by the king had gathered the prettiest flowers from the plains of Oz, where vibrant green was already covering old trenches and machine-gun bunkers. Now the cursed children wove those flowers into garlands to hang around the square. Engineers and caregivers from the Special Affairs Bureau and the Council, also stationed in the valley, were preparing dinner. Entire carts of marinated meat were wheeled to the square for a giant barbecue. The smaller children formed little groups to help skewer the meat, peel onions, and draw pictures on colorful paper. By the time Yu Sheng led Foxy and Irene over, the square was already taking shape. The cursed children had just one concern. "Brother, this isn't good," said the long-haired girl princess as she wiped her hands on her apron. She walked over and complained, "A bonfire party needs proper nightfall for the atmosphere, but this part of your place never gets dark. Even at midnight, it's bright as day. That completely ruins the night vibe. Plus, I want to set off fireworks." Yu Sheng blinked, looking around at the lively children dashing about and at the massive stack of wood. Then why not host it in the Black Forest or around the tower? The areas on the edges of the valley that merged with fairy tale do have a normal day-night cycle. I was even thinking of moving the vegetable garden there since it has proper nights. "We didn't think of that until we'd nearly finished building the bonfire," said the long-haired girl princess with a sheepish grin. "We wanted to celebrate right in this town because we'll be living here soon, and it's meaningful. But mostly we just forgot until it was too late." "Yu Sheng, brother, come on, help us out," she said, sidling up to him with an awkward smile. "Can you make the sky go dark? Even if it's only half dark, that would work." Yu Sheng. He said nothing, but the wheels in his mind were already turning. Chapter 245. A New Life Begins with Earth and Timber. Yu Sheng started to wonder if Princess Long-Haired Girl was mistaking him for a magical wishing machine, especially when her casual request was to turn off the daylight. It was astonishing how easily she said such impossible things. Yet seeing the young lady staring at him with eyes sparkling with anticipation, he couldn't bear to outright refuse her. Instead, he curiously asked, "You really think I can pull off something that outrageous?" "Irene told me everything here in the valley listens to you," Princess Long-Haired Girl replied, pointing casually toward Little Doll, who was busily running circles around the edge of the square. No one dared to ask why. "Since you can even move mountains to make room for Little Red Riding Hood's Black Forest, turning off daylight shouldn't be a big deal, right?" She stared wide-eyed at Yusheng, and Yusheng stared right back at the overly enthusiastic JK. Finally, Princess Long-Haired Girl hesitated. "Yuka." "See, I told you it wouldn't work," Little Red Riding Hood chimed in as she approached, shooting a helpless glance at her companion. "You just wouldn't believe me." Noticing the disappointment on both their faces, Yusheng glanced around the square. The neatly arranged bonfire waiting to be lit, the older kids busily helping out, and those tiny figures tirelessly running laps around the square's edge. Guess what they were up to? Feeling an odd tug in his heart, he raised a hand to stop Little Red Riding Hood mid-sentence. "Wait a second, maybe it's not entirely impossible. Let me think." He tilted his head upwards, staring silently at the bright sky. Little Red Riding Hood and Princess Long-Haired Girl exchanged a curious glance but remained silent, waiting expectantly. After a moment, Yusheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Gaze locked onto the skies above the distant black forest at the valley's edge. And just like that, the clouds began to gather. At first, it was just thin wisps glowing softly above the black forest, but soon more clouds billowed up from every corner of the valley. Like a great curtain drawn across the sky, the clouds thickened, gradually pulling inward until they met at the center, forming a darkening veil overhead. One by one, everyone in the square stopped what they were doing and looked upward, marveling at the closing curtain of clouds. Suddenly, Yusheng felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. It was Foxy. For an instant, the gathering clouds paused. Yusheng turned, expecting a worried face, but instead saw Foxy's joyful smile blossoming brightly. She excitedly turned toward him, her golden-red eyes sparkling beautifully in the dimming twilight. "Benefactor, you're amazing." Yusheng chuckled softly, reaching out to gently pat her head. "It just occurred to me, I can't change the valley's original ambient light, but the clouds brought by the fairy tale are fully under my control. Manually pulling the curtain once in a while isn't too hard." The cloud curtain continued to close, creating an artificial nightfall. Gasps echoed around the square. Princess Long-Haired Girl quickly shouted to reassure the surprised crowd, "No worries. It's just a lighting test, not real weather. We're temporarily switching off the sky to check the atmosphere." The slightly nervous crowd relaxed upon hearing her explanation. But then someone near the bonfire called out, "Leave a gap. It's getting too dark. We're still working here." Yusheng immediately glanced up at the nearly closed clouds and swiftly left a cross-shaped opening right at the center, sending a perfect beam of sunlight down onto the square. Foxy stretched her neck, staring upward for several seconds, and then muttered softly, "It looks kind of like a mushroom." Yusheng. Before Yusheng could react, Foxy excitedly pointed toward the bonfire area. "Benefactor, I want to go help skewer the meat." Yusheng stared silently at the nine-tailed fox, whose drool was already dangerously close to soaking her clothes. Foxy's ears immediately drooped in embarrassment. I won't sneak any bites. That's raw meat after all. Raw meat, isn't very tasty. Slurp." "Oh, like I'd believe that. Last time I sent you to buy a bottle of vinegar, half of it was gone by the time you came back. And now you expect me to believe you won't steal meat?" Yusheng affectionately ruffled Foxy's ears, grinning despite himself. "If you really want to help, go play with Irene and those little ones instead. The cursed children really like you too." Foxy considered it briefly and then nodded cheerfully. "Oh, all right." Seeing her eagerness, Yusheng suddenly remembered something important and hastily added, "Wait, and no more attaching the kids to your tails and launching them into the sky. No low-altitude cruising either, even if they beg and cry." Foxy's ears and tails drooped together again. "Oh." Once Foxy had wandered off, Little Red Riding Hood stepped closer, whispering sympathetically, "I'm starting to realize how tired you must be every day." Foxy's still adjusting to living in this world, but she's improved a lot lately. She can even visit the corner store alone now. Yusheng sighed deeply, recalling the past. "Earlier, I wouldn't even dare let her step out the door alone. Just last week I had a nightmare she wandered off and returned dragging an elephant she'd found on her travels, claiming it was a mystical beast. I had to take the elephant to South City Zoo personally to apologize." "Don't laugh, she really might pull off something like that." "That's exactly why I'm laughing," Little Red Riding Hood replied, her eyes smiling. It reminds me of when King first arrived. We were genuinely worried it might invade the pet supply store next door to raid all the cat's snacks. Luckily, we found out quickly that King was willing to reason, though honestly, that's not something you'd normally expect from a cat. They sat in the town square, speaking leisurely beneath the soft twilight. They spoke of a nine-tailed fox, lost from another world, learning to survive bit by bit within the borderland. They spoke of the absurd yet delightful stories that once filled the halls of the orphanage, and of the curious legends whispered through LC City, some true, some fabricated, all fascinating. And soon their chatter turned to tomorrow's tasks, the unavoidable homework and exams. For the first time, none of the children could use the excuse of, "We're never graduating anyway," to slack off. As they talked, Yu Sheng noticed another caravan entering the valley. A convoy escorted by knights and soldiers approached from the far side of the settlement. At its head, a carriage flew a royal banner emblazoned with a twin cat emblem, marking the kingdom's authority. Behind it rolled wagons piled high with goods, elegant tables and benches, oddly removed doors and windows, bedding, wardrobes, plush chairs, and even entire beds. Wagon after wagon drifted through the valley, slipping quietly along the dimly lit streets toward the heart of town. Yu Sheng stared, blinking in confusion. He turned slowly to Little Red Riding Hood. "What's all this?" "You said we're building a new home here," she said with a warm grin. "We lost most of our things when the orphanage fell apart. We couldn't bring ourselves to keep asking the Special Affairs Bureau for everything, so the king came up with a better idea, to go shopping in the fairy tale subworlds. See that convoy? They've just returned from a raid on Snow White's castle." Yu Sheng blinked again, mouth half open in surprise. His eyes darted to the long-haired girl princess, sharing a guilty look, because he knew something Little Red Riding Hood didn't. It was actually the princess who first suggested squeezing funds from the Special Affairs Bureau to rebuild the orphanage. And worse, Yu Sheng himself had doubled the request. He'd even split the extra money, secretly diverting half of it to the hotel. "I have a feeling this secret won't last long." He quickly redirected the conversation. "You know, I actually thought some of you might prefer living in the fairy tale subworlds. Now that we neutralized them, they seem pretty impressive. Fancy castles and mansions. If you overlook the trauma, they look amazing to live in." Little Red Riding Hood stared back at him with an odd look. "What was I wrong? You didn't check those fairy tale subworlds too closely when you fused them here, did you?" Little Red Riding Hood sighed helplessly. "Well, no, I didn't. Things were urgent. I barely managed to rip those stages away from Anka Ayla and weld them into this valley before bolting back to my body." "One look would have been enough," she sighed again. "Those places were made just for stories. They're all superficial, beautiful on the outside, but useless inside. Snow White's castle is half solid, most rooms are fake. Long-haired girl princess's tower has staircases that lead nowhere. Oz Kingdom has exactly 3 bathrooms in the whole realm, and Dorothy built them herself. They'd make great tourist attractions, or maybe training grounds, but they'd need serious renovations." Yu Sheng was speechless. "Okay, I definitely didn't think about that. But there's good news," Little Red Riding Hood continued cheerfully. "Even though the stages are weird, the things inside them are real. Furniture, materials, and tools we checked thoroughly. Right now, we're just moving urgent stuff like beds and cabinets. Once everything settles down, Dorothy wants to open a logging camp in the Black Forest, and Snow White plans to send the Titans back to completely dismantle her castle. She claims it'll become a tourist ruin in 2 months, but personally I think there's some revenge in her plans, though she denies it." Little Red Riding Hood's voice trailed off. She suddenly realized Yu Sheng was watching her, a slight smile on his face. Embarrassed, she asked, "What are you staring at me for?" "No reason, just felt nice listening," Yu Sheng smiled warmly. "Sounds exciting. When you start building, make sure to call me. I'd love to help. After all, the engineering teams are leaving tomorrow. Their work here is done." "Great," Little Red Riding Hood said immediately. "Then you can help us strengthen the foundations. We're not just building homes, we'll also need classrooms and playgrounds." "I can also help you build." "You'll strengthen the foundations." "No, what I mean is, you'll strengthen the foundations." Yu Sheng sighed gently. Fine, foundations it is." Chapter 246, Bonfires, Fireworks, and a Long-Awaited Reunion. It blazed to life. A bonfire piled as high as a mountain erupted into flames. The girl known as the Little Matchstick Seller pointed a middle finger at the huge stack, and suddenly fire bloomed. Thick clouds rolled in, sealing the sky shut, and an artificial night descended upon the valley. Lamps glowed gently from rows of temporary cabins, speckling the darkness with the first flickers of starlight. Everyone was invited to the square. all the children of the orphanage, the council employees who had watched over them, and the engineering team from the Special Affairs Bureau who would leave the next morning. Hundreds of people gathered around the roaring bonfire, beyond which the massive forms of the silent Thunder Titans sat quietly, observing. At the edge of the square, an ethereal door appeared, floating softly. Yu Sheng pushed it open and stepped out, waving cheerfully to Little Red Riding Hood and the others waiting nearby. "Look who's come to visit." Li Lin and Su Jiali stepped through first, their eyes widening in surprise as they took in the lively scene before them. Prompted by Yu Sheng, they quickly stepped forward to greet Little Red Riding Hood. Sun Gong, the leader of the Special Affairs Bureau's engineering team, seemed to know Su Jiali personally. He came rushing over eagerly, followed by a few others. Teacher Su and the rest of the council's employees joined in, warmly welcoming their guests. A few seconds passed, and then another figure stepped through the door, a cool, elegant woman with a silver-gray ponytail and dressed in a simple white skirt. She hesitated slightly, glancing around with cautious curiosity. Instantly, silence blanketed the crowd. Sun Gong stared, eyes bulging in shock. "Director?" Yu Sheng glanced around, amused, noticing even the usually boisterous long-haired girl princess had straightened up stiffly, looking as though she was bravely confronting some dark force, hardly daring to breathe. He couldn't help laughing, breaking the awkward silence. "What's with you all? Director Bai Li doesn't bite." "I knew it would turn out like this," Bai Li Ching herself said, her expression tinged with resignation. She sighed softly. "Everyone relax, I'm just here to join the festivities, pretend I'm not here." Director, we're just a little surprised," Sun Gong quickly responded, coughing lightly to dispel the tension. "Of course, it's great that you came, but we weren't prepared." "It was a last-minute decision. No one knew," Bai Li Ching waved dismissively, her gaze shifting softly to Little Red Riding Hood and the closest guardians. She took a gentle breath, her tone softening noticeably. "Congratulations, all of you." Little Red Riding Hood stepped forward slightly, wearing a faint smile. "Thank you, you've always looked after us." "No need for formalities," Bai Li Ching nodded and glanced up thoughtfully at the darkened sky. After a short pause, she turned toward Yu Sheng. "A very creative night, so what's the first event?" "Long-haired girl, where are your fireworks?" Little Red Riding Hood immediately turned to her roommate. "You've been talking about them all afternoon. Now's your chance." "Oh yeah, fireworks." The long-haired girl princess instantly jumped with excitement, shouting happily as she ran towards the portal platform. "I stashed them all by the platform. Wait here, matchstick, come on, fireworks time." The two young ladies raced away from the square, their excited shouts echoing behind them. Moments later, a sharp whistling pierced the night. A brilliant streak of light shot upward from the central portal platform and burst in midair, painting the darkness with dazzling colors. As the fireworks exploded, Yu Sheng thought he faintly heard a familiar voice echoing in his mind. "Ouch, my eyes got blasted." Yet nobody else seemed to notice a fleeting pair of eyes blinking away amidst the fireworks. More and more rockets rose into the night sky, and cheers erupted from the cursed children below. Irene joined in, her cheers multiplied by 3, Irene, and Irene all celebrating together. Then there was Foxy, who excitedly cheered as she raised her fox carrot gun to the heavens, deliberately timing her shots to blend her mystical fox fire with the fireworks launched from the platform. Explosions of brilliant blue flame cascaded through the sky, showering down like meteor trails. The celebration was called a party, but there were no real rules or formal procedures. For the cursed children, tonight was a joyous farewell to their childhood past and a cheerful greeting to the new life ahead, a lively, noisy sign that their journey had begun anew. No one needed help building excitement with so many kids around. The carnival had already burst into life. The roasting racks rose up beside the great bonfire. Masters from the engineering squad bustled alongside older kids, while smaller cursed children scampered between the plaza and the portal platform. Some ran to the long-haired girl big sister, begging for smaller fireworks, others hurried by with snacks. Though barely 100 or 200 meters separated the plaza and the platform, King grandly waved its claw and summoned knights on patrol, joined by night watchmen carrying lanterns, all dutifully marching along this short carnival path. Suddenly, a pumpkin carriage soared out from the rooftop of the castle at the edge of town. It glided across the night sky between bonfire and fireworks, scattering colorful pieces of paper down onto the plaza. Yu Sheng casually caught one of these fluttering scraps. He glanced down to see big, childlike letters written in colorful watercolors. "Wo Xiang grow up to be Su teacher." Delighted, Yu Sheng handed the note over to Little Red Riding Hood. Yet when he turned, he noticed a strange look pass over her face, a mix of complicated emotions that left him puzzled. A brief silence followed, but then she smiled and gestured towards the bonfire. Look, King just summoned its court jester. The jester appeared in a flash, clad in gaudy clothes and wearing a clown mask beneath a pointed hat. Though just a summoned being, devoid of much thought or will, even he seemed touched by the special mood tonight. The exaggerated smile beneath his mask appeared sincere and enthusiastic. Moments later, traveling musicians and minstrels emerged from the air itself, their music lively yet mysterious. From among the older children, a graceful young girl with soft, flowing hair and dressed in a pale blue gown stepped forth excitedly. Matching her voice to the unfamiliar yet cheerful tune, she hummed a gentle melody, soft yet clear enough to echo beautifully through half the valley. No special effects adorned her song, only beauty pure and simple. Yu Sheng quietly retreated, unnoticed by anyone amid Mermaid's captivating voice. He left the crowded square, stepping into a quieter area near the edge of the encampment. Here Bai Li Qing stood with her arms crossed, quietly gazing toward the plaza with a faint, seldom-seen smile. "You're hiding pretty far away," Yu Sheng said casually, strolling over. "Never knew you could smile like that." "I've said it before, I'm not expressionless. It's just that seriousness is required by my position, and over time it became habit," Bai Li Qing replied with a hint of helplessness. "And I'm not hiding either. I just don't enjoy crowded parties much, and honestly others don't like having a special affairs bureau director hovering around while they have fun, so I found a quiet spot instead." "Fair enough, quiet is good, and you're not the only one who prefers it," Yu Sheng nodded agreeably. "Where's your sister, by the way? She all right?" Without speaking, Bai Li Qing pointed silently into the air behind her. Yu Sheng's eyes followed her direction and found a pair of enormous spectral eyes hovering in the darkness. They blinked repeatedly, large tears rolling from their corners, but each tear vanished the instant it left the invisible boundary of those ghostly eyes. Apart from these floating eyes, Bai Li Snow's entire being seemed completely erased from existence. Yu Sheng was speechless. "A huge one exploded directly into my eyes," Bai Li Snow explained with a monotonous, mechanical voice. Even through the flatness, Yu Sheng could detect a strong undercurrent of grievance. "I warned you not to stick your face into everything," Bai Li Qing sighed wearily. "Just take your time recovering. Anyway, I'm not sure where I'd even find eye drops big enough for that." Slowly, the giant eyes faded into the darkness. A quiet rustling arose nearby. Not surprised in the slightest, Yu Sheng crouched down as if expecting something. Sure enough, a small reddish-brown figure darted out of the grass and sprang nimbly onto Yu Sheng's shoulder. "Squirrel S here," came the tiny, bright voice bursting with happiness. "The fireworks are beautiful." Yu Sheng lightly tapped Squirrel's small head affectionately, then raised his gaze towards another direction of the night. A figure dressed in a hunter's garb stood silently in the distance, an empty shape under the moonlight, quietly watching them from afar. "Good evening," Yu Sheng greeted with a friendly nod towards Hunter. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't come." "I wanted to come earlier, but Hunter kept dragging his feet," Squirrel chattered indignantly into Yu Sheng's ear. "One minute he says his clothes aren't straightened, the next that there's something wrong with his rifle. Why would you even need a rifle at a bonfire festival?" Yu Sheng said nothing, merely turned his gaze to Bai Li Qing. She stepped forward slowly, approaching Hunter, staring calmly at the empty clothes and hooded void as if gazing into vanished faces and lost eyes from the distant past. "It's been a long time." The hood shifted slightly, and a hoarse, indistinct voice came from the darkness beneath. "Yes, Director, it has been a long time." Yu Sheng, who had been watching idly, suddenly froze at this exchange as realization dawned. Hunter, the entity born from the fusion of the Deep Dive Squad 70 years ago, addressed Bai Li Qing as Director, and said it had been a long time. Chapter 247, Award. Yu Sheng stood there, eyes wide, watching as Bai Li Qing and Hunter greeted each other. The scene fell silent for a moment. After 2 or 3 awkward seconds, Yu Sheng finally broke in, unable to contain himself. "Wait a second, I have a question." Bai Li Qing turned to face him. "Hunter called you Director." Yu Sheng stared at the woman before him, who seemed only a few years older than himself. "Their squad vanished into the fairy tale 70 years ago, yet you were their Director." Bai Li Qing blinked slowly. Yu Sheng wondered if it was his imagination, but he was almost certain that a faint, victorious smile tugged at the corners of her usually cold face. She spoke calmly, tinged with a playful irony. Correct. I've held this position for 100 years. Just how old are you? Yu Sheng blurted out. Bai Li Qing didn't answer. She merely stood there, her eyes carrying the barest hint of amusement, clearly with no intention of satisfying his curiosity. Yu Sheng quickly realized that neither of the Bai Li sisters could possibly be considered ordinary, especially the one standing in front of him. Bai Li Qing, one of the 5 counselors ruling over Borderland and head of the Special Affairs Bureau, likely wasn't entirely human anymore. Was it a special power, an influence from some strange force, a bloodline inheritance, or perhaps some sort of transformation that happened while dealing with otherworlds and entities? Yu Sheng's imagination instantly filled in 5 or 6 storylines, enough for at least 40 episodes plus 2 specials. Still, it was clear he wouldn't get answers just by asking. He didn't press further, simply shrugging instead. But his thoughts quickly jumped back to a small detail he had previously overlooked. Back in the Special Affairs Bureau, Bai Li Qing always referred to Captain Song Cheng of Unit 2 as Little Song. It wasn't merely a superior addressing a subordinate. It was more like a senior guiding a junior, or even a mentor who had personally raised him. Yet Song Cheng, a man in his 40s, appeared a good decade older than Bai Li Qing herself. I honestly never expected that, Yu Sheng sighed aloud. No wonder I felt something off when you told me about the orphanage's past and the coming-of-age plan. You spoke like you witnessed it firsthand. You never asked, Bai Li Qing replied lightly, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Indeed, it was all a long time ago. She turned her head, gazing at Hunter, who stood quietly under the night sky. After a long pause, she lowered her gaze, searching her pockets for something. Then she stepped forward, facing Hunter directly. When I sent you off on that mission, I promised there would be an award ceremony once the cursed children were safely rescued, she said gently. It's many years late, but today is finally a day for celebration. Do you mind if there's only one medal? Hunter said nothing, yet suddenly stood straighter. It was merely a worn-out hunting uniform floating in the air, yet in this moment it stood proudly like a soldier at attention. No stage, no flowers or applause, no commanding officers or comrades-in-arms to witness this moment. Perhaps the simplest award ceremony in the Special Affairs Bureau's history. Yu Sheng thought it far too humble, whether as the brave deep-dive squad who disappeared 70 years ago, or as the hunter tirelessly fighting evil wolves and protecting Little Red Riding Hood within the Black Forest. Today's honoree surely deserved something grander, more formal. Yet this modest awarding seemed deliberately chosen by the 2 figures standing in silent accord. A faint smile rose on Bai Li Qing's lips as she pinned a medal, decorated with a short sword encircled by a laurel wreath, onto Hunter's chest. At that very moment, fireworks soared skyward. With joyful, shrill whistles, they burst high overhead, echoing like Hunter's own gunshots. Great, dazzling rings of fire bloomed and expanded against the night sky like crowns of radiant flame. The fiery glow reflected on Bai Li Qing's face, lit up Hunter's worn uniform, and briefly illuminated the entire clearing. Startled by the loud booms, Squirrel shrank her neck in alarm, then quickly raised her head in excitement, letting out a delighted cry. Wow, amazing! These are even prettier than before. Yu Sheng also lifted his gaze to the spectacle, muttering under his breath, Of course, that's a cruise missile up there. More fireworks erupted into the sky, including a sneaky foxtail rocket hidden among them, the blasts shaking even the clouds above. Fortunately, Yu Sheng himself controlled these clouds. Otherwise, the overly excited 9-tailed fox might have literally blown daylight back into existence. Irene's voice buzzed urgently inside Yu Sheng's head. Hey, Yu Sheng, where'd you run off to? That silly fox is out of control. She's launching her tails one by one, and a whole crowd of human cubs is cheering her on. Let her be, it's fine. I'll be back soon, Yu Sheng chuckled lightly. The Special Affairs Bureau is covering the food tonight anyway. She can play and eat as much as she likes. You're way too relaxed about this, Irene complained loudly. She's chewing through the barbecue faster than 2 people can cook. She even bit through 2 metal skewers, and she's eating charcoal straight off the grill. Red-hot charcoal covered in chili oil wrapped in pork belly. Yu Sheng, what exactly is Foxy getting so excited about? He absently said a few words to Irene before turning to Hunter. Want to join us at the square? Little Red Riding Hood and the others have been waiting to see you. Hunter hesitated. The way we look now might frighten those children who haven't encountered the Black Forest yet. Yu Sheng laughed. Now you're overthinking things. Have you forgotten those aren't ordinary kids? They've seen it all. Even a 6-year-old dares to ride a cruise missile to the sky. Come on, join us. Hunter paused another moment, but eventually took a step toward Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng turned back to Bai Li Qing. Fine, Bai Li Qing raised her hands helplessly, but if things get awkward, don't blame me. So they returned to the square, and at the height of the blazing bonfire, Little Red Riding Hood saw the familiar figures of Hunter and Squirrel arriving. This might have been the happiest moment of her entire night. Soon a group of children, older ones, younger ones, and those somewhere in between, crowded around Hunter, greeting him enthusiastically, asking all sorts of strange questions, or simply reaching out to hug that floating, empty outfit. Many of the children were probably just curious to see if there was anything actually filling out the clothes, but in this moment there was no resistance or fear, only pure joy. The tall figure, sustained by 12 noble souls, seemed even somewhat overwhelmed. Squirrel excitedly leaped from head to shoulder among the children, clearly on the fast track to befriending every single one of them. Yu Sheng watched with satisfaction, then glanced around and noticed that despite all the excitement, there remained one quiet spot by the bonfire. Within 10 meters of Bai Li Qing, there was absolute silence. Only a few people from Special Affairs Bureau stood nearby, stiff as if ready to deliver urgent reports at any moment. "I told you so," Bai Li Qing said dryly when she saw Yu Sheng approaching, "but you didn't believe me." Yu Sheng looked around, spreading his hands helplessly. "All right, you really opened my eyes, but how exactly do you manage it?" "My usual work style probably has something to do with it," Bai Li Qing sighed, "but the real issue is that simple." Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh. Imagine a leader who's been running the same place for 100 years, who knows every department, every person. She knows every step you've taken from the moment you walked through that big door, every mistake you've made, every strength and weakness. Imagine that each newcomer experiences exactly the same thing, year after year, until the entire bureau sees it as just another one of those weird phenomena in the building. A ritualistic nightly review of the rules, passed down through generations like an old legend." Bai Li Qing pointed to herself. "And you get this?" Yu Sheng had nothing to say. But Bai Li Qing didn't seem bothered. She casually dragged over a chair from nearby. It looked as if it came straight from some castle's banquet hall, sat down, and waved dismissively at the few anxious Special Affairs Bureau members nearby. "All right, enough, you're dismissed. No need to stand around here waiting to give me updates." They left swiftly, clearly relieved. Seeing this, Yu Sheng sighed. "You seem pretty at ease about it all." "It doesn't bother me. In fact, it helps maintain efficiency within Special Affairs Bureau, so I have no plans to change it," Bai Li Qing said simply. "The Bureau is a special place, and I need it operating at maximum efficiency. If they weren't wary of me, many of them would end up facing something much worse." Yu Sheng said nothing further, simply pulling another chair over and sitting beside Bai Li Qing, the two of them watching the bonfire roar. The three Irines were lighting small fireworks nearby, ones they'd probably begged off some child. Foxy had grabbed a huge meat skewer from the roasting rack and was chewing eagerly, grease smeared all over her face. Squirrel was enthusiastically recounting her epic battles against the shadow of Anka Ayla in the Black Forest to the long-haired girl princess, one bold enough to tell the tale, the other bold enough to believe it. Little Mermaid was still providing background music, her voice capable of imitating any sound. Currently, she was mimicking a spirited orchestra. No one knew exactly what she was fired up about, but something had clearly lit a flame within her. It was nice. Chapter 248, Snowstorm Across the Border. The bonfire celebration lasted long into the night. Yu Sheng even thought that if it weren't for the limits of a child's boundless energy, Little Red Riding Hood and her younger brothers and sisters might happily continue their revelry for 3 days straight without rest. After all, the night sky crafted personally by Brother Yu Sheng could stretch on forever. But no matter how joyous, every moment of happiness must eventually end. As the bonfire dimmed, the exhausted little cursed children were picked up, yawning and nodding off, and carried back to their rooms. Some had even fallen asleep curled in corners or on grassy roadsides, only to be discovered by the night watchman summoned by King and gently placed into their beds. The older children, aged 13 or 14, struggled to stay awake to help the adults clean up, but teacher Su shooed them off sternly, saying something about growing bodies needing sleep. The long-haired girl princess, having finished her fireworks, still brimmed with excitement. She approached Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood eagerly, discussing possible excuses to hold more celebrations. However, her secret stash of explosives had already alarmed Little Red Riding Hood deeply. The latter demanded repeatedly to know where she'd gotten so many fireworks and where exactly she had hidden them, but the princess remained tight-lipped. Bai Li Qing left earlier, before the festivities had even ended, not because of discomfort with the lively atmosphere or because of any awkward silence. Rather, her position demanded meticulous management of her every day, every hour, even every minute. Taking 2 full hours off to simply enjoy fireworks and barbecue with a group of carefree children was already a rare luxury in her tightly packed schedule. After the gathering, Squirrel and Hunter returned to the Black Forest. Yu Sheng had actually hoped they'd just stay in town. Everyone here would gladly welcome these 2 new neighbors from the forest, but Squirrel and Hunter insisted on returning. They had become accustomed to life in the Black Forest. Squirrel explained she needed the scent of soil mingled with fallen leaves to fall asleep, and needed to wander around searching for acorns each day to feel at ease. She loved the whispering of the wind through the leaves and the patterned sunlight drew as it filtered through the canopy. Without these comforts, she'd feel restless. Hunter had an even deeper bond with the Black Forest. He intended to return to carefully tend to the little house deep within the forest, the one filled with hanging red cloaks. He and Squirrel now lived in that small dwelling. Together they planned to renovate it thoroughly so it could someday become a resting spot for cursed children exploring the forest. Those red cloaks would be gathered and eventually sent to town, to be preserved in the new memorial hall at the orphanage. However, they promised they'd frequently visit town, like friends who'd moved houses but hadn't moved too far, reliably appearing every weekend at the doorstep. Yu Sheng thought this arrangement was perfect. As long as they genuinely enjoyed their current life, he was content. There was no need to forcibly reshape all changes into a perfect memory from the past. After all, memories changed over time. Right now, there were new things worth cherishing and admiring. Silence gradually settled over the surroundings. The bonfire at the center of the plaza was nearly extinguished, only faint embers glowing red amidst the ashes, gently flickering in the breeze. Foxy crouched nearby, carefully roasting chunks of meat she'd found somewhere on a stick, warming them using the residual heat. Yu Sheng lay down on the grassy slope at the edge of the plaza, finding a comfortable position as he gazed up at the night he'd crafted. Beside him came the rustling sound of skirts brushing through grass. 3 little dolls quietly approached, creeping along stealthily as if planning mischief. But once they noticed Yu Sheng wide awake and watching, they quickly exchanged sheepish smiles and lay down in a neat row on his left side. Incidentally, the Irene with the frame on her back had to lie face down. Otherwise, she couldn't get back up. "Ah, finally some quiet," Irene muttered softly. "Those little kids, sheesh." "But you were having plenty of fun yourself." Yu Sheng glanced sideways. "Whenever the kids stopped chasing you, you'd even split off another body to poke them again." Irene clicked her tongue and shuffled closer to Yu Sheng's arm, eyes wide open, staring at the sky. After a while, the little doll sighed. "Ah, quiet nights are nice. Too bad there's no stars tonight." "Obviously, this night's sky was handcrafted by me." Yu Sheng shot her a look as if she were being silly. "If you want stars, I'd need to poke holes in the clouds by hand." "Well then, poke some. I want to see stars." "Too lazy." Yu Sheng ignored her protests, calling instead towards Foxy, "Lend me a tail." Foxy cheerfully obliged, sending over one fluffy, warm foxtail. Hugging this comforting tail, Yu Sheng drifted into deep sleep right there on the grass, beneath the night he'd woven by hand, doing his best to ignore the doll's endless chattering. In truth, Yu Sheng slept quite soundly. Yu Sheng drifted in and out of a restless sleep. He didn't know how long he'd been dreaming, hours perhaps, but suddenly a strange sensation pierced through the haze of his slumber. Wind. A cold wind, whistling sharply, as though winter itself had crept into a distant mountain cave. The chill brushed against the edges of his perception. Coldness began to seep through him. Yu Sheng snapped awake, eyes wide open. Instantly the biting chill faded, warmth flooding back around him. He found himself still lying in the grassy meadow of the valley. The bonfire in the distance had long since gone out, leaving the plaza and the quiet little town silent and undisturbed. The 3 Irenes were sound asleep on the grass nearby, sprawled out carelessly, their gentle breathing barely audible. Beside him, a soft, comforting heat radiated from a pile of fluffy white tails. Foxy curled peacefully within that silken nest, half her body hidden, her head pressed against his arm, ears twitching gently in the night breeze. Yu Sheng frowned. Though now fully awake and rational enough to recognize the difference between dreams and reality, the strange, unsettling feeling still lingered stubbornly at the edge of his senses. Carefully he lifted Foxy's tails and sat up. She stirred immediately, sharp eyes flashing open like those of a wary beast, but as soon as she recognized him, the intense golden-red glow softened. Foxy stretched languidly, yawning. "Benefactor, you're awake already." Yu Sheng whispered urgently, "Did you hear something just now? Wind, like wind blowing through a cave." Instantly alert, Foxy stopped mid-stretch, her gaze turning sharp. She listened intently, then casually pulled her ears from her head, lifting them high like radar dishes, rotating them carefully around. After a few seconds, she shook her head. "Nothing." Yu Sheng's brow furrowed deeper, but then an idea flashed through his mind. "It's at home," he realized aloud. Immediately, he conjured a door, hastily instructing Foxy. "Wake Irene up and follow me. Something's happening in the room at the far end of the second-floor hallway." Without waiting for her reply, he stepped through the door. The house at 66 Wudong Road was quiet, illuminated only by the soft glow of the hallway and staircase lights he had forgot to turn off. Yu Sheng ascended cautiously, ensuring the rest of the house was secure before finally approaching the door at the hallway's end. This simple wooden door felt like it separated two entirely different worlds. Through it, Yu Sheng could hear the faint yet clear sound of wind and feel a cold draft slipping through the narrow gap beneath the doorframe. He grasped the handle, steadied himself with a breath, and swiftly opened it. Immediately, a frigid gust hit him, carrying a handful of snowflakes that scattered across his face. Stunned, Yu Sheng stared into the room. Everything appeared normal, floor, walls, and ceiling intact, but an invisible current of wind swept continuously through the enclosed space, accompanied by tiny snowflakes materializing from nowhere, swirling across the room before accumulating in heaps along the corners. The snow drifts, both real and illusory, stretched halfway up the walls. Shivering involuntarily, Yu Sheng quickly shut the door, returning shortly after pulling on a thick down jacket. Stepping back into the eerie room, he fixed his eyes upon the wall opposite, from which wind and snow inexplicably emerged. His gaze settled on the mirror hanging centrally. Within its reflective surface lay a layered image, his own reflection mixed with another landscape entirely. A mysterious snow-filled cavern he had glimpsed once before. Again, the room at Wudong Road number 66 had overlapped with this distant cave. Now, the cave's entrance was clearly visible mere meters beyond the mirror's surface, where howling winds swept fresh snow continuously inside, depositing it into Yu Sheng's home. Clutching his coat tighter, Yu Sheng cautiously approached the mirror. Though he remained careful not to touch its strange surface, every step he took produced the distinct crunch of snow beneath his feet. Turning to examine a corner, something small fluttered there, caught in the cold draft. A ragged piece of cloth. Yu Sheng reached out slowly, taking hold of it. With the gentlest tug, the cloth slipped smoothly from the other world into his hand. Chapter 249, Clues. The tattered cloth seemed caught between two worlds. Yu Sheng wasn't sure why he had this thought, yet the moment he saw the scrap fluttering at the corner, half real and half illusory, the idea surfaced clearly in his mind. The other end of the cloth didn't feel firmly attached, and when he tugged it, there wasn't much resistance. He drew it fully into this side, and the fabric immediately solidified, its vague edges sharpening into clarity. At that same instant, the swirling wind inside the room briefly intensified, but only for a moment before returning to its original calm. Did my pulling it through somehow strengthen the connection between the two sides? Or was the wind on the other side simply stronger at that exact moment? Thoughts churned swiftly through Yu Sheng's mind as his eyes settled on the ragged piece of cloth. It appeared to have been torn from a much larger fabric, the edges uneven and frayed. The material itself was exceptionally soft and lightweight, yet strong enough that considerable force must have been needed to tear it, an indication of remarkable craftsmanship. Yu Sheng turned the cloth over, revealing intricate patterns dyed onto its reverse side. Pale golden designs gleamed like elegant script, arranged artistically against the deep blue background, radiating a mysterious aura. After examining it for a short while, Yu Sheng took out his phone and opened the photo he'd previously taken of the mysterious metal lump. He zoomed in, comparing its engraved runes to the patterns on the cloth. They seem somewhat similar, but I'm no expert. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from down the hallway, accompanied by the loud chatter of a certain doll. "Hey, why'd he just use a door and vanish like that? We had to run all the way to the platform just to open a teleportation door. Move your tail. You're blocking my face. Wait, why is it suddenly so cold? Did the heating break down, or maybe someone left the wind? Ouch, what the heck?" Yu Sheng turned his head just as Foxy appeared at the door. "Irene, All 66.6 centimeters of her burst out from between Foxy's tail and skirt like a tiny rocket. Completely oblivious to the icy conditions, she immediately slipped on the floor, sliding straight into the opposite wall. The resulting smack echoed sharply throughout the room. A moment later, Irene picked herself up, inhaled deeply, and began unleashing a torrent of colorful complaints, transforming Wudong Road number 66 into a symphony of imaginative curses. Yu Sheng casually walked over, grabbed Irene by her collar and lifted her into the air, instantly quieting her down. "What the heck happened here?" Irene sputtered, dangling in midair. "This is way more messed up than last time, a blizzard indoors. Are we living outdoors now? Ugh." The little doll shivered, noticing the mirror nearby. "Cold, cold, cold. Yu Sheng, you need to buy me 2 down jackets." "Where am I supposed to find down jackets for a 66-centimeter tall doll?" Yu Sheng shot her a glare. "And aren't you a doll anyway? Can you even feel the cold?" "What, just because I don't die easily means I'm not allowed to feel cold?" Irene squirmed. "I might be durable, but I'm not frostproof. Ah, thanks, dumb fox." A wisp of ghostly blue fox fire drifted over, circling Irene and quickly dispelling the chill around her. Foxy herself was encircled by even more ghostly flames, her eyes scanning the room carefully as she retorted without hesitation. "I'm not dumb. You're much dumber." Before Irene could fire back, Yu Sheng raised his other hand, holding the piece of torn cloth aloft. "This is what I found earlier, fluttering by the wall. It felt like it was suspended between 2 worlds. I compared it with that metal lump from the photo earlier. They have some similar patterns." Instantly distracted, Irene grabbed the cloth and started examining it closely, although, of course, she understood none of it. "The Special Affairs Bureau still hasn't gotten back to us about the metal lump," the doll muttered, annoyed. "Now we've got another weird rag. Are we handing this one over too? They don't seem too reliable." "But who else can we trust with this?" Yu Sheng shook his head helplessly. "We can't exactly take it to some random antique scammer on the street. Besides, these kinds of mysterious artifacts aren't something you figure out overnight. It's normal they haven't gotten back yet. Eventually, we'll have to let them check this as well. Maybe together with the metal lump they'll get some clues." Irene responded with a drawn-out "oh," clearly skeptical. Meanwhile, Foxy stepped closer, staring intently at the mirror that displayed the snowy cave, her expression gradually growing serious. "Dumb fox, what are you staring at?" Irene looked up, curious. "Is there something weird in the mirror?" Foxy's brow furrowed slightly as she studied the image. Eventually, she pointed at something inside the reflected cave. "Benefactor, are those footprints?" "Footprints?" Yu Sheng was startled and hurried over. "Where?" "There," Foxy said gravely, pointing into the mirror. "Near that large rock. The snow around it looks disturbed. Those seem to be footprints, and it looks like someone cleared away snow. I think someone has been there." Yu Sheng had overlooked those faint details, until the fox girl gently drew his attention to them. There were shallow footprints and melted snow near the mouth of the cave, almost faded into nothing by the passing of time. But without doubt, they were left by a person, and recently at that. "Someone has been moving around over there. Someone visited not long ago," Irene murmured thoughtfully, eyes flicking from the mirror to the torn fabric in Yu Sheng's hand. "This cloth, that weird chunk of metal from before, just what kind of place is that cave? Does someone come periodically to throw stuff inside?" Yu Sheng had no answer. At that moment, the wind and snow whirling through the room quickly faded away. The chill retreated. The snowflakes that had emerged magically through walls now brushed past his face like faint illusions. A thin fog drifted across the mirror, obscuring the image within, and soon afterward both mist and scene disappeared entirely, leaving behind a calm, ordinary mirror. "Benefactor, the blizzard on the other side has ceased," Foxy whispered softly. Yu Sheng glanced toward the corner of the room. Snowflakes piled there vanished into nothingness, yet the piece of cloth in his hand, like the mysterious metal component before, remained unchanged. "The connection has been severed," Yu Sheng said thoughtfully. Remembering the last time this strange event had occurred, he furrowed his brow. "Could it be that when a blizzard blows over there, the link between worlds opens up?" No one could answer him. Yu Sheng carefully exited the room with Foxy and the doll, meticulously locking the door once more. "I'll need to buy a camera to set up in that room, pointed directly at the mirror," he muttered from the doorway. "The type that stores footage in the cloud so I can review it later." "You'd better get a few, actually. Cover every angle," Irene said as she deftly climbed onto Yu Sheng's shoulder. "I suspect that more than just the mirror changes when the connection activates. Did you notice?" The snowflakes were blowing directly through the walls and ceiling, but honestly, even if we install cameras, we might not capture anything useful. Better to have them than not. Yu Sheng murmured this and returned to his room. Carefully, he spread the fabric he'd pulled through from the other side across the bed, placed it pattern side up, and snapped several photos with his phone. Do you think Bai Li Qing would? Yu Sheng had barely begun speaking when Irene poked his head sharply. Are you human or not? It's 4 in the morning. She's obviously asleep. If you have to torment someone, pick another victim. Ah, fair enough. Her resentment was palpable last time, Yu Sheng conceded after a brief pause, then turned instead to open the Frontier Communications app. Navigating to the strange object exchange board, he created a new post, just as he'd done last time. I found another strange object, again from the mysterious snowy room described in my last post. It's a damaged strip of fabric, dimensions are, and it has a distinctive pattern. For context, check my previous thread. His reasoning was straightforward. Since nobody recognized the strange items immediately, and the Special Affairs Bureau always took too long to respond, he might as well cast a wide net. Posting online cost him nothing, and who knew when an eminent one might appear? Unfortunately, even eminent ones slept at 4 in the morning. After nearly half an hour, his post didn't receive a single click. As Yu Sheng felt sleep creeping in, he laid back onto the bed. But just as he closed his eyes, his phone vibrated urgently. Foxy, who had been halfway out the door, swiftly pivoted and returned, staring wide-eyed at the phone. She carefully read the text before nodding at Yu Sheng. Benefactor, someone replied. Their username is 3,000 Wicked Disciples. Well, that was fast. Yu Sheng reached for his phone, then stopped abruptly and stared at Fox Girl in shock. Wait a minute, you can read these words now. Yes, Foxy replied simply, nodding once more. I recognize most daily words. Yu Sheng stared blankly at her. When exactly did you learn? Foxy held up the old phone Yu Sheng had given her earlier. While playing around with this, I also learned a lot watching Irene argue online. Yu Sheng was completely stunned. I was planning on properly teaching you once this fairy tale business settled down. Isn't your learning ability a bit too extraordinary? Foxy just smiled bashfully, scratching her head. Yu Sheng shifted his gaze toward Irene, who was currently staring blankly into space. The intellectual black hole of Wudong Road number 66 had no idea what was happening, merely meeting Yu Sheng's gaze with wide, clear eyes. Yu Sheng affectionately patted the little doll's head. Nothing, carry on. Okay. Yu Sheng finally opened the message from 3,000 Wicked Disciples. It had been quite a while since he'd heard from this mysterious user, since their last brief interaction. This time, the user sent only one image. Another scrap of cloth, bearing a pattern identical to the one in Yu Sheng's hand. Chapter 250, Outsider. Truth be told, Yu Sheng had imagined countless possibilities when opening the message from 3,000 Wicked Disciples. He even entertained the thought that this mysterious online acquaintance, whom he had barely exchanged a few words with, might casually reveal the origins of the cloth scrap he had found. But he had never anticipated the other side would pull out another piece of cloth altogether. Though this new scrap differed in color from the one Yu Sheng found in the strange room, the patterns at the edges matched perfectly. Yu Sheng's mind snapped awake instantly. Jumping up from his seat, he quickly typed a message on his phone. You have one too. Where did you get it? It belongs to my senior brother, 3,000 Wicked Disciples replied swiftly. I do not know its origins. I saw it years ago and just recalled after seeing your picture. The similarity in patterns stirred my memory. Moments later, another vibration signaled another incoming message. After our last conversation, I was occupied with other matters and didn't have time to think deeply about it. Only recently did I find some free time. Now, looking back, the writing you previously discovered bears considerable resemblance to the patterns on this cloth piece. They seem related. I think so too, Yu Sheng responded without delay. I've found such foreign objects twice already in that strange room. Previously, I handed over a metal component to the Special Affairs Bureau, but they still haven't been able to make sense of it. This time, the reply from 3,000 Wicked Disciples took a couple of minutes longer. Special Affairs Bureau? Oh, you're in the borderland. Yu Sheng paused, startled by the message. Aren't you in the borderland? The phone buzzed again, and a new message flashed across the Frontier Communication app. I'm at Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain. An unfamiliar name appeared before him. Yu Sheng searched his memory briefly but found no information matching this place. Quickly, he swiped open Frontier's built-in search engine, entering the name Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain, hoping to uncover some clues. Honestly, he felt a surge of excitement as he tapped the search button. It wasn't for any special reason, simply the thrill of realizing that the mysterious individual named 3,000 Wicked Disciples he was chatting with came from beyond the borderland. He had never imagined he'd make contact with someone living in the outside world through Frontier. And now, Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain was officially the first external place he learned of. Of course, Yu Sheng knew the world beyond the borderland was immense. He himself had once opened a doorway to that outside world. Logic dictated he shouldn't be this excited, but knowing something and feeling it were entirely different experiences. Communicating across this distance, speaking with someone somewhere far beyond, was simply indescribable. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the search results refreshed. The first thing he saw was a bold headline highlighted in red. Warm congratulations on the successful conclusion of the 337th Beast Taming Peak competition at Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain. Peak Immortal Yuan, he delivers important speech. Below this headline was a news image. A tall, immortal-like middle-aged man with a refined appearance, standing gracefully atop a floating circular platform, holding a whisk. Behind him stretched a picturesque paradise veiled in mist and clouds. Before him stood a vast sea of disciples in white robes, so numerous they stretched to the horizon. Further away, he glimpsed pavilions and towers nestled between green mountains, flowing waters, and luminous clouds. Yu Sheng frowned slightly, glanced again at the headline, lowered his gaze back to the image, and began processing the abundant information displayed before him. His mind wandered involuntarily, though to where exactly he wasn't sure. At this moment Foxy poked her head over, studied the image on the phone, and exclaimed softly, "Oh, quite retro." Yu Sheng stopped his wandering thoughts and glanced at Irene, who had also leaned over. "You think there's a possibility?" Before he could finish, Irene murmured thoughtfully, "The architectural style looks kind of familiar." "It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right?" "Why, yeah," Irene said, her voice slightly tense as if sensing Yu Sheng's unease. "I mean, the universe is huge and plenty of places might share similar styles. Besides, you only took a quick glance when you opened that door last time, right? You didn't even get a good look at the details. There's no way it's that much of a coincidence. Even if it is, well, Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain sounds like a vast area." Her voice faded away slowly, as she absent-mindedly began tugging at the loose threads on Yu Sheng's clothes. Foxy, clueless about their exchange, glanced back and forth between Irene and Yu Sheng, bewildered. She hadn't been present when Yu Sheng stayed up all night opening doors, nearly shaking the entirety of Borderland. Yu Sheng stayed silent, recalling vividly that eldest senior brother spinning on the roof beam, and the old man laboriously swinging his copper-headed belt amidst peaks cloaked in clouds and immortal mist. Yu Sheng stared at the message from 3,000 Wicked Disciples displayed on his communication panel, and a strange feeling slowly crept into his heart. His imagination began to wander freely. Could something really be this coincidental? Could fate truly align things so perfectly? Eventually, he shook off these wild thoughts. Whether it was a coincidence or not could wait. Instead, he quickly typed back, "Sorry, I stepped away briefly to check some references. It's actually my first time speaking to someone outside Borderland. Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain sounds fascinating." He had wanted to subtly probe the identity of the person behind the mysterious ID, perhaps their real name, or what exactly they did at this intriguing place called Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain. But after brief consideration, Yu Sheng restrained himself. They weren't close enough yet for him to pry too deeply. Asking too many questions would only raise suspicion. The reply came swiftly. "That's understandable. After all, Frontier Communications is primarily used by Borderland folks. Outsiders rarely bother, especially here at Thousand Peaks Spirit Mountain. My fellow senior brothers are even more isolated. They keep busy with their own matters and seldom look beyond their noses." Seeing the casual reply, Yu Sheng, despite knowing there was nothing to be nervous about, felt oddly relieved. He quickly steered the conversation back to the two fabric fragments. "Earlier you mentioned that piece of cloth was your senior brother's, but you don't know its origin. Wouldn't your senior brother himself know? Have you asked him?" "Senior brother." This time the reply from 3,000 Wicked Disciples seemed hesitant. The typing indicator flickered several times before the actual message came through. "Unfortunately, he has been wandering the world for many years. If I could reach him, this would all be much simpler." After another brief pause, a second message followed. "Senior brother loves to roam, and in his earlier days he traveled far and wide, bringing home all manner of strange and peculiar treasures. Some caused quite a commotion within the door. Compared to those troublesome oddities, this cloth fragment is rather well-behaved. It quietly lies in the treasure pavilion, never causing fights or trickery, nor harassing the other treasures. Honestly, having cared for his pavilion all these years, I nearly forgot its existence altogether. I once asked Senior Brother why he'd bother placing such an ordinary item in the treasure pavilion, or if it possessed some hidden virtue. But Senior Brother was too drunk at the time. He slept for 3 years straight. After a few fruitless inquiries, I simply let the matter rest. Thinking back now, it truly feels regrettable. Yu Sheng read the long message carefully, and his first reaction was bewilderment. Just what kind of things did that wandering Senior Brother collect? Was treasure-on-treasure violence supposed to be normal? Surprisingly, the phrase, slept for 3 years straight, hardly bothered him. After all, they were cultivators. Could one truly measure immortals by mundane standards? He had Foxy here who could casually eat 20 steamed buns in one sitting. Although Yu Sheng silently complained to himself, he ultimately accepted these oddities as local customs and refrained from asking further. He merely sent back a simple reply. Well, if your Senior Brother returns or if you find out more about this cloth, could you please inform me? The response arrived immediately. Naturally. While I'm not as adventurous as my Senior Brother, even I've grown curious now. We're so far apart, and Borderland itself is the strangest, most peculiar place in the universe, yet now both of us hold similar objects. Truly intriguing. Yu Sheng exchanged a few more casual messages with 3,000 wicked disciples before they bid each other farewell. When he finally lifted his head, the morning sun was already shining brightly. Wonderful, it's morning already. Yu Sheng climbed out of bed, inhaled deeply, and shook his head in mild frustration. In the end, I didn't learn anything substantial, although I did end up discovering plenty of unexpected clues from another direction. He stretched lazily but found he wasn't tired at all. Despite having only slept 3 or 4 hours, he felt surprisingly alert and energized. Yu Sheng considered it carefully and concluded that it must have been the lingering effects of Foxy's mysterious stew. Putting aside its strange appearance and taste, its energizing after-effects were genuinely powerful. He reached out and gently rubbed the fluffy fur behind Foxy's ears, then walked over to the window, gazing thoughtfully down at the sunlit streets. Irene scampered over, climbed up onto the windowsill beside him, and peered outside. After a moment, she looked up at him and asked, "Are you thinking of visiting that 1,000-peak Spirit Mountain?" Yu Sheng blinked in surprise. "How did you jump straight to that?" "You've never visited the outside world, but you're curious about it." Irene counted off points on her tiny fingers. "You never knew anyone from the outside before, but now you do. You didn't know what lay beyond your doors, and now you've learned of a real place. Therefore, logically, you're thinking of visiting 1,000-peak Spirit Mountain." Yu Sheng stared, dumbfounded, into the little doll's earnest eyes. This little creature's thought process leaped wildly, but her intuition was even more frighteningly accurate.